309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
It is a very hot day in Baku, over 30 degrees centigrade. Perfect day to play some chess, but the players of the 2023 World Cup, to which we welcome you, are indoors. And with about 8 minutes left before the start of the round, they are getting settled in for the all-important Game 2 of the third round. This game, the second of the classical mini-match, will decide so much. And it's going to be a very exciting round to boot. It's a pleasure to be commentating for you. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky here alongside Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, super fun day yesterday. Today promises to be no less intriguing.
Yeah, hello, Danya. Welcoming everyone. Definitely, it's the second day, and we have seen some dramatic games yesterday. I mean, just that comes to my mind, the way how Radek Wojtaszek lost that endgame against Shitko, that hurts. And Donchenko's lost against Max Todlu with the hallucination, and they both need to bounce back. But we have so much action. I'm really looking forward to it.
I am as well. I think the Wojtaszek game really epitomizes how all of the players are on tenterhooks. They know the gravity of every individual move, and so mistakes and blunders, particularly in time pressure, are aplenty. And just to remind you of all of the crazy action yesterday, we have a short recap video. Let's take a look at that.
I think you also have some activity tonight, right? Or it's not tonight, of course, it's the day is only beginning for you.
The day is only beginning for me. I do have the Bullet Brawl in 38 minutes.
Wow.
Which is the weekly bullet tournament, and I will play. I can't guarantee that I'll play well. In fact, I'm quite positive I'll play very poorly, but I'll have a little fun. I think I've earned it after this round. Yes. I managed to play that Bullet Brawl, and then I went straight to the beach. That's where I am. I'm going to reveal my location. But what a fun day yesterday, Peter. I was at my desk for about 10 hours.
Yeah, well, congratulations. To be honest, I was lying on the couch and I was thinking about you, that how do you play Bullet right now? I mean, it's just impossible, but you did great. Congratulations once again.
Well, thank you, Peter. I really appreciate it. I was a little bit lightheaded for the first half hour, but honestly, 6 hours of commentary really puts me in the right frame of mind. I was calculating. I felt like it was a World Cup game. So compared to trying to untangle the mysteries of some of the games we looked at, it was a piece of cake. What will not be a piece of cake is, of course, the matchups today, because here we see some of the top players in the World Cup, and the X it doesn't mark the spot. It marks the players who have already been eliminated. Those include Noterbeck, those include Shakrar, who was eliminated by Tin Jingyao from Singapore. But Peter, obviously the majority of the top players still very much in the tournament, including Magnus, Hikaru, and Fabiano, who suffered a very disappointing result yesterday.
Yeah, that was a complete insanity. I mean, if you ask me, is it possible? I would tell you no, it can never happen, and it happened, and we exactly witnessed it. It was kind of the commentator's curse, because we just said that yeah, Fabi is in a fantastic run, he's playing wonderful chess, and he's winning one game after another, and then that incredible blunder happened there.
A blunder in a position where Fabi could win in one move. He plays rook takes c6. His opponent, Mustafa Yilmaz, extends his hand in resignation. That's how close he was. Contrast that with the runs by Magnus Carlsen and Lenier Dominguez, neither of whom have lost a single game in the classical portion. Magnus Carlsen defeats Levon Ponsalaya 2-0 in sparkling fashion, and then in sparkling fashion defeats Aryan Tar yesterday in an excellent positional display. So all of the rumors, Peter, about Magnus Carlsen not being in good form, somehow all of that is in the past. Magnus is in excellent form, and he is a force to be reckoned with, particularly because of the added motivation that comes from him never having won the World Cup before.
I also feel like it's enough just to look at Magnus, and you see that he's very fresh, he's very determined, completely new look. I mean, someone who really means business, and that's the Magnus we want to see.
It most certainly is. He's shaved. He's got a haircut. He's fresh. And that freshness is transferring itself to the board. Well, we hope most of the players are fresh because we're only 3 minutes and change away from the start of the round. Trying to get a sense of who that is. Is that Benjamin Gladura over there? Hard to say. Too many GMs. That is Benjamin Gladura. We're getting confirmation. I forget who he's playing. Not a very famous grandmaster. Initials HN. Yes. Have you heard of him, Peter? I mean, a couple times?
I think so. Just a couple of times. But yeah, it's Hikaru, and this is Benjamin. I feel like, the Hikaru hasn't yet settled into the tournament yet. Yeah, and this is kind of a tricky situation because he uncharacteristically missed a big chance yesterday. Yeah, that move Queen C8, we were very much talking about that. This is so much Hikaru, and we cannot really believe in him not playing that move. But it shows some nerves. On the other hand, the good news is it's a very long tournament. If you keep on qualifying to the next stages, then you should show your A game at the end of the tournament.
Indeed. And I think rating, unlike in most tournaments, moves to the second priority. The first priority, of course, by far being qualifying. So, yeah, if you're making draws in the classical portion, you're going to lose a bunch of rating. Hikaru has dropped to 4th in the live ratings, but he couldn't care less. As long as he's in the tournament, everything else is going to fall into place. As Nakamura sits down and takes off his blazer, he's going to write down all of the game information. And there we see the hero of yesterday's action, Mustafa Yilmaz, pulling and rising out of the dead to save the game with the black pieces against Fabian. You called it, Peter. This is going to be a big test for Fabi because Mustafa Yilmaz is a very dangerous player theoretically. And those are the kinds of players you don't want to face in a 2-game mini match because with black, disaster will strike from time to time, no matter how well prepared you are.
Yeah, exactly. I think Wesley faced similar situation against Emre Can, who is also a very well prepared opponent. And Wesley, I heard his interview was saying that, yeah, sometimes you have a bad day, but also it's connected with your opponent. Yeah, that he has such an opening repertoire which does not suit you so well. You don't exactly know what to do. And all these kind of things can lead to what we witnessed with Wesley, that he needed some incredible miracle to still be alive in the tournament.
Is it a relief? Is Fabi feeling relief at finally being able to sit in the board, the interminable waiting period after such an excruciating game? I almost feel like is harder than the second game itself. Do you think he's just feeling happiness at the opportunity to finally start playing chess again and put the events of yesterday behind him?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, okay, he has to make up his mind. I believe that especially after what happened yesterday, he needs to be patient. I mean, he shouldn't be the one trying some extravaganza stuff with the black pieces in order to try to create chances, because it will only end up giving his opponent some really good opportunities. I'm expecting him to be super professional, super solid, And if he gets a chance, then of course he will jump on it. And if not, then let's take it to the tiebreaks.
I think that's very good insight. Fabi's primary allegiance should be to playing objectively. The handshake occurs, the clocks are started, Mustafa Yilmaz pushes his d-pawn 2 squares up, and game 2 of round 3 of the 2023 World Cup, ladies and gentlemen, is underway. An exciting moment indeed. Man, we've got a vast menu of players. I guess we'll start as we traditionally do with the game of the highest rated Magnus Carlsen. But Ariantari, in no hurry to execute his first move, Peter.
Yeah, it feels like he's doing the same mind game to Magnus that Magnus did to him, right? In this Nimzo Indian, Magnus was spending, I don't know, some 4 or 5 minutes on his fourth move. And probably Arian thinks, you know what? That was quite a clever start. He shadows the board, just like Magnus,
Yep.
and we have the first board, e4.
I was going to say, who's playing white here? I think Magnus had the same exact actions. And here we see Magnus shadowing the pieces, and for some reason doing it only after the clocks have started. Usually this procedure, this sacred ritual is performed before the games begin. But, you know, what the significance is of these early things, as Ariantari casts a furtive glance up at his storied opponent, I do not know. But, man, the players are chilling out here. This is no pressure. We're just casually playing. And a Caro-Kann by Carlsen.
Wow, the Caro-Kann. I mean, interesting, because it used to be also Tari's weapon at some point a couple of years ago with Black. These players also know each other very well. Of course, they are now very good friends. There is, however, a big catch. Yeah, we already mentioned the World Cup from 2021 when they faced each other. And then Magnus stated that, yes, we did play. However, back then, Tari was working with Anish Giri, so he was kind of an enemy. And now they are the best friends. So it's a completely different psychological situation now.
Personally, I never like facing friends at the chessboard. It takes a little bit of psychological preparation to push all of that away. Even though, of course, the best of friends will understand that there's nothing personal at the chessboard. You want to give it your best no matter who you're playing. And look at this, G2, G4 against the advanced Caro. To my eyes, a rare guest at the higher levels. Has this line, Peter, seen a resurgence? Because the last thing I remember, Bishop d7 was supposed to be the refutation. G4 was supposed to be radioactive, but I guess not.
Yeah, there has been quite some development. Yeah, I remember that at some point, maybe it was the Tbilisi FIDE World Cup, where suddenly this G4 appeared for the first time. And there are different lines, yeah, that Black can play Bishop E4. I think we have to highlight, yeah, that the main idea is something like F3, Bishop G6, and then E6 at some point from white side, but probably we include the moves H4. Then if Black plays H5, we go E6, something like this, and it gets to the razor-sharp position, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Magnus is taking his time. G4 is definitely not a move which you expect, also from a strategical and solid positional player like Tari.
And I think G4 was favored in, I want to say, the early 2000s. Who were some of the big proponents of this line? Was Alexei Shirov on the radar? Who is responsible for this line's development?
Well, I think that Shirov was playing the more traditional way of knight c3, e6, g4.
Mm-hmm.
That used to be the very big main line. I even remember I was playing the Caro-Kann back then, and against Alexei, I was expecting this to happen. And those all kinds of craziness happen here. But this G4, the name that comes to my mind is, who is associated with it, is Paco Vallejo. I believe that it was Paco who shocked me with this move when I was following the World Cup.
Wow. Vallejo, of course, known for his creative innovations, always seems to have something up his sleeve. And like you're saying, Peter, Bishop e4 to induce the weakening move f3 is, I think, the most popular move. For some reason, Bishop d7 is stuck in my mind as a move that was supposed to really cast aspersions on this line. It's an awkward-looking move, right? I think a newer player would be inclined to drop back to g6 because that's usually what you do in most positions when white goes g4. But tucking the bishop back on d7 keeps an eye on that g4 pawn. And of course, later on, Black could play this French style with c6, c5, maybe after first solidifying the center with e6. But I'll be honest, I'm very unfamiliar with the standard ideas here. I don't know if white's supposed to go knight c3 or try to solidify the center with c3. It's a pretty irrational position.
Yeah, I think that recently computers were bringing some new life into this, that this like knight c3, bishop e3 development, and then what you were mentioning, that black actually usually switches to French style of play with e6, c5, and then white is somehow up in development and he's trying to play some very dynamic direct chess. And that's the reason why bishop d7 is lately, I think, not the most popular reaction after g4. But look at this. Even Magnus Carlsen is taking his time after g4. So we are not the only ones who are not that familiar with this move.
I'm going to check this during our first break, but I want to get your gut feeling, Peter. Do you think Magnus has had this position with either side in his chess career to date?
I don't think so. I mean, it certainly isn't the type of chess he likes to play from the white side, unless in some bullet game, yeah, where he just felt like, okay, let me have some fun. I'm gonna go g4 because I will never ever do it in any other time control. That could be the case, but I don't really believe that he ever studied it seriously.
Yeah, and I think that's clearly indicated by the time he's spending to think. He's kind of looking around the playing hall. Still feels like he's settling in and attaining maximum focus, and yet he's already dealing with a very concrete problem on move 4, which I think is never a pleasant sensation. It's literally only move 4. You're brushing your teeth and putting your clothes on in the morning, and you already have to deal with, world-changing problems on the board.
Yeah, it's, I think, a very clever choice by Tari. Probably Arian also feels that in a normal game, there is no way I'm going to outplay Magnus. So Magnus plays the Caro-Kann from time to time, but it's clear not his main weapon. I mean, we would never be seeing him play the Caro-Kann in a World Championship match. So it's not like he knows every single sideline to perfection. And in this case, I believe that this was a wonderful choice. It's an all-in approach by Tari, and he has nothing to lose.
And I looked this line up. First time it was played, 1922, by a relatively unknown player by the name of Levine. And he played g4, bishop g6, e6. So it's really cool when you put yourself in the shoes of an inventor of the line, particularly when it's not a famous player. Man, the 1920s were a good time to be alive. You could make a random move, and now it turns out to be a novelty repeated in the game of Magnus Carlsen. His opponent was Anthony Santasier, who was one of the strongest players in New York, and Black did end up winning that game.
Yeah, I think that g4 was there for quite some time, but people were not taking it seriously. I mean, you just don't believe in it. Why should it be so dangerous? But yeah, let's just show. I believe that somehow modern theory was going like this, and then white pushes e6. And usually you don't want to take this pawn because then the structure is bad. The bishop on f8 remains vulnerable. So black was playing something like queen d6. Those are kind of these thoughts that cross my mind when I look at this position.
Yeah, Santasier in that initial stem game played knight f6, and then white quickly tried to deploy his knight to f4 via e2. But queen d6 is even more forcing because queen takes e6 is threatened. And I personally am terrified of playing positions where I fall behind in development to this extent, because I feel like I bite off more than I can chew. And after ef bishop f7, black is already prepared to open up the center with e7, e5. So I don't know, maybe white has to play f4 and claw his way to prevent the opening of the center. But this is the kind of chess that, like I said yesterday, would probably make someone like Jose Raul Capablanca lose his mind.
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, he would never believe that white can play like this. Of course, you can only do it if you are very well prepared. Yeah, you have to know exactly why you can take this risk. For example, here probably the move queen e2 is the main move. Black would play knight d7, then white plays f4. It's clear that we cannot let e7, e5 happen in this position. And then it's a very specific structure. Black might be even able to sacrifice a pawn like with g5. That would be also thematic with fg5, bishop g7, and followed by e5. I mean, all kinds of ideas are possible here.
g5 makes so much sense, just accelerating the development and stinging away at white's bind on the e5 square. But a very interesting choice by Arian Tari, trying to transform the position into some sort of an irrational battle that has no rules, and harkens back to Mikhail Tal's famous quote: Aryan trying to take his opponent into a forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and there is only the path back for 1, and who will return from the forest? Well, if Aryan Tari is to stay in the tournament, then it has to be him. Well, speaking of the forest, let's revisit the forest of our World Cup games and maybe take a look at some of the other openings. Of course, we've got Hikaru's game against Ladura. We have Van Forest Svidler, which is a must-win for the Dutch youngster as well. I don't know if I should call him a youngster. What does that say about myself? In any case, you've pulled up Hikaru Nakamura's game, and a tough task, Peter, holding Hikaru with black.
Yeah, I mean, always whenever you prepare against Hikaru and against any of the top players, the problem is that you can never really expect what's going to happen, which means that you have to have a very good general preparation. Yeah, it's not like, my opponent is playing 1 or 2 lines, let me repeat my repertoire, my files, and then I'm comfortable, I have settled into the openings. No, you never know what to expect. Benjamin plays the e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, the classical Spanish. Basically, you can kind of expect if Hikaru goes e4, then he goes for the Spanish. He is not the Italian type of guy. He likes to play principal chess. And he goes for the modern fashionable 6d3 line. b5, bishop b3, d6, bishop d2, also very fashionable. Castles, h3. Yeah, it's a slow maneuvering game. I believe, when I think about your name and how do I associate with it, to me it comes this World Team Championship in Tsarkadzor, Armenia, 2015 to my mind, when you debuted for the US national team and you neutralized my good friend Csaba Balog in a very impressive way with the black pieces, and that featured exactly this 6d3 Spanish.
Well, I really appreciate it. That was a very interesting experience, and I feel like this is one of the few openings which I play for both sides. I've played the Ruy Lopez with white since birth, and since I was, drinking milk out of a sippy cup. And with black, I switched from the Najdorf, which was my main opening, to e4, e5, right around the time that I hit, 2550, because I wanted to diversify my repertoire. And it's so cool to see the fashions in the Ruy Lopez change. Around the time that Csaba played the d3 line against me in 2015, it was still considered, I think, second fiddle to the rookie one c3 h3 variation. I think now it would be very unfair to say that d3 is a sideline. It's fashionable, and I almost feel like it's no less common at the top level to play the early d3 Ruy as opposed to rookie one, which is still, of course, very popular. But this bishop d2 move, Peter, it seems to have caught elite chess by storm. That square used to be reserved exclusively for the knight. Now you put a bishop there, you're stopping knight a5. Are there any other pertinent details that help us understand the rhyme and reason behind putting the bishop on d2? Because it does look, at least to my inexperienced eyes, as a bit of an awkward square.
Yes, that's why it's also kind of a surprise. I remember it was Sasha Grishuk who brought it in the candidates tournament in Berlin 2018. Right into fashion. He played against Levon Aronyan. Then later on, Fabiano Caruana has used that move 1 or 2 days later, beating Levon Aronyan, and thanks to that win, actually, Fabi went on to win the candidates. So yeah, this bishop d2 move has a lot of history. The idea exactly is to stop black from getting the knight a5, c5 standard way of dealing with these positions. And it's kind of restricting. Yeah, white doesn't really want anything big at the moment. Of course, clearly, we also see that white has taken time for the move h2, h3, making sure that black is not able to activate the bishop with the tempo, because after bishop g4, normally you have to react against the threat of knight d4. And if you follow up bishop d2 with c3, then of course the move bishop d2 is completely pointless. So bishop d2 and h3 fit perfectly. I believe that the next move from the white side will be the move a to a4, undermining black's queen side on the b5 square. And then the big question is, where does this knight go? Usually this knight, if can't go to a5, would love to somehow reach the g6 square. But for the moment, in order for black to do that, he will need to play rook e8, he will need to play bishop f8. He might even have to waste the tempo on h6 covering the g5 square, because if you move rook e8 too early, then maybe the pawn on f7 is vulnerable. So there are so many finesses here.
Another question I would suppose involves the development of the light squared bishop, which can go out to b7 archangel style, or of course be developed also to e6, or you could leave it alone for the time being. So Black can make a lot of the same moves that he makes in the main position of the Ruy Lopez, where you decide between the Chigorin and the Breyer. Okay, you can't really play the Chigorin here. Knight a5 and c5 would result in a slightly disastrous consequences, but I would imagine that knight b8 probably is a move here. Bishop b7, rook e8, even bishop e6, which is not a popular move against the c3 h3 variation, probably has a little bit more appeal in this position, since white's queen from d1 can't really come out to b3 that easily. You're leaving the pawn on c2, as you indicated. And Benjamin Gladura has made his choice, and it is indeed to play this Zaitsev style with bishop b7, Peter. And you're expecting a2, a4 now from white.
Well, now that black has committed the bishop to b7, I'm not sure if I want to play a4 anymore, yeah? Because usually after the move a4, black has to deal with the threat of a takes b5, and then he has to make up his mind that now that black has played the move bishop b7, I might be even thinking about pushing only the pawn to a3. It could be also a possibility that just to play something like a3, eventually also removing the bishop back to a2, and then developing the knight to c3, making sure that black will never get this knight a5 tempo, and then just to wait and see how black continues his development. So this a3 plan is also one more extra, and we have been talking about that usually white is developing the knight b2, knight f1, knight g3 in the Spanish. Let's not forget that white also has a different route, knight to c3, knight e2, and knight g3, and we get that knight exactly to the same spot by a slightly different route.
Yeah, you're flying through London rather than Munich, but ultimately all roads lead to Baku. But Hikaru going Baku to the more standard plan and playing the move rook to e1. Why rook e1? Well, I think he's discouraging the Marshall-style treatment of the position. At the very least, I think that much is clear. He's discouraging black from pushing d5. And I've seen a lot of players go d6 and then a couple of moves later d5, because the price of a move isn't necessarily that high. But looking at this a little bit more carefully, Peter, it strikes me that d5 isn't really a pawn sacrifice, because if white takes on d5 and then greedily captures on e5, black punishes white for bringing the bishop out from c1. There's this very nasty bishop f6 move at the end, which wins the exchange. So that's not the problem. I think the problem for black is just that white's going to capture on d5, then bring the knight out to c3, and ask black if he's bitten off more than he can chew, because in the event of the trade, well, then e5 is under fire from 3 different sources.
Exactly. Yeah, basically black always has to be very careful with this d6, d5 break. And it's a very good point by Hikaru that, yes, you know what? My opponent has played the move bishop b7. There could be some kind of an idea of going d6, d5. I just make sure that it's not going to happen. Rook e1 is anyway a very useful move in all these kind of Spanish positions. You just feel like you have to play this move sooner or later. Now it fits. White also haven't committed any decision yet. So based on black's reaction, he can decide if he wants to push a3 or he wants to push a4. It's a very flexible, nice little move.
They always say that the Ruy Lopez is the class OG example of an opening in which the better player wins. And I think this line kind of represents why. In the Ruy Lopez, I think there's a very clear distinction between the stages of the game. And there's this clear stage where both players are making preparations. There's minimal contact between the armies, right? There's almost no tension at the moment. And so it's all about which side positions their pieces better and prepares for the contact, which will eventually come. Eventually, you're going to get tactics, and a lot of Spanish games ultimately become very tactical, sometimes with opposite side attacks, sometimes with black playing d5. But one way or the other, eventually you're going to get contact between the armies. And the big question, which side is going to position their pieces in a more astute manner in preparation for that? Last thing I'll say, Peter, and perhaps we can keep going around the horn. Just a quick question. Is c2, c4 a move that I feel like I've seen? Is that ever an idea to consider here? Or do you think the c3 square will just be reserved for the knight?
Well, at least definitely deserves... it deserves attention because it's connected with the idea of bishop d2 yet to try to go for some quick development with knight c3, rook c1. I wouldn't rule out, but somehow it would surprise me if white would use the idea c4 right away. I'm expecting moves like queen d7 from black or knight b8 would be both kind of natural, because if you play the move queen d7, then you have ideas like knight c6 to d8 and then transferring the knight to e6. That's also a typical route, or the route that you mentioned, the Breyer type of play with knight b8, knight b7, also looks very natural connected with bishop b7.
Yeah, great points. So we'll see how Hikaru continues to work on his development. Will he play knight c3? Well, he's unlikely to develop the knight without first pushing the a pawn, but that branches out into a further choice, a3 or a4. Lots of important decisions to be made for both sides early on in this fascinating battle, which we will keep a very close eye on. But we also have to keep an eye on so many other games. The Maxime Vachier-Lagrave game is interesting. The Van Foreest-Svidler game looks really unorthodox as well, and I see that you've pulled that one up. Jordan Van Foreest, must-win situation against the veteran. Very unenviable situation that he's in. And first checkmark, I think, is to get an irrational, complicated, double-edged position. He's managed to do that, but who's having more fun here, Peter? Could it be black? Could it be your namesake?
Yeah, well, this is a very interesting position. I'm loving it from the black side because simply it's such a double-edged position. I mean, whenever white gets a bishop to g3, black force that bishop with h6, g5. The big question is who attacks whom. Yeah, in the long run, of course, if white is able to break up the center and this bishop opens up, then white has all the reasons to be very happy. However, this idea, what Svidler is doing with bringing his knight to f8 and this knight will land on g6, it's a very typical and a very deep idea, making sure that you guard the e5 pawn, and it will also help you get h5, h4 going. Let's just back off to see what really happened, which move order featured in the game. It's a classical Italian. Bishop g5, white uses the first opportunity to go for the most concrete and most sharp lines with bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, d6, a4, bishop a7, knight bd2, queen e7. The traditional way, black is still waiting one tempo to see if white castles. White did castle, and then black goes g5, bishop g3, knight d7. Yeah, this is also a line that developed, I think, around 2018. It was very fashionable, and now we see b4, knight f8, b5, knight a5 on the board, and bishop d5 was played.
Wow, really lovely maneuvering play there with knight d7, knight f8, and eventually knight g6. But I think it's almost a certainty that Peter is going to play h5. You know, not playing h5 in this line is like, I don't know, getting to an Italian restaurant and not ordering the fried calamari. You have to play h5. And if you play g4 prematurely, then you give white a whole complex of squares on the king side. Knight h4 and knight f5 becomes a problem. So I guess the big question right now is whether you start with h5 or if you first complete the maneuver with knight g6, because the benefit of playing knight g6 is that it prevents white from counter-striking at the king side with h4. You said that phrase, who attacks whom, and I think after h5, h4, that's exactly what we see. Both sides are attacking each other on the same side of the board, which is partially what makes this line so interesting. g4, maybe knight g5, and you get potentially crazy complications with that knight just going around the world. f6, I guess, is very unpleasant, so maybe white shouldn't go to g5 at all and should drop back to h2 or e1.
Yeah, exactly, because suddenly the knight is way too aggressive. The knight will be trapped. After knight f7, black can simply play rook h7. Ooh. And white has no time to break up the f file. Yeah, if white would have already f3 going, it would be a different story. So yes, after h5, first of all, yeah, h4 is like thematic. And then after g4, you have to bring the knight somewhere. I mean, you have to put it somewhere. Then black goes knight g6. And the pawn on h4 is hanging. So often there are lines like king h1, knight takes h4, f4. You know, this is a very typical way of reacting to to the problem. You just sacrifice the pawn and you open up and playing King's Gambit style.
And there's also a problem. It's not a huge problem, but it can be very annoying. Like b takes a6 could come at an inconvenient moment, particularly if the light squared bishop is developed. White plays ba, and it's not only that that wins a pawn, it also discourages black from tucking away his king on the queen side. So right now, white's king is at the center of attention, but if the f-file opens, then black would really love to have an escape route to the queen side, because I can tell you one thing for certain, black is probably not going to castle kingside in this position, or in any of these types of positions.
Yeah, well, it's only in some very special occasions, yeah. And now we talked about this. The reason Svidler is thinking, because I'm not exactly sure, it might be a completely new idea that white simply lets h5 happen and this knight h2. Yeah, this kind of things I haven't really remember from any practical game. Of course, if you are looking at this variation, you have to analyze it. So all this knight g6, king h1, knight takes h4, something like this. I recall having spent some time at some point. Even the move knight takes g2, which computers suggest as the first move, is a typical move. Yeah, you have to keep on analyzing positions like this. And it's very much Jordan Fan Forest territory to go for all this craziness.
Makes a lot of sense, especially in must-win territory. I guess white plays f takes c5 here, and the position just gets more and more complicated. Black recaptures the bishop. White captures on f7 with check. King moves to the side, to the left. Oh my gosh, just, again, the phrase irrational position, which I first read in Dvoretsky's books, really comes to mind as a characterization of what's going on here. We have no idea what's going on here. That is what's going on. You have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, that's the point. And I think this is exactly what Jordan is hoping for, because if Svidler is caught by surprise, then there is no way he can evaluate this position correctly. I mean, you just know that it's a mess, and let me ask the computer to know the evaluation. Otherwise, you never know. And seeing that this is a kind of force line, yeah, and Svidler is spending his time after bishop d5, which means that he might understand that, okay, after h5, h4, this is going to happen. Yet he comes all the way to this position, and he says that, you know what, but this case I might prefer just the move knight f8 to g6. I don't see what's wrong with it. I make sure, just as you mentioned, that if black going to play the move h6, h5 after knight g6, white will never be able to play it, counter-strike it with h4. White will probably have to play h3, which is usually connected with king h1. Let's just show this like knight g6, king h1, h5, h3. This is so much more natural for a player who is not prepared to go for this position and take it from there than this. And Peter goes for h5. Just when I said that this would be a safer choice, he goes for it.
Whoa. Peter going down the primrose path. We're going to get a principled, amazing tactical battle in this game, because it is absolutely, de rigueur for Jordan to play h4. If he doesn't play h4, he gets massacred. He gets his bishop trapped. If white plays h3 here, the big problem with that move is black first pushes h4, then pushes g4, and rips apart the king side. That is completely unappetizing. So we are going to see h4, g4, and then Jordan will have a big decision as to where to bring that knight from f3. And very likely he's still in his preparation, so he's going to continue blitzing out the moves. But we will leave him to do that. Perhaps we can look at one more game before we take our first break of the day. And I'll defer to you, Peter. You've obviously pre-selected a couple of interesting games from this round. I know MVL has a cool position against Avahir Sindarov. And by cool position, I mean, again, looks like somebody threw up all over the board, and I'm still counting the pieces.
Well, this is bishop c5 Spanish, fifth move bishop c5 c3, and then white going back to bishop with c2 in one go. Let's take a look from the beginning. It's one of the most razor sharp variation in the Spanish. I mean, this is exactly, because there is a big.
Everyone's playing this against me, Peter. Everyone's playing this against me in Blitz.
Well, because it's a very critical line, and the big difference is that if you include b5, bishop b3, bishop c5, then white has the option of playing a4 first, and then you have to show your cards. You are forced to lines with rook b8. But if you play fifth move bishop c5, c3, and b5, white plays bishop b3, then it's like white has played c3 instead of a4. However, this gives white the extra option of going bishop c2. This is the game, and now black has the option of going d6, d7, d5, because it would be premature to put the pawn to d6, because then white would benefit that he has placed his bishop immediately to c2. So in order to punish the move bishop c2, black has to go d5, and then white goes a4. This is the whole point. And now things escalate completely. D takes e4, a takes b5, e takes f3, queen takes f3, e4, bishop takes e4, knight e5. This is all theory. This is a very important line. But after queen e2, castles, d4, this is all forced. Knight takes e4. And he played bishop g4. Okay, bishop g4. I don't think that bishop g4 is the main move. Here, d4, bishop g4, queen c2, takes, and bishop d7 was played. What's happening?
Well, I absolutely don't mean to derail our conversation, but just for a little bit of context, maybe we could very quickly point out why bishop takes a8 was not appealing on move 13. Just really quickly. The rook was hanging. I was trying to establish it. Is the rook hanging? Yes, it is. White can take it, but after bishop takes a8, the problem is that black sticks a knight on d3. And the lifeblood, the oxygen, has been drained from white's position, because when you cannot play d2, d4, your entire queen side is dead. And if you keep grabbing pawns, right, if you play b takes a6, then black brings the bishop out to g4, or even rook e8, and white can essentially resign. The initiative is way too powerful. Queen d1, probably knight, knight g4 even, or queen f3.
Yes, exactly,
g4.
because knight g4, bishop g4 coming, depending on the situation where white is placing the queen, it will be checkmate. It looks way too risky.
Absolutely. So that's the reason why white had to prioritize the opening of his queen side, and he played d4. Now we can maybe transition back to the current position. And you were saying, Peter, that bishop d7, around here, it's likely that MVL is already on his own, but judging by Sindarov's clock, he's probably still in his preparation.
Yeah, because I think this leads to this very fascinating and strange position that white can simply take b takes a6, then black plays bishop b5, and now suddenly I recall that I have looked at this. Queen takes e5, bishop takes f1, king takes f1, and we get to a position that, for example, 20 years ago, we would be never even analyzing. We would just conclude that, okay, white is better. You would not going to play like this with black because there is no point. However, according to the engines, with super engines, because I did check this position with the super engine, and super engine claims that yes, white might be slightly better with incredible, perfect, sophisticated play. But if white is not fully aware of all the dangers, then it can get very messy.
And the file starts here. 20 years ago, it would stop 10 moves ago. Now you have a separate file that starts. It's called King takes f1 re Lopez. It starts on move 18. I honestly would be pretty terrified of having this position with white for two reasons. First of all, I am down in exchange. Last I checked, black has 2 rooks and white has only 1. But also, white's just so underdeveloped, and the queen on e5 is very vulnerable. Rook e8 can come, and once the bishop moves away from c5, to my untrained eye, c7, c5 could be a super nasty idea, especially striking while the iron is still hot. I mean, unless MVL is ultra well prepared, I think this is a great choice by his young Uzbek opponent. And they are making all of these moves, Peter. Great call. And they have this position on the board. They've just made all of these moves. Good call.
Yeah, and bishop a7. Yeah, I think this is key. This is the key move of computer, because it looks a bit strange that why do you block your rook? But the point is that you block the pawn on a6. White's rook on a1 is anyway already advanced, and the move that you mentioned, c7, c5, is the key idea. Of course, I believe that when I looked at this position, my original thought from the white side was that, okay, why can't I just develop with bishop ec, knight d2, give me these 2 moves and I stabilize, I have 3 pawns for the exchange, I should somehow slowly get out and I should be very happy. But against a computer, it wasn't working so nicely. I mean, some dangers were coming from every angle. I already don't remember the conclusion, what white has to do. I only know that you have to have respect for this line.
That's so interesting. Well, bishop e3, maybe the problem is the immediate c5, and d to c5, queen d1 is literally checkmate. And if white says, no problem, I'll just go d5 and I'll keep the center closed, well, then that d5 pawn is incredibly vulnerable. Black can throw in rook e8. And this is what I'm talking about. White starts getting pushed around. Black starts opening files. The queen from d8 can jump into b6. There's a check on b5. Like, that king on f1 is giving me the creeps just because it's just not safe, and it's targetable from the b5 square, from the d1 square. And as long as white hasn't developed his knight, I would be really unsettled if I had this with white and my opponent was playing instantly. So I think it's fair to say, Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, that this isn't just, a 2-result game. Like, it's not like a pawn down opposite colored bishop position where the engine gives 0.6. This is a different type of 0.6. Maybe white is theoretically slightly better, but if you misplay this, you absolutely are in danger of being worse, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a very, very good practical decision because probably Sindar also felt like, okay, Maxim has so much more experience in traditional positions. Let me try to catch him by surprise with something. And this line, it looks like it worked to perfection. On the other hand, okay, I think the other move I was saying that if black wants to play c5, then white can't I play b4? And I was trying this kind of moves, and whatever I did, I immediately got into trouble. And then I asked, okay, so please tell me how computer plays the position, because human need to navigate.
Yeah, it's not this, it's not this, it's not that. Okay, Mr. Stockfish, so what is it? And the engine giving these weird moves like queen f5, but this is at a low depth, of course. This is not the kind of depth with which Javahir and his team are going to be checking a position like this. Well, we will leave MVL to his own devices as he ponders this incredibly complex position. And perhaps we can look at one more game before we refill our coffee cups. And man, just so many great choices here. We have Donchenko, Maksudlu, Shitko, Wojciech, a must-win game for the Poland. Nepo against Mamedov is a match that I had my eyes on beforehand because Rauf Mamedov did dispatch Jan Nepomniachtchi in, I think it was the CCT qualifier a couple of months ago. So Jan probably has a chip on his shoulder, and not only because he lost to Rauf Mamedov in Rapid, but also because of the arc of his chess career recently. So Jan, playing on a mission, has he attained a slight advantage out of this Rosalimo, Peter, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, it looks like probably, but on the other hand, these positions are very tricky. If black is in time to get the knight to e6, I guess black has solved all his problems. Yeah, that's the ideal square for the knight. The e6 pawn protecting the weakness on c5, getting access to the d4 square. And here there is a very special situation that white has already advanced the pawn to a4 and also to a5. We see that maybe there are ideas like putting the knight to b3, making sure that black is unable to move the knight. Of course, the most natural reaction to knight b3 would be probably something like b6, reinforcing the c5 pawn. But then white gets this idea of quickly doubling on the a file. And again, black will not be able to get his knight to e6 in time. He will have to give up the a file, and that's also something to play with for the white.
Yeah, white could keep the pawn on a5 for now, although you don't want to fall asleep, because if black plays knight e6, then, and I'm not sure that this benefits black, but I would be inclined, given the chance, to close down the a file with b6, b5, and then the rooks are going to be like, hey, we were left in the dust. We were promised, all these golden riches, and maybe white shouldn't procrastinate with a takes b6, but you shouldn't necessarily go rook a7. That might be premature, and instead you might work on the improvement of the knight, as you're indicating with knight d2. And are we going to c4 in order to induce b5, or are you sort of chilling on d2, or are you going to the king side?
Yeah, just probably white has to play very slowly. I mean, just some queen g3 and relying on the a file. I do recall that I had very similar position, because it's a typical position, and I was playing the Rui Rossolimo with bishop b5, g6 from the black side, also from the white side. And back in the old days, I felt like this type of positions should be neutralizable. Yeah, that I wasn't really worried of them. But now with new engines, sometimes the computers are able to pose some long-term sophisticated problems. Some little questions, the computer is actually doing absolutely nothing in the position, but minorly improves, like just the line that we saw, that he gets the A file, then he comes back with the knight, he fools around with his pieces, you seemingly don't even understand what he's doing, and all of a sudden he claims an advantage. Yeah, it's this is modern chess.
Your words hit home because I do play the Rossolimo with white, although I mostly play c3 in response to g6. But you're absolutely right. This Rossolimo is the stereotypical opening where, you know, old wisdom would have it that black is fine, and you have the bind on the d4 square, and all of your pieces are where they should be, and you've crossed your T's and dotted your I's, and the engine always just gives some random a4 move, and then sometimes h4, and the more you analyze, the more you realize that somehow these moves ultimately coalesce into a coherent whole. Like a4 actually ends up making sense because it discourages black from playing b6. So, these innocuous looking positional moves, if you don't take them seriously, they do lead in many cases to a stable positional advantage, which I think Nepo has in fact attained. Like, the more I look at this, Peter, the more that plan of activating your rooks down the a file looks rather unpleasant for black. Even though Ralph did all of the things that you're prescribed in this position, he traded the light squared bishop, he's getting his knight around to e6, but white's play on the queen side is going to be nasty.
Yeah, the line that we mentioned, I think it's a very principled and very natural line. Of course, the move knight b3 is not an easy move. I mean, if I would have not seen that it's computer's top choice, it would have not crossed my mind. It's not a typical idea, but once you see it, it immediately makes sense. Okay, yes, because if you play the more traditional knight c4, seemingly the knight on c4 is beautifully placed, but it doesn't really do that much. First of all, black can play the move b5, which probably leads to something like a takes b6, a takes b6. And what did we really achieve? We opened up the a file, and black has control of the a file as well. White haven't benefited anything, and black just sits. So the way how computer played with this knight b3, making sure that the knight can't move from d7 because of the pawn hanging on c5, provoking b6, and then going rook a2, this is of course some very, very deep stuff.
And if instead black goes b5 instead of b6, it doesn't come with a tempo. So maybe white gets that extra tempo to go a6 and garner the a5 square for the knight a5 and knight b7. We're on the same page here. That's, the c5 pawn is going to be under fire from an outpost deep in black's territory. So that doesn't look great. Neither does allowing the opening of the a file. Big moment here. The prophylactic knight b3 does seem to pose problems. But Jan, taking a different approach, literally playing on the other side and playing queen g3, which is a move that you had indicated. Peter, is he preparing knight d2 to f3? Is he preparing f2, f4? Hard to say. And I'm curious what he plans to do against the straightforward knight f8.
Yes, it's a big question. And now we can compare, exactly what computer achieved, just to see also how strong these computers are. Yeah, so the computer's main line was going like this. Mm-hmm. And here takes, he wanted to play the move queen g or knight d2, it does not matter. I mean, knight d2, knight e6, and then queen g3. So basically, white is doing absolutely nothing, but white got the a file, and in long terms, it might mean something, and just shuffles around with one of the key ideas that if black plays the knight to d4, then white is very happy trading the bishop for the pawn. And for example, this structure, then we already see that the a file is super important.
Paradise. Absolute
exactly.
Paradise here. So queen g3 straight away by Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we will continue to decipher the meaning behind his moves. This is promising to be a very interesting positional battle as we zoom in on Jan Nepomniachtchi there. He is a man on a mission trying to dispatch his strong local opponent, Ralph Mamedov. Folks, we will take our first break of the day. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of these early minutes of Game 2, Round 3. And we will be back with more World Cup action on the other side of this short break.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now, so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success really is just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the Prince of Painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. A renowned sculptor, Donatello stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
For the 2023 FIDE World Cup, we are watching the second mini match game of the third round of matches. The situation, the atmosphere continues to heat up, and we will take a visit to the women's section and take a look at some of the top games, starting, of course, from the newly crowned women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun, who has the white pieces, against Uvia Fadalieva, a local international master from Azerbaijan, in a pretty irrational position here, Peter, only 10 moves in.
Danya, I think I can't hear you.
Oh. Just a moment here. I will... How about now? How about now, Peter?
Yes, now it's perfect. Yeah, excellent.
I was just saying that it seems like a pretty irrational position only 10 moves in. This started as an English and transitioned into a weird structure with black taking on c3. What do you make of this?
That's for sure. I mean, okay, this is the traditional classical c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, but it very quickly escalated. e3, bishop b4, queen c2, bishop takes c3 is the main line. And usually the more strategical, solid option is queen takes c3, but you and John opted for b takes c3, and black used the momentum to play e4. This is not something that I'm familiar with. Usually, in this type of positions, black plays something like d6, then white plays the move e4, and we get this Rossolimo, reverse Rossolimo type of structures. Black opted for e4, and I think this is the moment on where things completely escalate. Knight d4, knight e5, f4, knight g6, and d3 played breaking. Okay, this would be a big question. Yeah, g4 or d3, those are the two breaks that comes to mind.
So Ju and Jun focusing on getting rid of that pawn on e4, which allows her to potentially, after the trade on d3, which for some reason the engine didn't like, it strikes me as a pretty automatic move. Maybe d5 could have been considered instead. But now the bishop comes out to d3, and I could see this going wrong for black in the long run. I could see white playing e3, e4. Okay, you have the bishop pair, you have nicely centralized pieces, so I don't think that white's damaged queenside is necessarily the most important factor here.
Yeah, I mean, if white grabs the initiative, and for the moment black has to kind of decide where to castle, I guess white should castle short. Anyway, there is just no time to prepare long castles, and then the idea that you mentioned with e4 looks thematic. We can just follow it up with something like bishop d2, rook a1, and eventually trying to get e4, e5 in as quickly as possible.
Looks a little bit more pleasant for white. Just easy to play, and I'm not sure how black positions her pieces. Bishop d7, a little bit awkward. You're pointing out knight d7, knight c5, just using that outpost to generate a little bit more breathing room for black's pieces. One thing you don't want to rush if you're white is f5. I think a lot of newer players would be tempted to play that, but giving away a massive outpost on e5, even if that means blunting black's light squared bishop, is probably not worthy of that price, unless you can quickly get your dark squared bishop to g5. But if black plays knight d7, then that idea is taken away. So rich position, a little bit more pleasant for white. I think a smidge better for the current women's world champion.
Yeah, on the other hand, it's a razor sharp position, so it's a committal, strategical middle game where things can also go wrong for white. Yeah, the move knight d7, what I'm highlighting strategically, it's a very nice idea if black can get the knight to c5, but we also see that the computer does not really like it, which means that probably we won't have enough time to get that knight to c5. White can maybe just now switch and put the bishop on a3, which usually would never be placed there. But now it makes perfect sense. The knight is blocking the way of development of the c8 bishop. White follows it up energetically with rook a1, and black might be in a trouble.
Yeah, b6 has to be considered, but giving up that c6 square also looks very scary. Also, e5 becomes an idea with the rook on f8 under the watchful eye of white's bishop. Yeah, I mean, I could build a case for this going wrong for black pretty quickly. I think Fadaleva has to invest some serious thinking time into the next couple of moves.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, okay, there is the more traditional way of just playing castles, and after e4, put the rook on e8, making sure not to worry about e4, e5 in the future. Then also white kind of has to make up her mind that where do I place this bishop? And then based on the fact where white develops this bishop, then black can act accordingly. For example, there is still this very natural b6, bishop b7 at black's disposal as well.
Yeah, b6, bishop b7. In certain situations, you can chase away the d4 knight with c7, c5. I think that move would be nicely combined with b6 and bishop b7, and you can start exerting long-term pressure on the e4 pawn, which is, of course, held back by black's pawn on d6. e5 is very difficult to achieve, virtually impossible with black's pieces clustered on the king side. So, double-edged position from a strategic point of view. I think this is going to be a fun game to watch. We're only on move 11, and this is promising to be an unbalanced, rich positional struggle.
For sure, yeah, and with mutual chances, because white has to be very energetic. Yeah, black has castled. It's also not the usual Juvenjun position, because I don't really recall her playing with damage pawn structure. She usually likes that everything is in perfect harmony, and then out of strength she's building her position stronger and stronger. But here there is some pressure on white, yeah, that at the moment white has the initiative, but if white is unable to use the initiative in the next couple of moves, black develops and coordinates the forces, then in long term there is also strategical danger in white's position.
Very true. And black has indeed castled kingside. We're expecting e4 from Ju and Jun, but by no means is that move strictly forced. She can play bishop d2. She can expand on the queen side with something like a2, a4, and we'll keep a close eye on this game. But we've got some other cool top games in the women's section. Of course, we've got the Muzichuk sisters. We've got some other top players, including the very enterprising player Nurgul Salimova, who defeated Marianne Gomes yesterday. So I'll give you the final say, Peter.
Well, for a very quick moment, I want to jump to Anna Muzichuk, Anna Yushenina game, because do you remember, this was this crazy Rook-End game. The Rook-End game which ended in a draw.
No!
Yes, exactly.
No way!
Yes.
What?
And
this was drawn?
let me just pull the position that we had, or very, very quickly. I think it was this position. Exactly, this was the position where we discussed that g5 was winning, and by a miracle, this game ended the way it ended, with rook b1 check, and white was unable to get out of these checks because king h3 would just lose. I mean, king h3 would lose to g4.
Mate. Wow. That's insane. I mean, we thought this was a bygone conclusion once Ushenina played that critical move g5, but Radoslav Wojtaszek and Anna Ushenina might want to have a conversation after yesterday's game and sign up for Dvoretsky's Rook Endgame class. Of course, I'm just kidding. Rook Endgames are incredibly difficult and just notorious for having these drawish tendencies no matter how many pawns you're up. This is the current position in their second game. Looks like it came from either a Rook E1 Berlin or a Petrov. Yeah, it was a Petrov.
It was a Petrov, yeah, exactly. And pardon, imagine this scenario. If Yushenina would have won that game, then I think she would be very happy now sitting in this slightly passive but solid position with the black side. And Anna Muzichuk would be in a state of horror that, okay, it's maybe tiny bit better, but black is rock solid and I have to win at all costs. Now, however, that she saved that game yesterday, she's in a complete chilling mode. I mean, she can play risk-free. She can try to squeeze the position. If she manages to get something out of this game, fantastic. If not, nothing happened, then the tiebreak comes. So the pressure is now on black. Otherwise, it would have been white in a crazy must-win situation in this position.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's really all about how you did on the previous day. And Anna choosing a quieter approach to the Petrov, playing relatively speaking without risk, and advancing that h-pawn. She played h4 2 moves ago, so I think the logical follow-up is to play h5, and often black meets that with h6, but then white gets that slight clamp on the king side, and that pawn on h5 sometimes creates the preconditions for, even an eventual sacrifice on h6, and perhaps white can go knight g3 to f5 and try to shepherd the queen a little bit closer to the king side. Of course, black should be able to hold with accurate play, but I personally would feel rather uncomfortable here with black. Yeah, maybe queen c8 neutralizes the temporary initiative.
Yeah, very important move, because otherwise, if in this position white gets the chance of eventually retreating the queen to g4, then bishop takes h6 ideas appear. The knight can jump to e5, rook e3, rook g3 can also join the battle. Immediately, this solid position can turn out to be very, very dangerous for black. So a timely queen c8, making sure that white is unable to get that kingside attack going, is crucial in this situation.
Very instructive point. Interestingly, the engine after White's 16th move, h5, is not insistent on meeting h5 with h6. Instead, the knight from c7 can beef up, the security on the center with knight to e6. And probably White should not give up the dark squared bishop. I mean, that would be pretty unthinkable to me. Maybe bishop e5. And we actually had this exact type of position. For some reason, my mental association is with the Wesley So Nihal Sarin match from the Chess.com Global Championship Final in Toronto, where Wesley was able to squeeze this type of structure consistently with the white pieces. And Nihal was playing f6. He was not resisting the temptation, and he was paying the price for it because f6 is a very weakening move. It's not a disaster, but after takes, also knight h4, knight f5 becomes a problem. And Peter, I think this is exactly what Anna Muzychuk is looking for.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you can suddenly set up a very nice outpost on f5, you also have ideas like g3 just taking away the f4 square, knight f3 goes to h4. Then again, you can transfer the queen via f3 to g4. You start doubling on the e file. I mean, this type of structures with all this f6 weakness can turn out to be very, very dangerous for black, or even simply bad. So yes, I'm not expecting the move f6. I don't really believe that you want to play f6. You should just maybe play bishop f8 or queen d7, whatever, but and just stay. Because also for white, it's not easy to improve at the moment.
Because if white plays h6 in response to bishop f8, perhaps black could turn the tables and go g6. And yeah, that pawn on h6 looks cute, but there won't be a pawn on h6 pretty soon. You just cannot defend it. Queen d2 walks into knight c4. So it's not like white has a blank check and can, walk into Louis Vuitton and start spending thousands of dollars. White has to be careful too. And when you get a little bit too comfortable with these positions, that's precisely when the tables start to turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a nice position, promising position. I think it was Jan Nepomniachtchi who invented this whole h4 idea against Wang Hao in the candidates 2020. And he went on to win that very important game and get the lead in the candidates.
Very interesting. h4 expanding on the king side, driving up the pawn and taking away some critical squares for black. So we will see if Anna Muzychuk can continue to nurture her minuscule edge, or if Anna Ushanina, despite the disappointing result yesterday, is able to hold her own and take this potentially to what would be a very interesting all-Ukrainian tiebreaks. Okay, maybe we can look at one more game in the women's section and then make our way back to the Open. I know Aline Rubers, the Dutch women's champion, has been playing in scintillating fashion, crushing Claudia Colon yesterday in that Sicilian. They have yet another completely wild type of Grunfeld position.
Well, actually, it started that it was crushing, but then at some point, black had chances in that game.
Oh.
And only after some drama, white won. So basically, it's also clear that Claudia is burning for revenge. She got a very sharp position. I mean, if you are in a must-win situation, then definitely I think you are looking for some unbalances like this. You did mention that it was a Grunfeld, King's Indian type of game. Yeah, the bishop got fianchetto to g7 quickly.
Mm-hmm. King's Indian.
King's Indian, yes. This is not King's Indian.
Ooh.
You are an expert on the King's Indian, right?
Well, I'm flattered. I would only say that I've played it for a very long time. I don't know if this makes me necessarily an expert, but this knight c6 move is a very, well, not a very non-standard way of playing the King's Indian. This is a very standard move in the bishop b2, bishop b3 variation. But against h3 and bishop b3, it's a lot less common.
Yes.
And the reason is because after d5, knight e5, if you get the same position with the bishop on e2, and white plays f4, black has the move knight e to g4. And then the knight swings back to h6, and you get this crazy line. Here, white plays f4, and the knight is pushed back to d7, which means that this line loses a little bit of appeal, but I'm positive that this is still well within Aline Rubers' prep.
You think so, right? But look at the time situation. It doesn't
Maybe
look that
not.
she's so... Yes.
Maybe not. But it's a weird move to play if you're if you're on your own. I guess I don't know what Rubers' repertoire is. Like, if she's a King's Indian player by nature, then I would be very surprised if she was in unfamiliar territory. If she's not, and she was surprised by Coulon's choice of line, then this starts to make a little bit more sense.
You know, when we first had the position after move 17 here after knight g3, and you mentioned that it's Grünfeld, King's Indian, my first initial thought was that it was an f3 Grünfeld.
Same.
And black played knight c6. Yeah, that was the first impression. And why I'm bringing this up, because exactly in this moment after g4, the computer suggests the move b7, b5, which Magnus Carlsen has been playing in that f3 knight c6 line himself, I think against Levon, in very similar type of positions. And all these positions with the pawn on e6, without the f7 pawn and without the d pawn, they are very unbalanced. It was an interesting way of going b5. Of course, it's a completely different game. Just I wanted to highlight this momentum.
b5 is a lovely idea, and it's got two sort of sub-ideas. The first is to quickly get the bishop to b7, but also by warding off the pawn from c4. It's not so much... I mean, you have the Banco Gambit style a6, but you're also, in some cases, playing d6, d5, and you're loosening White's grip on the center. And oftentimes when d5 is played, it's just total pandemonium in the center. But I'm biased. I'm a King's Indian player. Still, I feel like black is often having a little bit more fun than white. And when white castles queenside, then the move a6 becomes, in many cases, very appealing because it opens up files that can enable black to develop long-term chances against white's king.
Yes, exactly. So this b5 was a very interesting momentum. In the game, however, we see b6, bishop g2, bishop b7, and like this, then white was able to, wow, rook h2, nice little prophylactic, defending the bishop on g2. I don't know exactly why this was so necessary, but it's a cute move. Queen c8, long castles, knight c5, queen c2, a5, knight e2, a4, knight g3, knight fd7, and this is the current position. A very typical double-edged position. What is your take on this position?
I'm not enthralled to the way that Elina is handling this, because obviously I think a3 is a move that black is likely to throw in at some point. And there is this idea of black plays a3 and then goes knight c5 to a6 to b4. And maybe Elina's preparing to bring the other knight to c5, so some sort of reshuffling like this. But it takes two to party. You know, white is not exactly going to stand idly by. And Coulon, I think, should just throw, start the fire on the king side with h4. Now, it should be pointed out that even if you give white a couple of moves, this is what I love about the King's Indian, it's actually very hard to deliver checkmate. h4, h5, h takes g6. But at that point, the move e4, e5 is going to be a massive threat, as is the more straightforward concept of doubling on the h file and infiltrating h7. But there we're in territory of like 5 moves, and black only needs, I think, 2 moves to generate her own counterplay on the queen side. So I'll say, objectively, I think white is better. I agree with the engine, but the King's Indian often just has magical powers of being able to complicate the scenario in any position.
Yeah, for sure. And also the reason why I think Elina is getting so much love and so much fans, because she is playing these very sharp positions from the white side, from the black side. Now in a situation when she only needs a draw, she is burning for a fight with the black pieces. This, of course, plays also in the hands of her opponent, yeah, because Claudia should be also very happy that instead of some solid cards but structure, we get some wild kings and then mutual long castle, short castle situation, and both sides having chances to attack. This usually helps the one who needs to win, because the person who needs to win has nothing to lose. But of course, if Elina gets her counterplay, and you mentioned this a3, b3, knight a6, knight b4 would come with a tempo, and white even has to react to that, because something like queen d2, then bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, knight takes a2 check would be a fork on the king on c1 and the queen on c3. So some little sidestepping king b1, then that's also one tempo that takes away from the attack. Very, very sharp position.
See, Peter, that's why I'm joking, but that's why Claudia played rook h2, so she could move the bishop from g2, and then the rook from h2 would defend the a2 pawn. Probably not why she played it, but I'm only half joking. Maybe we'll see. something like that. But Cologne is going to contemplate this ultra complicated position, and we will keep a close eye on this game. Let's go back to the open section and see how some of our top games are progressing. We started our investigation with Magnus Carlsen's game. We see the bird's eye view there. We can return to that game briefly, perhaps, Peter. Just quickly pointing out, bottom left, Anish, Giri, and Abasov will draw their game. We already see several results. Bakro and Yu Yanggi will go to tiebreaks, and Giri and Abasov will very likely go to tiebreaks as well. Riveting position, really fascinating, imbalanced. Yeah, maybe we should spend a couple hours analyzing Giri Abasov.
Yes. Well, I think we will get the chance tomorrow in the tiebreaks, and this is what happens. Yeah, if as a favorite you don't make good use of your white color, it's not like your opponent will play for a draw. No, not at all. It's simply that Anish Giri is so well prepared that how do you pose problems? Just very quickly to see what opening was it, to understand. Okay, so it was a classical Queen's Gambit.
Wow.
And,
very
and basically,
traditional.
Yeah, white did not need to take big risk because drew the first game with the black pieces. The tiebreak is very logical. It will be already Anish's second tiebreak, so it's also not such an easy ride for Anish.
Yeah, I think a solid call for Abasov. Yesterday's game was definitely fascinating. And speaking of fascinating, as early as move 4, we knew that Magnus Carlsen's game was going to be a complex tactical struggle. This is the current position. Ariantari has just castled kingside as his last move. And we were discussing, Peter, many positions with that pawn on f4. So white has indeed developed a clamp on the e5 square. What are black's assets? Well, black, of course, has the f5 square potentially for his knight. Black is not yet committed to a clear placement of his king. He's keeping it in the center for the time being. So there's several questions here. First of all, does black want to castle queenside? If so, how does he react to knight e5, which is a nasty idea targeting that bishop on f7? Or instead of castles queenside, maybe black wants to throw in bishop h5 first and trade that bishop for white's knight, loosening white's control over the d4 pawn. But I would very much hesitate to do that because the e6 pawn, as a result, would end up as a long-term weakness.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a very difficult situation to decide on. I do feel like Arian should be very happy. I mean, for the fact that it's a very critical position, it's a very sharp double H position. That's exactly what, and bishop h5 had been played. This long castle knight e5 was a very nice, nicely mentioned motive because black would love to take on e5 and make sure that this e5 square is problem solved. However, there's a double attack on the queen and on the bishop, so black is unable to do that. And then how long you can tolerate that monster knight on e5? That's why Magnus decides to go bishop h5. Tari immediately reacts with queen e1, stepping out of the pin, eyeing the h4 pawn. I'm not exactly sure if white wants to take that pawn because that would suddenly open up the rook on h8. But firstly, it's very important to get out of the pin and ask black the question, how you want to proceed.
Yeah, Aryan responding instantly without delay, or shall I say without tarrying. And queen e1 is a completely logical move. I think that in many situations, you want to take your time and double check, triple check, but, you know, he's already spent time. So I think he had this response premeditated. And now, of course, the h4 pawn is hanging, and that should not be forgotten about. But I feel like Magnus has bigger fish to fry, Peter. I think he's unlikely to make a decision based on the h4 pawn. He's unlikely to play h3 because every tempo is golden. Black is cramped, and he needs to get his pieces out and his king to safety. So if I had to guess on a move, I would say castles queenside. Maybe you can fianchetto your dark squared bishop with g6 and bishop g7, but I don't think he's going to be too concerned. He's not going to cry over the loss of the h-pawn.
Exactly. I mean, this is also very much Magnus style, yeah, that you give up the pawn, which isn't that important. It's much more important to get harmonious pieces. Bishop g7, eventually, you called it the d4 square, the d4 pawn is the weakness in white's camp. Eventually, black can even maybe try to break with some c6, c5, then the knight could eventually even get to c6, or maybe we see some transformation of structure with knight f5. That could be also a very interesting strategical idea. Just to highlight, for example, if white plays bishop e3, black plays, I don't know if do we need bishop g7 or even we wanted to highlight knight f5, let's just highlight knight f5. And if white takes on f5, we take e takes f5. And I'm not sure that we really feel that black is pawn done. We more feel that like, wow, come on, hang on. Bishop g7, rook h e8, pressure on the dark squares. This knight might be able to jump to e6 as well. Imagine white's knight would be on e5. It would be game over, but the knight is very far away. What is your take on this?
This looks great for black, honestly. I might even go so far as to prefer black in this position. I think Tigran Petrosian would probably go rook e8 and then stick a rook on e4. Of course, I'm half kidding, but I just wouldn't like to play with a bishop like this on e3, just a completely dead bishop. And you could say, well, what about the bishop on h5? But at least the bishop on h5 is supervising the situation on the king side. And later on, black's bishop could move to g4, and you could develop enduring play down the h file, whereas it is very hard for white to develop play on the other side of the board. So I think this would signal a successful transformation for Magnus, and we do see a move. And it is g6. So Magnus prioritizing the development of his bishop over the safety of his king, although his king is perfectly safe for the time being in the center, and we could reach this position several different ways.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, the move g6 already indicates that Magnus has this transformation in front of his eyes. It's a bit scary. I mean, if I would be white, I would try to forget about this pawn on h4 and think about how do I keep the control of the position. Yeah. So, for example, a move like knight e5 is there. I wouldn't be ruling it out. What is your take on a move like knight e5?
I think it's very interesting in light of black's previous move, because if knight takes e5, your idea, I imagine, is f takes e5, and either rook f6 or in some cases, if queen b4, there is even some tactics with the knight getting to either f6 or d6. Knight e4 is a possibility here. The engine confirms it. Wow, knight e4, queen takes d4, bishop e3 is not the path that black wants to go on. And if you, as you're showing, trade queens, then white makes the intermezzo knight f6 check. And with a knight like that, and with a knife like that, life is really worth living here for white. So I would rule this out for black, which means that you have to live and tolerate that knight on e5, Peter. I really like this move. I think it poses practical problems. Maybe Magnus can ignore it with bishop g7, but this is exactly the direction that Aryan should be thinking in.
Yes, I also, because we have like 3 lines running on our screens, at least on mine, and the computer was not suggesting knight e5, and I was thinking like, if I'm playing this position from the white side, I only think about knight e5. I just want to make sure that I land that knight. The bishop on g7 will not be so impressive anymore. And also, whenever black plays this knight f5 idea, of course not yet at this moment, or just to highlight that if in this moment, then for example, black is faced with the problem that he can't capture back with the e-pawn because his king on e8 is pinned. So then white just wins with knight take g6 and it's game over. So there are so many reasons for knight e5.
And just from a practical perspective, I think much easier to play than the position we looked at earlier with knight takes h4, which is why engine evals can be so misleading. I mean, the evaluation here is almost the same as after knight takes h4, but from the perspective of playing Magnus and posing practical problems, I think this is the direction that Ariantari should in fact take. Both sides a little bit under an hour, so obviously cannot really speak of time pressure yet, but this is the kind of game that I could totally see ultimately entering a time pressure phase, because there's going to be a lot of complicated decisions, even in the next 5 moves from both sides.
Yes, and actually now that we have been looking at this knight e5, I feel like I might have preferred the move or the long castles, just like inviting, please take on h4, and then we're going to go g6 and we get our team situation. And now, of course, after knight e5, black has so many other options. It was very valuable for black to have castled first. So I'm a little bit surprised by Magnus's choice of going g6 first, giving white the option of jumping in with the knight to e5.
Yeah, white's got knight e5, Of course, knight takes h4 will be on Ariantari's radar, and there are other ways of transforming the position. You can think, well, how do I maximize the potential of my bishop on c1? And given the placement of white's queen on e1, I'm looking at that b4 square, which could ultimately be garnered. You could play bishop d2, knight e2 as you're indicating, which is a good positional move, and then bishop b4. But Aryan, following the commentator's advice, never a great idea, but if you follow someone's advice, I'd rather it be yours, Peter, than mine. So knight e5 is on the board, and I think he's doing a good job of posing problems to the former world champion.
Yes, I also think so, and I feel like he knows Magnus very well. Yeah, he knows that no, Magnus is willing to give up this h4 pawn. He shouldn't be looking at it, keeping the pressure on, making sure that Magnus will not have an easy time, because after knight takes h4, bishop g7, and then going long castle, knight f5, Magnus basically can play the whole game in the bullet mode. Yeah, everything is so natural after knight e5. He will have to make some very tough decisions.
He will indeed, and we will await his choice of moves. I think bishop g7 is probably the likeliest. Definitely, I think he's going to leave that knight on e5 alone. Magnus still playing bullet mode, and bishop g7 is already on the board. So not taking knight takes e5 seriously at all. Typical Magnus, playing very practically, keeping time on his clock for later decisions.
Yeah, but okay, what I like in white's position that we can now play the move bishop e3. Also, it's a simple move, yeah, that we can play quite quickly. And black, again, has to make up his mind that, do you care about this pawn on h4 at some point? Do you push it to h3? That's a loss of a tempo. Do you play knight f5, and then you are willing to let bishop takes f5, e takes f5 structure happen when white gets this monster knight on e5, but black has the two bishops? I mean, many difficult strategical decisions. I believe after bishop g7, bishop e3, the game will slow down because it can't get going in a blitz mode.
Yeah, otherwise you're going to castle queenside here and walk into knight f7. That's probably what would happen in one of my bullet games. So rook f8 comes to mind as a candidate move, but then you've moved the rook away from the h file, and it increases the appeal, perhaps, of playing queen takes h4. So definitely on the same page here, Peter. I think the game is going to slow down, and white is very likely to play bishop b3 because it's the most non-committal and clearly improving move. You have to complete your development and toss the ball back into black's court.
Yeah, and I think now also we have a chance to move to another game. Let's get a update on Hikaru's game, on that slow Spanish which can heat up, and we have your c4. Yes, look at black's clock and look at that pawn on c4, which you asked me that what do I think about the idea of going c2, c4.
Yep, and he's played it. And I like Hikaru's position, I want to say, but I am also influenced a little bit by the clock situation. Black has gotten his knight to e6, so obviously there is a weakness on d4, and that is the main drawback of pushing that pawn to c4. But the knight on f3 is a steward, safely guarding that square. And is white intending c4, c5? Probably not. I'm trying to figure out what white's next move is. Hikaru's last move is rook b1. Could he be preparing to increase the pressure dial on the queen side with a4?
Well, I believe that in order to understand how did this happen, because when we last looked at it, the bishop was on e7, the knight was on c6, and I believe we should appreciate how nicely Benjamin has regrouped his pieces as well. After h3, bishop b7, we were highlighting that, yeah, there are these ideas of playing queen d7, knight d8, knight d6. This is exactly what happened.
Great
White
call.
played the move a3, knight d8, c4, exactly knight e6, knight c3, c6, and after bishop a2, bishop d8, another very nice high quality move by Benjamin. He's also regrouping that bishop. And b4, bishop b6, rook b1, and now it's black to move. So what is your take, knowing now that how did we reach this position? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think we're playing almost a cat and mouse game where the players are tossing the hot potato back and forth. And from that perspective, we might see Benjamin play a move like rook f8, maybe h6, kind of an amorphous move. In terms of active plans, Robert Hess would probably consider who has the pawn breaks. He often says the side that controls the pawn breaks controls the position. I don't think d65, Peter, is a feasible move at all. I cannot invent circumstances under which black supports the e5 pawn enough times to make d5 possible, let alone the fact that white can play e takes d5 and c5 and establish a passed pawn. Same goes for c6, c5, a little bit too crazy. White, on the other hand, does have the a4 pawn break, which increases the pressure on the b5 pawn. But even after white plays a4, the pawn on b5 is not under attack, so black can continue improving his position. I think we're likely to see the move a4, and black is likely to make these slow improving moves like rook fe8 and h6. At the same time, I know the engine is giving white a slight advantage. Peter, why do you think that might be? And do you think my assessment was halfway accurate?
Yeah, I think so. That also what you mentioned about our good friend Robert. I mean, that's a very good call. Yeah, that white actually has this c4, c5 idea, and black has to constantly think about how to react to it, how dangerous it is. For example, okay, the most natural move to my eyes here is from the black side h6. White's last move also rook a1 to b1 indicated that there are no direct extra ideas from white side. I don't believe that just because rook b1 had been played, now the move c4, c5 is so much stronger than one move ago. I might be mistaken because it's a very complicated position, but my gut feeling tells me something like this. And then next move, we're definitely going to go rook fe8. It all comes down that when this c4, c5 will be a threat. If it's not a threat, then I wouldn't be afraid.
There's also the idea of knight f3 to h4 to f5 playing on the king side. But of course, if you play knight h4, you have to have a response ready for knight t4, as you're indicating. And if you do play c5 here, then black has an important choice between d takes c5 and keeping the tension with bishop c7. I feel like Hikaru is largely playing intuitively here, and I think he is playing for the clock. I mean, I'm getting very concerned. It's move 16. Again, it's a real Lopez. Direct contact between the forces has not been really reached yet. When it is reached, black is just not going to have enough time to figure out the complications. Am I exaggerating the effect of the clock here, Peter, or do you think it might actually become a problem for Gladura?
I think it might become a problem, and somehow I also feel like the reason he's spending so much time is because he plays against Hikaru. I don't think that against anyone else, he would be double, triple checking all the time his moves, because what he has played, queen d7, knight d8, knight e6, c6, bishop d8, bishop b6, yeah, the last 5-6 moves showed very high and deep understanding of these positions. But he has spent almost an hour on it. And now the big question is, if he has to calculate h6, c5, then let us just go back one move and understand why computer was already saying that c5 here was an option.
DC?
DC, knight takes e5. Okay, queen moves away, for example, to, I don't know, e7. Yeah, maybe e7 is more natural.
Sure.
And I don't see the follow-up. Yeah, I don't think that humanly it's really visible why this is so important for white.
Totally. Black seems to be very compact and nicely positioned in the center, and a great example of, not just blindly following the computer, but understanding that, Nakamura would rather keep the tension and wait for black to put his cards on the table, especially because he sees that Benjamin is spending this much time. I think it isn't in Hikaru's best interest to force anything. He's making these open-ended moves and just waiting for Benjamin to eat himself alive on the clock. He's up 50 minutes. And Benjamin just has to go for it. H6, rook fe8. It is the Hikaru effect in action right now, Peter. And we will keep a close eye because Benjamin is about to start moving a lot faster. But in the meantime, folks, we have one look there at the playing hall of the young Hungarian Grandmaster, who has the very unenviable task of having to hold Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces in Game 2. Before we go on our second break of the day, we wanted to remind you of an event called Untitled Tuesday. Now, you've heard of Title Tuesday unless you've been living under a rock, the weekly Blitz event for title players like Hikaru, Magnus, and other Super GM regulars. But now, get ready for Untitled Tuesday. You heard that right. We're bringing Title Tuesday to you. Put your Blitz skills to the test and see how you fare. Anyone, yes, anyone is eligible to play in weekly Untitled Tuesday tournaments. Use !untitled, one word, ! untitled in chat to find out how to join. And with that, folks, we are going to go on a break, and we'll be back with more 2023 World Cup action on the other side.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
And Fausti beats the two pieces with the rook.
Aaron made a huge investment, giving up his queen for two rooks.
Black pawns are still quite fast. I literally have no idea what's going on. Oh no, he's about to lose on time.
Will you resign now? Oh, Patrick still doesn't resign. Patrick, please.
.309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion. a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Okay, here we are back at the 2023 FIDE World Cup, live from Baku, Azerbaijan. You can see the playing hall there, and the players milling about the very spacious playing hall. Plenty of space for each board. Always good to see. And plenty of interesting games to choose from as the round approaches its second hour. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, Grandmaster Peter Leko, bringing coverage of today's scintillating second game of the third round. Okay, we have a small piece of news to our chagrin, and just to clarify, this was not our fault. There was nothing that could be done. Unfortunately, there was a clerical error in the transmission. The game we thought was Svidler Van Forest was, in fact, Navarra against Pragnananda, that crazy Italian with g4 and h5. It belongs to the game Navarra Pragnananda. We will look at Peter Svidler's position, but it is quite a bit quieter, Peter.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the situation is the same. David Navarro has to win, so it's understandable that he goes for such an incredible razor-sharp position. I'm trying to make sense to the position. I mean, look at this. There are some kind of bishop takes d4 possibilities because the last move had been c takes d4 by white. So basically, black had a chance to capture bishop takes d4 check. It's a big check. The rook is also hanging. However, we have to highlight that after bishop takes d4, probably the move bishop f2 would have been played, and bishop takes a1 is definitely not something that white is worried of, because the dark squares are so important. Queen takes a1, and then just imagine this bishop landing on f6 or d4. Exactly.
What a disaster. f5, f6 is also a nasty idea because it cuts off the knight's escape to g6. Ugh.
However, after bishop f2, clearly black can just trade on f2. So I'm in fact not even sure if white would have reacted with bishop f2, or would he have just moved the king to h1. I believe that maybe king h1 is the more human move.
And perhaps now black can move the knight away from h4 and instead replace the knight with a pawn. Wow, what crazy complications here. Of course, white can still play f5 and f6 and drive that pawn down, but somehow I'm getting the sense in this particular position that white is losing the thread a little bit, shall we say?
Yeah, and we have to get back to that position where we left, and after h5 we were expecting that Jordan will be very well prepared and he will play the move h4, g4 and knight h2. However, it's not Jordan. It's a different game, and David opted for knight e1. I'm not exactly sure that white has time for this move. Knight e1, knight g6, d4, knight takes h4, f4. f4 did happen, but now with this e takes d4 option, c takes d4, c6 on the board, things are completely out of control.
And Prague has just been in such incredible form. He won a sparkling positional game yesterday, And you made a point that stuck with me, Peter, which is just how universally Prague has, first of all, plays in general, but particularly this tournament. He's had all sorts of games, that brilliant tactical affair against Maxime Lagarde. Then yesterday, he plays an endgame Karpov style. Today, he's got a wild tactical position, and okay, it's way too early to make conclusions, but he seems to be handling this just as well as he handles any other type of position. Prague is just a beast.
Exactly. I mean, I think originally he had been a very dynamic player, and I think recently, I mean, in the last 1-2 years, he made a giant step forward in all the strategical situations. Also, his openings got so much better. I mean, one can see that he lives in chess. I believe he works on chess non-stop. His chess has improved. His openings have improved. His results are improving. And I already mentioned when we discussed with Tanya about all the young prodigies in India that the Gukesh effect, that Gukesh reached the top 10 and he entered and he is over 2750, will give all the energy and all the motivation to the other youngsters like Prague to also climbing. If Gukesh has done it, then I can do it as well. I see them getting a lot of strength from Gukesh's results as well.
You're absolutely right. There's a symbiotic component to the growth of the Indian prodigies. Yes, they are competing with each other, of course, but the rivalry is not bitter. And I agree, they're taking inspiration from each other. They're training together. And I can confirm that. They are friends, they are training partners, and they are cheering each other on. And that is exactly what you want out of the new crop of generational young talent. Okay, c6, the last move in the game. Perhaps we could leave David Navarra to contemplate where to move his bishop and whether or not to take on c6 before departing from d5. Another game I was curious about is Fabiano Caruana's black game against Mustafa Yilmaz, to see how he has been recovering from yesterday's devastating result. Okay, we have some sort of a... hard to say exactly which opening this came from. It was apparently a Queen's Indian. What do we make of this? There's a nice knight on e5, but white's king side is damaged.
Yes, it's this double-edged pawn structure. I do remember that Fabi has opted for the same opening against Gabriel Sargsyan in the Olympiad. And actually, that ended with a bitter defeat for Fabi. So it's interesting to see that in such an important game, he's ready to bring this opening back, despite the negative experience there. However, it's also kind of giving option for black to fight. Yeah, and this, I think, the will to get some chances is the reason why Fabi actually opted for this. Just very quickly, I want to understand what we are talking about. Yeah, this is a very fashionable Queen's Indian line leading to complex middle game structures. I have been playing this as well with black. Knight b7, knight e5, bishop b7. I mean, all fairly standard. Rook c2. It might look like a very strange move, but it's a key idea. White wants to regroup the pieces. Bishop c1, bishop b2 to get perfect harmony of the situation. Black continued with h6, the typical move. Bishop f4, knight f8. The knight is first getting to e6. White anyway gets back to his main idea, bishop c1, knight e6, and this is how we were reaching this position.
Ooh. Queen
the
a1.
Queen exactly. I mean, that move, if you would have asked me to suggest a move, it would have not crossed my mind for sure.
I mean, to me, it seems like a very straightforward provocation is what this move is, right? He's moving away from a1, kind of setting the mousetrap and increasing the appeal of knight takes f4. And you know, it's like the old story about Tigran Petrosian. You know, his second comes up to him and said, Tigran, you know, I've got bad news. Your next opponent is playing the King's Indian. And Petrosian says, he's playing the King's Indian. I'm not going to disturb him from that. Let him play the King's Indian. So Fabi says, listen, you want me to take on f4? I'll take on f4. How about that? White's burned 2 tempi, shuttling the queen from a1 to d1. And in those 2 tempi, black has gained control of some very important light squares, Peter. Not only the c8, h3 diagonal with queen f5 is a possibility, but also the possibility of bishop a6. We're on the same page. And I feel like that light square control is going to make it a little bit difficult for white to operate. Black is kind of playing around the knight on e5. It's like an iceberg in the middle of the ocean, but black is using the light squares as kind of an alternate language of communication between his pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And also we see what a lovely multi-purpose move Queen C8 have been, the last move of Fabi, because it takes control of this very important diagonal. The queen can be activated to f5. Also, it protects the c6 pawn, which can be very handy if black is interested in activating the bishop with bishop a6. Wow, it's a sharp, complex position. Probably this is exactly what Fabi was looking forward by opting and going for the Queen's Indian.
Nothing better than a position like this to help you forget the pain of what you went through yesterday. He doesn't want this to go into a rapid tiebreak because that's more time that he will spend mulling over how this match, in fact, could have ended had he captured on c6 yesterday. But I like black's position. If I had to pick a side here, because of this queen f5 idea, I definitely think that Fabi's got the easier play. Is c6, c5 ever an idea here, or does black want to keep this pawn strictly on c6?
I mean, it's always hanging in the air, but you never know when do you want to push it. Yeah, because once you play c6, c5, you determine the structure, and it will be also easier for the opponent to react. At the moment, the position is slightly mysterious. The reason why I'm also liking the move queen f5, that usually against queen f5, I think that queen f3, bishop h3 would be a very thematic reaction. However, at this moment, the awkward place rook on c2 is hanging. So after queen f5, white isn't able to react with the natural queen f3 due to the hanging rook on c2. And this, this was a mouse slip. Queen f5, we have to highlight that a thematic queen trade with queen d3 runs into rook takes e5 tactics.
Very important. That's a great point. And Fabi is taking his time. Obviously, queen f5, not the only move, but I definitely think it's the most flexible. And it's also one of the least committal because you know that the queen on f5 is going to be excellently placed, aiming at the rook on c2 and creating more strain on white's position. So looks pretty good here in the early going for Fabiano Caruana, both on the board and also on the clock. Mustafa with 34 minutes, and the position is definitely not getting any less complex.
Yeah, I think at the moment Fabi should be very happy with the situation, but of course it's just the beginning. It's a complex middle game. Black has solved all his problems, got some interesting options, but still all to play for.
Absolutely. Okay, we can leave Fabi to contemplate this critical moment and keep traveling around the horn and looking at more top games. Okay, so what catches your eye? We have that Wang Hao David Howell game, which I don't know how long we'll be spending on this board.
Yes, I think they made our choice easy because, okay, we have to say that white is maybe tiny bit better, but black is rock solid. I'm expecting a draw here and a big tiebreak. We will be covering this match, I believe, tomorrow.
Yeah.
all the way to the blitz. That's my guess.
I totally can see how this match could just... I don't think they're going to keep alternating wins, but I can totally see how they could keep alternating draws. These are two of the most solid players in the entire World Cup.
Yeah, that's for sure. I want to bring up the Farm Forest Svidler game just because...
the actual one.
the correct one. And this is a completely different position. It's a very solid affair. Maybe that was kind of... No. Here is the catch. Here is the big surprise. I'm already on move 1. After d4, Peter Svidler said, no Grunfeld today, not against Jordan. I'm going to play something solid. Would you have believed that this could happen?
Peter Svidler in a critical game does not play the Grunfeld. Pretty hard to believe. But, man, after yesterday's game, I feel like Peter Svidler is just a new man. He is something else, and he plays the Chebanenko Slav instead. Whoa. Jordan with a 4th rank pawn expansion. Okay, the sides developing their pieces. Peter fianchettoing the bishop on g7. I know Gatakomsky really likes to play the Slav with the fianchettoed bishop. So there is a bit of Grunfeld influence, but it should be noted, I think, that this is a very, very different position than what you would get in a standard Grunfeld. This is a lot more a Slav than a Grunfeld.
Yes, actually, it reminds me of anti-Grunfeld. So, for example, if white plays d4, knight f6, knight f3. Oops, this is a mouse slip. My mouse is too active. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Yes, knight f3, g6, knight bd2. It's a typical way of provoking d5 from a Grunfeld player and then going b4, and bishop g7, bishop b2, followed by e3. We could be getting very much the similar position. And now they got the same position similar position from a completely different move order. But this was the first guess. If I see this position and you tell me this is Jordan versus Swidler, I would have almost bet the house on it that it featured that exact move order.
Yeah, you'd say it's Pragnananda against Navarra, but in fact, I would say the Italian position is a lot more likely than this one. And yet, this is what we have. So the knights get traded on e4. Okay, it feels like white should be slightly better here, but Peter really clarifying the structure, taking on c4 and playing e5, which I think is a very positive transformation for black. Rook e1, keeping the tension, and rather than playing pawn e4, he sticks a bishop on e4, which I think he wants to play bishop d5 and neutralize white's most active piece.
Yeah, it's a slightly mysterious move, this bishop f5 to e4, but he's also maybe eyeing somewhere some queen g5. That could also be the idea behind bishop e4, or maybe just continuing rook e8 and passing the move to white that please show me what you got. Whenever white plays the move f3, then black will happily fall back with the bishop to d5. That should be absolutely nice.
It's hard for white to figure out a clear plan of improving his position. Of course, d5 here is impossible on account of knight d7 to b6, hitting the bishop, hitting the d5 pawn. I don't know, knight c5 comes to mind, but also nothing special. Black just takes and can go queen g5 and quickly bring the rook to d8. I'm really optimistic here about Peter's chances of holding this position, because all he needs is a draw, of course.
Exactly. I have exactly the same thoughts. Like, this is first of all not Jordan's position. He doesn't have much experience with all these structures. Swidler is very much in his Grunfeld type of position. This is not a Slav at all, with bishop g7 and with the break e7, e5 in. I don't really see Jordan equalizing the scores in this situation, but you never know. It's still too early to call, but Peter is clearly the favorite.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when the engine's second suggestion is queen g4, knight f6, and then queen back to d1. And this is a glitch that you sometimes experience with Stockfish, where they will, Stockfish will sometimes suggest a repetition and only then give a different move. But even its top suggestion, a5, okay, I think it's clear why that move is played, to cover the b6 square and create a dark square bind on the queen side, but it's just not, it lacks a lot of the luster that you would want from a move in a position like this, and it gives Peter time to improve his position with rook e8 or queen e7. Jordan forcing things with knight d2, but if bishop d5 happens, and then you trade on d5 and you trade on e5, maybe white has the tiniest of tiny advantages because of the d5 pawn, but I just don't see Peter losing a position that's that simple to play.
Exactly. There is nothing to be afraid of. I'm also not a fan of isolated pawns, but exactly in this construction, I don't feel any danger whatsoever. D takes e5, we can even take with the bishop. We can even trade the bishops. And also these pawns, b4, a4 pawns, they are slightly vulnerable. The knight is not yet controlling the important vital d4 square. Black has a lot of dynamics, very fast counterplay. Perfectly fine position.
Completely agree. I'm curious what Jordan has in mind against bishop d5, but maybe it's e4. Again, things start getting traded in the center, and Jordan Van Forest's World Cup journey, unless the game really turns around in the next 10 moves, might be coming to an end. We'll keep an eye as Peter Swidler tries to hold his own with the black pieces here and advance to the next round. Where to next? Do we go back to Magnus's game? We've got a couple of developments in that game. We just had bishop takes e5, and that knight has finally been eliminated from the center.
Yeah, that got eliminated, and in a nice fashion. Actually, this is an untypical idea of giving up the dark square bishop for a knight, but it's a deep idea. I believe it's a very deep concept. We just have to understand what happened here. Only 2 moves happened since we left, so the players really slowed down knight e5, bishop g7, and we spoke about that somehow bishop e3 would be more natural, and against knight f5 to capture with the bishop on f5. I believe that this was somehow the soul of the position. It more demanded this kind of reaction than the one that we saw in the game, because bishop d2, knight f5, and now after knight a4, Magnus takes on e5, f takes e5, falls back with the queen to e7, and says that, you know what, you would love to play bishop b4, but the g5 pawn is hanging. Now the d4 pawn is hanging. I have no bad pieces at all. This bishop on h5 is a monster as well. I'm liking Magnus' position.
It's like Magnus had his cake and now eats it too. It's like he's gotten rid of his dark squared bishop. He hasn't even lost the h4 pawn. Somehow, White's not activating his bishop. So it's almost like in the last 3 moves, Magnus has checked 3 or 4 items off his to-do list, and White has just kind of not done a lot. Also, it should be pointed out that d4 is hanging, and if White plays c3, then the knight on a4 is stranded, and Black will play b5 and force White to give away a very important pawn with knight to c5. So is it an exaggeration to say that the tide is quickly turning in Black's favor, and let alone the fact that White has to win this game? If White has to play the move bishop takes f5, I don't really see Magnus losing that position. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, basically, if someone, then only Black can be better. It's a very sad choice. However, it might be forced. Yeah, this c3 b5 is a huge problem. We can't give up the d4 pawn. The g5 pawn is unfortunately weak, so we don't have this bishop b4 move, which would be the thematic move. If White could play the move bishop b4 and force that queen away somewhere, then all of White's play would have made a lot of sense. But this is impossible at the moment. And yeah, bishop takes f5. Oops. Bishop takes f5. G takes f5. I'm also eventually seeing some break with b6, c5. Also, the knight could potentially land on g6 after knight f8, knight g6 maneuver. I mean, Black is playing on all instruments here.
Very nice. And of course, queen takes h4. I wouldn't even calculate this. If I was Tari, you're going to get massacred down the h file, castle's queenside, or even your idea, knight f8, knight g6 looks really pretty because it chases away the queen and protects the rook on h8, which means the queen will have to leave the h file, and bishop g4, rook h3. Man, those light squares are just sizzling on the king side. Magnus, just doing Magnus things here.
Exactly. I mean, just in 2-3 moves, he completely outplayed Tari, who was also faced with the critical situation. He needs to win the game, yeah? So he's trying to look for chances, but Magnus very nicely somehow managed to neutralize all of White's ideas.
Very true. And Aryan Tari, I think it's, given the match situation, not an exaggeration to say that he is in serious trouble here. He needs to find some way to breathe new life into the position, unbalance things. Maybe queen f2 is what he needs, but that puts the queen on an open f file, and Black is only 2 moves away from bringing the queen's rook onto f8 and creating devastating threats against the queen and against the d4 pawn. So Aryan Tari, he's a great player, but when you face an on-form Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup, sometimes things just don't go your way.
Yeah, it's... I mean, for example, after queen f2, the move short castle comes to mind, because we are again very happy to sacrifice this pawn. Rook f5, queen takes h4. We don't feel like we are pawn down. We feel like we are a piece up, because the bishop on h5 is so much superior to the colleague on d2.
Rook af8, and you're never going to break down that blockade on the light squares. It's going to survive a nuclear blast.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I mean, okay, are in a very difficult spot. He will be spending a lot of time because he understands that bishop takes e5 is basically a no-go for him, but what to do? I mean, he has to look for some desperate measures, but I don't see them.
I don't see them either, and we're going to leave him to look for those desperate measures. I was also really curious to check into the MVL game, but I'll give you the final say, Peter. I feel like I've been imposing with my game choices, but I saw that Queen F5 was disapproved of by the computer. That was MVL's last move. This is, of course, the Rui Lopez game, in which we had the crazy theoretical line where white gives up the exchange for several pawns. And what do we make of the current position? Bishop takes d4 has just been played by Sindarov.
Yeah, he takes the pawn. I mean, basically, after bishop a7 was the big question how white reacts. And MVL opted for the solid way of bringing the knight into play. Knight d to c5, knight f3 played, cd4, cd4, rook e8. And okay, computer is criticizing some choices, but okay, of course, the players can't play so precisely like a computer in such a crazy position. Queen f5, bishop takes d4, and knight g5, h6 on the board.
Whoa,
wow.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Fearless.
Wow.
Oh, so queen takes f7 looks very unappealing. King h8, and you're stuck with just the move knight f3, which is a clear sign that white's initiative has fizzled out. The juicier check is on h7, queen h7, king f8. If only you had a pawn on b3, maybe you can furtively shift it from b2 to b3, pretending that nothing has happened.
Yeah, just shadowing. Yeah, shadowing the pawn, yes?
Whoops. Yeah, yes. But you can play bishop d2, Peter. Bishop d2 probably is the only way to keep the attack going.
With idea bishop b4 check, so it would be thematic to go some queen b6. I guess queen b6.
Oh my gosh. Knight f3? Because at this point, you do not want to give the check on h8. I think a lot of newer players forget about this. You're helping the king get into the center where it's a lot safer than it is on f8. Yeah, king d7 and the attack fizzles out, you lose all of your pieces.
Yes. I mean, this bishop on d4 keeps everything guarded. The key g7 pawn. So, wow, actually, knight g5, h6, I'm even getting a bit worried for MVL because probably he has to give this queen h7 check. But after king f8, bishop d2, queen b6, it looks like if white needs to retreat with the knight to f3, then isn't black slowly taking over? For example, but okay, it's good that white has this queen h8 check at his disposal. Also, black has to watch out for bishop b4 check all the time.
Yeah, there's a weird position which occurs if black takes on b2 and white plays rook b1. Then the problem is that you can take on a6 with check, and it looks like black is out of the woods, but let's not forget about our old friend, the bishop b4 idea. And if black plays bishop a3, which seemed reasonable to me, it leaves the g7 pawn unsupervised. So white can check on h8 and take on g7, and then suddenly it feels like white is the one who's not risking. So apparently, the only way to preserve an initiative is this very difficult move, f5. Hinges on the fact that the bishop on b2 is untouchable, but that's just such a hard move to come. Once it's played, I think it makes a lot of sense. You're opening up real estate for the king. You're taking the sting out of queen h8, and you're saying, come, queen, get out of h7. After queen f5, bishop f6, finally, it seems like black is stabilized. But man, is this move hard to come up with from a distance.
Yes, it's so difficult to find. Yeah, computers are brutally strong. They don't fear anything. Well, but now after h6, the current position, MVL is thinking the clock situation is more or less even. I mean, one thing we have to mention about Sindarov, that I think he's famous for being very strong in double H crazy positions. This is very much his style. He likes to get the initiative. I believe he was the one who in the Sochi World Cup shocked Alireza Firuza. And back then Sindarov was just like 15 or 16 years old, knocking out Alireza. So yes, he has quite some record in the World Cups already.
Great point. And I think he was put on a lot of chess fans' radar, as were the other Uzbek prodigies in the Olympiad, when he was part of that, at this point, storied winning team alongside Norbek Abdusatorov and Norbek Yakuboyev and also Jahongir Vakhitov. So Sindarov was a key cog in that machine. such an enterprising player and part of this scintillating crop of Uzbek talent, Peter, that has taken the chess world by storm.
Yeah, that performance at the Olympiad was just sensational. I mean, it was unbelievable to witness day after day. We were commentating with Peter Svidler at the Olympiad, and we were, I mean, I don't know if we, but I was kind of expecting that it's just impossible, you know, that they can keep on this level for like 11 rounds. It looked impossible, but they did it. So very big congratulations for them.
Congratulations indeed. And Sindarov with more fantastic opening preparation, really putting MVL under the gun. And it's such an unsettling feeling that you might lose with white. That just never enters into your plans as the higher rated player. But we've seen it in this tournament already. The biggest example, Shakar Mamedyarov, who got a little bit too casual with the white pieces against Tin Jinyao and lost in the previous round with the white pieces. MVL has to tread very carefully, and he's doing just that. Knight f3 is already on the board.
Yeah, we were praising Sindel in crazy positions. We also have to say, but I think it's not a surprise. Yeah, everybody knows that MVL is an incredible tactician, a fantastic player in sharp positions. That's why I was highlighting it from Sindelov's side, because that's probably kind of a new information.
Absolutely. And this is a critical moment. We will see if Sindarov plays queen b6. It's not the only move. Queen d6 is also possible, maybe even safer, to keep that diagonal under control. Really, really interesting game, and we'll keep a close eye on it. I think we will go on a break, but first, I think we should look at one more game. Perhaps Hikaru's game, perhaps a game we haven't looked at yet. We, of course, were pretty terrified of the clock situation faced by Hikaru's opponent, Benjamin Gladura. Let's see if he's been able to negotiate that clock situation successfully. And the knights are off the board. So there was a trade that happened on d4. But this is looking really pleasant for Hikaru, isn't it?
Yeah, just at the moment when we went on break, the move knight d4 was played, and I felt like, no, this is a mistake. First of all, the reason is that black has played knight c6, knight d8, knight e6. So basically already 3 moves with the knight, and then makes another 4th move to trade the knight, which has just developed on f3. And besides, not only this, but the knight on e6 is a lovely piece. Why do you trade that? And not only this, but after knight takes d4, bishop d4, Hikaru finally gets a clear plan of bringing his knight to g3, the desired square, which gives them tremendous attacking possibilities for white. Knight is landing on g3, so any kind of queen f3, knight f5, and we can already imagine some storm against black's king.
I think it's very unsettling when you have that knight on g3 and the queen has a pathway to g4. So Gladura is trying to complicate the game on the other side of the board to take Hikaru's attention away from the king side. But my question would be, can Hikaru go knight f5 anyway and stir up some crazy complications? Because on demand, he can play the move c takes b5 and open up his light squared bishop, which should not be forgotten about. So for instance, a takes b4, you by no means have to recapture on b4. You can take on b5. And what's going on here? I think your guess is as good as mine, but Gladura will have only 21 minutes to make that guess. BC.
Yeah, okay. Let me take on a3. BC, okay, I have to recapture.
I have to move my bishop from a2, probably to c4, with the threat of bishop takes b4. This is unpleasant.
And this knight very unpleasant, I mean, because white combines the play against the king and also targets the misfortuned place pieces on the queen side. No, this whenever the knight lands on f5 and you can't kick it away with g6, and with the bishop on b6 you can't, then this is getting completely out of control.
There's a cute line, if we could just continue the line really quickly. Bishop c5, taking the sting out of bishop takes b4, and after the trade on b4, if I understand this correctly, black has the move d5, but white has this really sick maneuver, queen c1. And out of nowhere, the queen travels. It hits a3, it travels to g5, and there you go. That is the benefit of having the knight on f5. I think queen c1 is a crucial resource here for white.
Yes, this is a lovely move. It's a dream to play such move and to calculate it already, because definitely it's a force and very principled line. You have to spot it, and then you are very happy.
Indeed you are. The rook has to move. The queen moves into g5, and white is knocking on the door of victory. Like, this is how close Hikaru Nakamura is. He is one black mistake away from developing a potentially devastating initiative on the king side, and plenty of time to figure all of this out. Of course, knight f5, not the only move. The engine is even indicating c5, Peter, but I personally don't feel like that's a very human move.
Yeah, I think that nobody will even consider the move c5 because the knight from f3 was traded. Yeah, there is no point on hitting on e5 for a human brain. This brings absolutely no benefit. The knight should land on f5, of course. Oh, sorry, the pawn is on a5 already. And I'm somehow not understanding the situation because rook b1 happened. Benjamin was way behind on the clock. White threatens absolutely nothing. So it would be so natural just to make a move like h6, rook f8, and then let's wait what Hikaru gonna play and then take it from there. But he did spend a lot of time and invited trouble for himself with the move knight d4.
Yeah, invited trouble is a great phrase because it literally lets the knight from c3 travel with tempo to g3. And Hikaru has just played the move bishop g5, which is a totally sensible alternative to what we were looking at, hitting the knight on f6 and maybe forcing the passive bishop d8. Well, we will keep an eye on this game and we will return to it. But first, we are going to go on another short break. Folks, you are watching round 3, game 2 of the 2023 World Cup, and we will let Benjamin Glidura contemplate his difficult position, and we will return with more World Cup action in just a couple of minutes.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
a look at the playing hall at the 2023 FIDE World Cup in the capital of Azerbaijan, Baku. And a nice view of the players and also the spectators, arbiters circling the playing hall, but behind the barrier, the spectators watching eagerly the action as it unfolds. That's a pretty big crowd right there, standing over the playing hall. I don't know if it's spectators, if it's likely to be coaches or part of the entourage of some of the players, but whoever they are, as if the players needed any more pressure than they're already experiencing. We are about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the second match game of the third round of the World Cup. This, of course, will decide, in many cases, who moves on, who will have to play again tomorrow in the event of a tie, and who will be booking their tickets back home to their country of origin. Let's take a look at some of the games in the ladies section. We wanted to start with a position that is absolutely crazy. Of course, we typically do have a knight on a8 and a knight on a1. That often only means one thing, Peter, which is mutually assured destruction on the queen side, both sides capturing each other's rooks. But the more I look at this, the more it strikes me that white is just losing. This is Irina Krush against Polina Shuvalova, by the way.
Yes, exactly. It's very scary for white. Simply the fact that white's king is in a danger as well. Yeah, luckily, of course, that the knight will jump back to b6. It will cover the c8 square, because otherwise even the king moves and some rook c8 check would eventually even lead to checkmate. But I'm still not seeing that white will have enough time to develop all her pieces.
So how is the game likely to unfold? I think king e7 is likely, hitting the knight on a8. But the bigger idea is to guarantee the d8 square for black's rook. So after knight b3 check king c2, you could improve the positioning of your rook with rook d8, and black is very close to delivering checkmate. I feel like there must be certain mating ideas, but black could also play this very positionally, right? You could play, after the bishop moves from f1, you could deliver a check on d4, and that is a very important resource. White is suddenly busted because e2 hangs, you have to take, and the critical detail, you have no rook d1. You have no rook d1, but not because of bishop b3 check, actually, because then white takes on b3 and takes on b4. It's actually because of the simple rook takes d1, and black just wins this positionally, bishop b3 and bishop c5, and the knight is trapped.
Yes. The knight is trapped, the pawns are falling, everything. Wow, this is a great line. Yeah, what a line for black. And
so
we have to. Can we get any information? What happened in the first game?
Yeah, we'll get that information for you because that determines so much. I'm afraid that Irina Krush didn't win with black.
Yes,
that first game was a draw.
Yes. Wow, then she's facing elimination here. She needs a miracle.
Yeah, there's a particular kind of pain, Peter, I think, to losing with white because you're so hopeful when you hold with black. It's such a good occasion. Okay, I can breathe. I can play with little risk. It's never in anybody's plans to get a position like this after 18 moves with the white pieces.
Yeah, basically it was some very bad judgment or very bad miscalculation. King e7 had been played. Okay, it was also the most natural. The big question after knight b6, that will black spot this quiet knight b3 check rook d8? Because maybe with black you are also so much thinking about some knockout punch already. You want to do something, but the key move was after all this quiet rook d8.
Yeah, setting up knight d4 check and bringing under control critical dark squares along the d file. Of course, you can start with knight b3, and we didn't have to wait long, Peter. Rook d8 is already on the board. I think Polina sees the winning path, and she is not procrastinating a second longer than she needs to.
Exactly. Also, Irina is down on the clock. She feels the time pressure. And you have to, yeah, no, this is basically hopeless. Yeah, the problem also that finally the very simple method, yeah, that black doesn't need any extra brilliancy, just the most straightforward, simple moves lead to a winning position.
Yeah, it's always a very debilitating sensation when there's just no hope. You have no time. Your opponent has plenty of time, and you know in just your opponent's body language and speed of play that they see the correct path. Okay, we will update you on this result when it comes in, but Irina Crush's chances seem almost equivalent to 0. Knight is going to come out to b3 and then jump over to d4. Shall we have a look at some of the other top games in the women's section?
Yes, definitely. I mean, Yu and June had this very interesting double-edged position. What's her update? Well, everything went along the lines we kind of discussed. Yeah, that Black will develop with b6, bishop b7. It happened. You also mentioned that eventually Black can drive the knight away from d4 with a timely c7, c5. What is your fresh take on this position?
Wow, my intuition is coming up empty. I originally was a big fan of White's position, the bishop pair, the nice central control, but I'm also starting to pay attention to some other factors. The pawn on a4 is a long-term weakness. So bishop c6 would induce the passive bishop c2. Then I think Black has a very clear plan. Yeah, we are on the same page. Doubling on the e-file, and White doesn't have the move queen e2 because the queen has to babysit the pawn on a4. I actually am pretty partial to Black's position. I don't think Black is better objectively, but Jun might have to contort herself in order to keep a4 and e4 protected here.
Yes, it's a scary position from White's side, because if you don't have a plan, yeah, and this is the worst thing in chess, yeah, when it's a strategical battle, there are no concrete lines, no forced lines to calculate, then you so much want to understand what you're going to do with the position. And right now it's so much easier for us also that, okay, we just looked at the position 5 seconds and it's obvious that bishop c6, rook e7, rook e8, also moves are wonderful. And from the White side, we don't know exactly what to do.
Yeah, and Black has a lot of exciting ideas on top of, these obvious moves. There's queen d7 to g4, which, when the moment is right, could force the queens off the board and make it even more difficult for White to defend the many weaknesses in her position. But I fully expect bishop c6. That's a pretty non-committal move. So it's the kind of move that, you would want to throw in and then think, right? You kick the can down the road, but for the time being, you pick the low-hanging fruit. And then, once all the improvements are made, then you make the more substantive decisions.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the second game. If something goes badly for White, that would mean that Jun is eliminated. So yes, she has to be very focused. I mean, I don't think that she's enjoying her situation right now. At the beginning, it looked like, wow, White has the initiative, everything is promising and so on. And finally, what do we get here? Black stopped all White's ideas, nothing concrete is happening, and the strategical problems that we highlighted at the beginning, that in long terms, it can be a tricky position for White.
Yeah, I mean, Black has progressed and improved, and White is stuck in the 19th century. White just hasn't done anything with that center, and you cannot live off the fat of a bishop pair and a nice pawn center forever. Eventually, you have to transform your initiative into something more tangible. That hasn't happened, and Black has been able to coordinate her pieces very successfully. So good stuff here from IM Fatalieva, who will try to deliver a shock upset to the newly minted women's world champion. Now, another game that I wanted to look at, if possible, before we move back to the open section, is that Eline Ruber's Claudia Cologne slugfest, which is turning into even more of a slugfest after Eline Ruber's sacrifices. What exactly does she sacrifice? An exchange.
Yeah, well, I think that such exchanges we are happy to sacrifice. We are getting access to the b2 square. That's the most important. Also, the e4 pawn is vulnerable. The big question is, will White be able to block the long diagonal with a timely bishop d4 or not?
Yeah, or bishop d2, bishop c3, same type of idea. Of course, you have to keep an eye on the f4 pawn. If that pawn disappears, then Black gains a massive e5 square for his knight, for her knight. So the instinct reaction, Peter, is probably a3, but of course that move also comes with a heavy price tag in the form of the b3 square.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, if it's a good move, it's a good move. If it's a bad move, it's a really bad one. Yeah, you just yes, you never sure. And Basically, usually in a preparation, if you see that computer says, ace is good, then you say, okay, thank you very much, good to know. Otherwise, I would never figure that out myself. And this is already a game, it's not preparation. So I believe it will be very difficult for white. Also, black's last move. What was black's last move? Queen b4. So basically provoking the move a3. Yeah, please weaken your b3 square.
But on the other hand, if we take the devil's advocate position, by not provoking a3, black would have made possible to move a3 herself. So if she had played queen b7 immediately, then black has the additional idea of a4, a3. And obviously, if white plays b3, then black gets the b2 square for her bishop and generates tactical ideas against white's king. But Coulon, in response to queen b4, has decided against the move a3. And I was going to point out queen c4, the move that she just played. But after queen b7 now, and Eileen already played queen a5, so she's not keeping her queen on the b file. Instead, she's tried to leave white's queen out to dry with queen a5.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight that, this mouse, it's playing tricks on me. And you understand the reason why I'm not yet feeling ready to enter the bullet bros and all these kind of things before I get my mouse under control.
Next week. I totally get it. But queen a5, you should have seen the amount of mouse slips I had yesterday. I don't even want to talk about it. Most of them went unpunished. But queen a5, I think she wants rook b8. And classic King's Indian situation where you take the computer evaluation and you toss it into the trash can in a position like this, at least in my view.
I agree. I mean, if I look at this position, I feel like white is in some kind of a danger. Yeah, my human eye only means that if white gets bishop d4 in at some point and it works, then it's good. Otherwise, it will always very big danger.
Big danger indeed, as Claudio Colon ponders how to neutralize and douse the flames of black's queenside initiative. I think we have to go back to the open section and to the MVL game because we've had a big development and not a positive one for the Frenchman with 3 names who was struggling against a very well-prepared Sindarov. And it appears, I checked this very briefly on my phone, if my initial ideas are correct, MVL has just made a very serious error by capturing black's bishop on d4, Peter.
Wow, so the last move was queen b6. Yeah, the move that we expected. We kind of discussed that computer was saying that bishop d2 is a good idea. It wasn't so obvious for us. But it's also tempting to get rid of this monster bishop on d4 if it gets unpunished. The problem is probably that, wow, look at this.
Oh my gosh.
There is this stunning move, but it's so easy to miss.
But the fact that Sindarov is thinking, and that is a terrifying sensation, if in fact MVL assume that queen takes d4 is forced, there is nothing more unsettling than thinking a move is forced, and then your opponent starts thinking, what are they thinking about? And then you start looking, and rook takes a6, which looks impossible out of hand, perhaps even due to queen h8 and knight f5. But Peter, the king runs away to d7, and in that case, black wins on the spot.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, rook takes a6. What a shocker, because, okay, you just don't expect that this knight can stay alive. The problem is that knight f5, which looks like white will give checkmate on the next move. Black is the one who delivers checkmate first. Queen b5 check, king g1, and the back rank is weak. Rook e1 check comes in, and it gives a checkmate. So that's the big problem. After rook takes a6, if queen h8 happens, then the black king runs away. King e7, knight f5 check, king d7. Again, we see the same narrative. The queen is hanging, queen b5 check is coming. So in fact, what is the move after rook a6?
There is no move. I think queen b1. Oh my gosh, that's the engine top move. And black doesn't even have to play rook takes a1. It gets worse. Well, I guess black should play rook takes a1. But black can even play queen takes d4 straight away. And you're going to get queen, bishop, and 3 versus queen, rook, and 3 with one pawn on the other side, Peter. But I don't think white can hold on to that pawn for a long time. This is a technically winning position after rook takes a6. Incredible.
Yeah, and okay, now I believe that MVL is, his heart is like, ooh, I don't know. It's electrifying because it can mean the end of the road. if he loses this game. Yeah, the second games are very tricky. People are talking about that. Is it better to have the black pieces first because then you have white in the second game? Well, believe me, it doesn't matter. Every match has its own dynamic, and you are never safe and you are never guaranteed anything.
As we see here, this has been excellent preparation for Jawahir Sindarov. And I'm about 99% sure he's going to see rook takes a6, right? Again, if you tell me that he thinks for longer than a minute on this move, that already means
and
he's
he played
identified
it.
An intermezzo. He has done it. And g3 by Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. What a move. Oh my gosh, he wants rook takes a1, knight f5. What an unbelievable defensive idea.
Wow, and basically it was blitzed out just to show to his opponent that Maxim might have blundered rook a6. But while Sindarov was thinking about rook takes a6, probably Maxim spotted that this g3 move is there, and this is the hope. But hang on, Queen B. Okay, let's just show first that. Oops, let's just show that rook takes a1 is impossible. No, this is crazy. When this mouse starts playing with me, I'm done.
If you'd like, I can throw in that move. Rook
yes, please,
a1.
because somehow this move is.
Oh, it's all good. Relatable. This move is. The mouse just no. I don't want to go to a1. And here, white plays knight f5, and this is amazing. But after rook takes c1, king g2, the king escapes the checks, and black has to give the queen up for the knight on f5.
Yeah, I mean it's incredible resource by MVL. In fact, you can't.
White's winning here. White is winning here at this point because you cannot sack the queen for the knight. Instead, in order to make the draw after knight f5, black would have to go queen b5 check and give up the queen on f5. But all of this is a moot point because after g3, black can make the intermezzo. After g3, black can make the intermezzo queen b7. I'm having a hard time. There we go. Queen b7. And this threatens checkmate on h1.
Exactly. It feels to me like even the technology is collapsing because of all these incredible emotions that we are witnessing right here. I mean, g3, queen b7, mouse doesn't work. I mean, so far I had no problem, and now everything collapses.
And white's position collapses in the same fashion. Queen b7 threatening queen h1. And that's it. White is out of ideas because there is no good way to defend against the mate, Peter. If you play f3, then black is able to take on a1. And I don't know what the mouse is doing. But after f3, rook takes a1, the white king is going to be wide open. And knight f5 isn't going to come fast enough anymore. He'll find it.
Yeah, he will find it. I mean, if he spotted rook takes a6, g3, I believe if... honestly, probably black hasn't seen the move g3 because then he would have blitzed out the move queen b7, just to show that, yes, I was ready for it. So the move g3 came as a surprise, maybe as a shock, but still black has plenty of time to understand that, okay, come on, but rook takes a1, knight f5 is not good, and I have queen b7.
Yeah, and I think not all winning moves are created equal. It's much harder to find a winning move when there exists a super tempting continuation or when your opponent's intention is hidden. But here, g3 makes such an obvious threat of knight f5 that you have to think. And it's much easier to find queen b7 since white's intention is so obvious. And guess what? He has already played it.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Well, basically, queen b7 is on the board, and I don't really see how Maxim is surviving this. And that will be the next unbelievable upset.
That's the end of the road. MVL has to go queen h8 and queen takes e8, but I think he'd rather resign and play those two minor pieces for a queen position. Insane. Well, folks, we are going to play a quick Magnus video here and then transition to the game. Of the top seed who tries to win the World Cup for the first time. Let's take a quick look at some background before we delve into Magnus's game. Let's take a look.
Magnus Carlsen has already won almost every tournament imaginable, most of them several times. Norway Chess 5 times, Tata Steel Chess 8 times, the World Rapid and Blitz a combined 10 times, and of course, the World Championship 5 times.
Wait a second, we have history. Magnus Carlsen is now the 5-time world chess champion.
Most players are at the World Cup because it is part of the World Championship system. Magnus is not here for that. So why is he here? This one event has eluded his otherwise ironclad grip on the chess scene. Despite the hits he's taken in this tournament, it's a format he enjoys.
Personally, for me, the World Cup is such a prestigious and interesting event. So I'm very happy to take part.
So he keeps coming back. 2023 will be Carlsen's 5th shot at the World Cup since 2005. To this point, he's only gotten as far as the semi-finals. To be fair to Magnus, his first try came when he was 13 years old and seeded 97th. The prodigy announced his arrival with a 10th place finish. By 2007, he was a semi-finalist. After that, other events took over as Magnus worked his way to the World Championship. He skipped the World Cup for a decade. In 2017, Magnus surprised everyone. He decided he wanted another chance at the Cup. Unfortunately, it ended up as his most disappointing try to date. Fu Zhengzhu beat him in the 3rd round. 2023 now marks the 2nd time in first in 16 years that Magnus has played back-to-back World Cups. In 2021, it appeared he might finally break through and win it all, but the young Jan Krzysztof Duda stopped him in the semi-finals. You can't win them all, they say, but once Magnus takes down the World Cup, he will have won them all. Is this the year he breaks through and checks one last thing off his to-do list?
Okay, only one item, you heard it there, on Magnus's to-do list to win the World Cup, one of the most elusive and difficult tournaments on the chess tournament circuit, and he has been on the road to doing that so far. We thought that he had everything under control in his second match against Ariantari. He wins the game yesterday in sparkling strategic fashion. He plays a great opening, and apparently just now a huge moment, Peter. Breaking news alert. In this position, Magnus Carlsen has just played the move c4, which is very heavily censured by the computer. But I think that doesn't tell the whole story if you see the computer stop suggestion.
Yeah, well, I mean, knight f4 had been played. The computer was saying g6 check was very interesting, but I wanted to say that humanly, if you're in a must-win situation, then the line knight f4, knight g6, knight takes d5, e5, rook takes f5 can also be very tempting.
Ooh, knight g6, and now the knight sack on d5.
Yes.
E takes d5, rook takes f5.
Exactly, and I can even include bishop b4, which basically protects then the f8 square, takes away the f8 square from you, and then I put the rook on f6. How are you going to survive this attack?
So let's say I go king g7.
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4, as you pointed out, activating the bishop. I play queen d7, or
okay,
queen e6
F2.
I didn't want to play because it walks into rook f6, and you're going to triple on the f file.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, the engine idea here is insane. It reminds me of, for some reason, Gadir Guseinov's defense against Dominguez yesterday. Rook b8, rook b7, you know what I mean? Like the 7th ranked defense from the other side. But hey, try finding that 4 moves before this position is reached.
Yeah, and it's simply the feeling and the scariness of the position. Yeah, the rook f1, rook f7. Also, ever the queen ends up on f6, it might be also very bad news for black. I have some positional ideas. I believe this is what Tali is heading for.
Agreed completely. And currently...
No! What
No!
happened? No, you can't do this.
On g6, and all of his ideas evaporate. You have to, in a must-win situation, take on d5. We thought that was the whole idea. You thought that was the whole idea.
Yes, I mean, okay, knight take g6 is basically playing for a draw, but you have to play for a win. It doesn't matter if it's Magnus Carlsen sitting opposite to you and a must-win situation, you have to try.
What on earth could be his intention, Peter, after bishop takes g6? Because black will control that b file, the only open file. Where is white's winning chances going to come from there? There aren't any.
It's very hard to believe. Yeah, even if the pawn on h4 falls, yeah, and black gets some time on the queen side, also very difficult to imagine. No, this I'm completely shocked. Besides computer, I think after c4 was highlighting some g6, which is ingenious stuff. I haven't really understood what the computer meant there by g6, honestly.
I guess the idea is to open up in the long run prospects for the dark squared bishop to get to g5. So
exactly.
Knight g6, the engine just says knight c5, and I guess it's these long-term threats of rook g1 and bishop g5 that cause massive problems to black's king. Also, this knight on g6 is just very dumb. It has no prospects because all of its potential squares of influence are under white's control.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, but it's such a deep concept, yeah, that unless we are talking about correspondence chess, I don't think that any human can ever understand this over the board.
Indeed. Okay, so we go back here to the live board. Knight f4, knight g6, and a trade on g6, and Magnus has even taken to the king, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yes, it's the most natural one. The bishop on h5 is a wonderful piece. Magnus knows anyway that the action will be on the b file. Yeah, he's gonna go rook b8. So probably white has to go bishop b4 and bishop d6, making sure that black won't be able to put the rook on b8.
Yeah, you have to try that. But the queen is going to settle on some square, I guess, to guard some of the infiltration squares along the b file.
Yeah. No, I mean, okay, this is knight takes d5 would have been so interesting. I mean, also to see, we know Magnus Carlsen is incredible whenever he's under pressure or opponent makes a sacrifice. The reason why he's also so successful against Levon Aronyan, that Levon is a creative player. He likes to get the initiative, but Magnus kind of provokes him. Yeah, please. And punishes often Levon for his overambitious play. So I believe that Magnus would have handled knight takes d5 as well, but it would have been so much more fun to see that.
Man, and it's a shame. And just, he played it instantly, did Ariantari. He was taking his time earlier, but just at the moment when he had to invest a little bit of thought, or play knight takes d5 instantly, instead he trades knights, and with the knight trade, he gives away most of his winning on queen e3. He's just going completely. He's not doing anything active, Peter. Bishop b4, bishop d6. You have to try.
And the point is that actually he can simply lose this game. Magnus only needs a draw, but if he doesn't risk anything, he will just keep on playing the best moves and improve his position. And okay, something like rook b6. I mean, rook b8, rook b6, rook hb8. Very thematic. No, I'm completely shocked.
So am I. And we will keep an eye on this game, of course, but Magnus Carlsen seems to be knocking on the door after a brief scare of advancing into the next round. Peter, wanted to update everybody on some results that we have coming in. We actually already have, we're not even 3 hours into the round, but a lot of results. So just looking at the cross table, we've got the following matches going into tie breaks. Yu Yangyi and Etienne Bacrot make a very colorless draw. They draw both of their games. Amin Bassem draws Nils Grandelius. They go 1-1. Vahap Sanal from Turkey draws Anton Korobov. They go 1-1. We will have a full plate of action tomorrow. We congratulate Rasmus Svane, who easily holds Tin Jingyao from Singapore. It was a great run for him. He defeated Mamedyarov, but his run comes to an end, and Rasmus Svane from Germany advances to the next stage. Wesley So is unable to create any problems against Jules Moussard. They're going to the tie breaks as well. And as far as I can tell, Daniel Dubov also fails to win on demand. And Daniel Vocaturo knocks out Daniel Dubov in perhaps one of the biggest results of this round thus far.
Yeah, and okay, Maxim is on the verge of MVL, on the verge of elimination. Unbelievable what we are witnessing here. Nobody is safe. By the way, can we pull up Wei against Ivanchuk? What is going on there with Chucky?
Let's take a look. Wei against Ivanchuk, and we also have a crazy match in Ray Robson. Gandam Bailey will go there next. Okay.
Wow, Chucky is pawn up. No, but it's a pawn up for Chucky.
Pawn up for Chucky. White is probably banking on the activity of his pieces.
Yes. Yeah, should be enough. Yeah, the knight on e4 protects the g3 pawn. The rook on a6 is active. Bishop d4 check can be met by king f4, king g5. So yes, white should escape.
Mm-hmm. How would you go about stabilizing the position with black? Would you play bishop d4 and rook d7? And is there any worry that black could end up worse if the king gets to g5?
Actually, yes. My first intention was like, okay, black might win with this bishop d4, rook f8, but then the white gets with his king to g5, and all the pawns are falling. So maybe it's time to be professional and just play rook d7. Or, I mean, okay, should be. And Chucky has so much time on the clock.
He's played so confidently in this game. I mean, the last game, he survived a major scare. He was worse out of the opening with white. This game, it's night and day how much faster he's playing. Bishop c1 and rook d4 also comes to my mind. Just eliminating the c4 pawn and generating more activity for black's pieces. One way or the other, I think we're very likely to see a peaceful result, which would mean another tiebreak.
Yes, another tiebreak. I'm also seeing that Jan Krzysztof Duda against Ivan Chepanov end in a draw, which also leads to a tiebreak. We already mentioned that the match between Anish Giri and Abbasov also ended 1-1. Lot of action to look forward to tomorrow.
Vitsugov Berkish ends 1-1, and David Howell and Howell, yes, and Wang Hao will also very likely draw their game. They are repeating moves, and that means another tiebreak. Another game I wanted to check into was Fabiano Caruana's game and also Jan Nepomniachtchi's game, because it's been a while since we've revisited that Rosolimo. So let's see how the world champion contender is squeezing the position with white. Or is he squeezing? Or maybe black is the one squeezing now.
Yeah, it's tricky because, okay, c6, c5 break is in the air. The pawn on f6 is also vulnerable, but it feels like black is absolutely fine. I mean, nothing to worry about.
Oh, Peter, I think this may have been a tactical oversight. There is the crazy bishop takes b4 in this position.
Wow.
Because the rooks are attached to each other. You can't leave the first rank, and that's a deflection. Bishop takes b4 is possible here. And can white play bishop takes f6 in return? Let me just show that you can't take on b4 because you drop the rook. If you take with the pawn, black recaptures the bishop with a healthy extra pawn. And so, can white play bishop takes f6 here is the question.
Yeah, and then the question, can you collect the pawn on a5? Do you have time, or this bishop on f6 will come to hunt you? Yeah, white goes e4, e5, and some kingside attack with queen g5, rook f4 might appear.
Yeah, this is very much a Jan-style position, but black can just continue gobbling up pawns with bishop takes c3. And with 3 passed pawns on the queen side, you better create some chances. Maybe with rook f4,
yeah,
rook h4.
f4.
There is this queen takes g6 idea. Oh.
Yeah, but you have tempo with queen a2. That's a problem.
Hitting the rook. And if I move the rook to the wrong square, let's say I move it to f1. Wow, the engine is so fearless. b4. But what about rook h4?
And
this threatens queen takes g6, and you have to find this move. It's an only move in order to guard the g6 square. Otherwise, queen g6 and rook h8 would have been a beautiful checkmate.
Yeah, but basically all these lines also mean that it's... First of all, the big question is, did Jan blunder the move bishop takes b4, or did he consider that, okay, come on, if I get bishop takes f6 and e5, I'm going to have some tremendous attack going on against black's king? We don't know this.
So, 12 minutes on the clock here, rook takes e4, and Ralph Mamedov doesn't invest too much time, and you cannot blame him. That would be a very difficult position to handle with 12 minutes on the clock. He's played rook takes e4. In the event that Jan plays rook takes f6, are we likely to get a draw here through some sort of liquidation? Or do you feel like this remains double-edged?
Well, I still feel that black can maybe hope for something. I mean, for example, takes, then some queen e6 followed by bishop d6 looks strategically quite tempting, no?
Bishop d6, you have the e-file, you have the potential of rook e1 if the queen loses contact with that square. So you have to go back. Bishop d6.
Bishop. Yes.
I have to go back, otherwise rook e1 looks very nasty. Ugh. Yeah, and if I go queen f3...
Then rook e1 is not checkmate. Okay, this is good news for... Yes.
But even queen e4 looks very pleasant for black. Like, as long as I hold the e-file and you've got these pawns on dark squares, Black's got the eventual plan in any endgame of bringing the king to d5 and chopping away at white's pawn chain with c5.
Exactly. I think that in general, white should be, and Jan should be very happy if he makes a draw in this position. I mean, this is definitely not a position to play for a win with white, and you are just dreaming of finishing this game with a draw.
Absolutely not what Jan Nepomniachtchi had in mind from that opening. Good stuff from Rauf Mamedov. We'll keep a close eye on this game. And shall we now look at Fabiano Caruana's position?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay. We also have craziness in Van Forest Vidler. Might be a little bit of trouble for Peter as he tries to hold that position.
Yeah, that's also some news, because when we last time saw it, looked like Black had everything under control.
Let's go there first, actually, because this has been a very negative development for Peter. This position is almost unrecognizable, given we had a couple of moves ago. I think we should take a look at what happened.
Yes. Wow. Actually, it happened like I see it the way you called it. Yeah, that after this knight d2 bishop d5, he opted for e4. He has to go all in.
Yep.
And Peter somewhere lost the control.
It appears that e takes d4 was premature. Because this allowed white to generate very, very powerful chances in the center. I think a little bit of over-eager play. Peter trying to force pieces off the board. And he's creating weaknesses. Trade on b5. Trade on g7. And intermezzo check to centralize the queen, inducing the very weakening f6. Ugh. And after knight d6, knight e5, f4, it's a huge initiative for white. Knight f7, e5.
Yeah,
is the
exactly.
idea here, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the pawn on a6 is weak. After f7, f6, black's king on g7 will be a forever target. I even feel like after knight f7, but yeah, knight f7, e5, I was trying to make a case for fe, knight d6, ed, queen f6, just to get some breathing space, but that allows rook e7 check. And also there, I don't know where to run. Because king
after
h8,
the queen trade in d7.
Exactly. Yeah, king h8 loses to takes d7.
Rook f8 and simply rook a e1 and rook e8 pre-move. You're just dominating on activity here. So what that means is probably black should take on d6 immediately, but man, any positions like this with a pass pawn that's so easy to protect, this is, I think, almost borderline, maybe not lost, but close, I think, close to lost.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, before we were super confident that Peter's in total control, no way he gonna lose, and now it looks much more likely that he will lose than Jordan not winning this.
And we have another piece of news. MVL has just extended his hand in resignation to his young Uzbek opponent. Javohir Sindarov wins with black, and apart from the Shakir Mamedyarov match and the Daniel Dubov match, definitely one of the bigger upsets in the World Cup. MVL gets out-prepared, out-calculated, outplayed, and now he is going back to France.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, it goes so quickly. Yeah, it's just one move, one bad decision, and it's all over in the World Cup.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, well, Peter Svidler is also suffering and struggling. Now, perhaps we can look at Fabiano Caruana's position against Mustafa Yilmaz. Things haven't changed all that much in this game, but we have had an important transformation of the pawn structure. Fabi has indeed pushed c5 and attained the hanging pawns.
Yeah, and white pawn got to f3. He voluntarily played f2, f3, so he wanted to avoid any kind of knight f6, knight e4 ideas. But I mean, the bishop on g2 is an ugly piece. On the other hand, white is hoping for something like bishop f1, rook d2 to g2, and then target the g7 pawn. It might be very clever, because also after f3 we closed the long diagonal, and against any d5, d4 we'll have e3, e4 blocking the bishop on b7.
Wow, I really like the move f3. You could also consider something like queen f1 and bishop h3. And the point is twofold. You're activating the bishop, yes, but you're also obviously moving the bishop away from the g file. Man, I'll be honest. I liked Fabi's position a couple moves ago, but now it feels like from a practical perspective, Yilmaz has the easier plan. Like, it's not exactly clear what Fabi does here. Maybe knight d7, but that looks a little bit awkward. I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, well, the thematic d5, d4 move is always in the air, so that we have to evaluate, because after e4, if I have knight h5 and I can target the f4 pawn, that would be good news, but because knight d3, I have
Very
bishop
nice
a6. This is very important.
And you hit the knight, by extension hitting the pawn on f4. I might have to go like bishop c1 here, but this feels like black's going in the right direction. Also, queen h4, knight g3.
Exactly. I mean, so d5, d4 might be the critical move.
Does white have... No, I don't think white has an alternative to e4. Otherwise, knight d5 is absolutely devastating. So this position will likely be reached. Again, knight d3 is 4. So if Fabi plays d4, we will get this position.
Yeah, and I think he will. Yeah, he understands that this is the momentum, because if you just give one tempo to your opponent, queen f1, bishop h3 that you mentioned, that tempo could be critical, because then white creates his chances.
Indeed. Okay, so current position, Mustafa Yilmaz has just played f3. So important not to procrastinate, right? You give white 2 moves, and d4 loses a lot of its luster if the bishop is able to jump out to h3. So Fabiano Caruana.
And also, if the queen on e6 gets hit before the knight moves from f6, then actually this queen does not have a good square. Yeah, that's why the timing is so important. If you get d4, e4, knight h5 in, then you can always sidestep with the queen to this lovely f6 square.
That makes a lot of sense. Whereas, yeah, if the queen were to be banished to e8, then it would be much harder to intensify the pressure on the f4 pawn. But this is going to be a scintillating final 13 moves before the time control, because 12 minutes for white, 17 minutes for black. And it really depends on the position. That's not time pressure per se, but in a position like this, I think 17 minutes for 13 moves is pretty acute time pressure, let alone 12 minutes.
Yes, but the good news for Fabi is we don't know. And he played rook d8 to c8. What is this? I mean, queen f1, you called it. You called it. Queen f1, bishop h3. How on earth could Fabi have moved the rook to c8?
And he's preparing c4. That much is clear. Queen f1, maybe he wants bishop a6, but Peter, the queen can actually zigzag its way to h4 with massive threats on the king's side. And that's not even the only move. Your idea, bishop f1, is also possible. Fabi is pinning all of his hopes on a move that isn't that special.
Yeah, because after c4, you can also always go bishop d4. Yeah, just eliminate.
Exactly.
I mean, just ignoring this c4. I mean, who cares about this? Oh my god! I mean, this will
move
be
by Fabi.
This game can get completely out of control.
So if we play the moves on the board, let's say bishop f1, going with your move, just to illustrate to everybody, why is c4... This move makes a lot of noise, right? It looks cool, but it yields the d4 square for white's bishop. And the issue, and bishop f1 already played, is first of all, cb, big deal. Queen takes b3, white gets domination. c3, big deal. You go rook c2 and you blockade the pawn. And if anything, black has just sought trouble and found it. Man, and d4 by Fabi. He's instantly responded, not with c4, but now he plays d4.
But this is very strange timing. I mean, okay, now after e4, the bishop is coming to c4. You lost a big tempo. I mean, I just don't understand anything anymore.
So after e4, knight h5, if we compare, here, what you're saying, Peter, is that white doesn't have to go knight d3. White can throw this move in first. And if queen f6, oh, there's major tactics here. Knight g4, bishop c1.
And
look
bishop
at this, rook
c1.
g2. Black's going to get checkmated here if they reach this position.
Wow, and because it's a very, very natural way of playing, it's possible to find. This is not such a incredible, mysterious stuff. Yeah, you just go with the flow.
Absolutely. So after e4, it's just so inconsistent. You know, why are you including the moves rook c8 and bishop f1? Is it possible that Fabi missed d4 and now he saw it and he figures better late than never? I don't think so. That doesn't seem very likely.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just cannot understand how on earth do you give such a vital tempo in this position. And if he had d5, d4 on his radar, then why to lose this time with rook c8?
No, your point is well taken. E4, and even the engine is kind of abandoning ship here for black. Over +1 is the evaluation. Not that that matters, right? The whole point is that this should never have happened. The bishop should never have been on f1 in the first place. Black's rooks are just dumbly kind of staring at the pawn on c5. What are they doing?
Yeah, doing absolutely nothing. And before what happened to MVL, I was thinking like, okay, the top guys are cruising, everything is under control. But now Fabi is also on the verge of elimination. If something goes wrong here in the next couple of moves, then the position can end up being extremely bad. Yeah, White just brings all his pieces to the most natural squares, and what will Fabi do?
Incredible. And this is one to keep an eye on. I think he's also hoping that White's clock is going to play into the equation. 9 minutes for Mustafa Yilmaz, and he's got to be sensing that Fabi is losing the thread. Folks, we have this game. We also will check into Hikaru's game, where Nakamura is developing a huge initiative and is knocking on the door of advancing. We'll have so many games for you and so much more action. But first, a short break here at the 2023 World Cup. We will be right back with more exciting action from this third round of matchups.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on chess.com.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Hikaru Nakamura endured after defeating his World Cup opponent in tiebreaks. It was a hard-fought match against Indian Grandmaster Karthik Venkataraman. The two classical games were drawn, leading it to a rapid tiebreak format. The first tiebreak went on for 144 moves. Venkataraman was able to defend masterfully against Hikaru as the game was another draw despite the rook versus bishop endgame. In the second tiebreak, both players had several mistakes. Venkataraman even had a win in this position but completely missed it with queen b6. Hikaru proceeded to play 3 consecutive great moves, gaining a significant advantage. And to top it off, Hikaru sacrificed the rook! If the opponent took, it would lead to an instantaneous checkmate. Instead, the time pressure got to Venkataraman and Hikaru took home his first victory of the FIDE World Cup.
Okay. All right. Hikaru Nakamura is about to score his first victory, not of the World Cup. He has advanced against Venkataraman, but rather of the classical portion of the World Cup. He has played an excellent maneuvering game against a nervous Benjamin Gladura, and he is one easy tactic away from ending this game. Peter, he has just picked up the pawn on e5, and I think the winning move, and maybe the last move of the game, is going to be knight takes f7, followed by rook f1. It's a classic combination, and white just wins all of the pieces here.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the defense. Yeah, so knight f7, rook f7, rook f1, rook a8 to f8, trying to reinforce that rook.
I'm going to make the moves
Then
on
I guess
the board.
you're gonna, yeah, I believe you're gonna take with the rook on f7 and bring the other rook to f1.
Classic idea. I have to intercept. If knight f6, then rook takes f6. If instead knight f4, what is the simplest win? Bishop f7 and g3?
Exactly. Yeah, you then just collect the material and it's over.
That's it. And Hikaru missed it.
What?
Hikaru didn't play knight f7. This is basic Brian.
Wow.
What is going on here? Knight g4 is still winning.
That's shocking, but knight g4 is winning as well.
Yeah, it's still completely winning because black has to start giving away tons of pawns in order to stop the checkmating sequence. Hikaru really attracted to this knight h6, queen h8 idea, but Peter, I feel like knight f7, I wouldn't be able to resist because it's so forcing. It just, you calculate it and it's over.
Yeah, exactly. And this is always so tempting that you go for an option which you can easily calculate, and it's force, boom, 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 and it works and it wins. Thank you very much. That's just fantastic. But okay, the move knight g4 is also good. Knight h6 is a big threat, and if black has to play the move g6, g5, then oh my god, we are not only pawn down and under pressure, but even weakening the last hope. Yeah, because the pawn on g6 at least was normal, but pawn on g5 is deadly.
And he's done it. He has to, and he had to. And as they say, white is a pawn up and has the compensation. Yes. I think Hikaru will continue in prosaic attacking fashion with rook f1. But again, I'm surprised because at least here the game still continues. And you don't want the game to continue when you can put black to bed with a very straightforward sequence. Rook f1, maybe black can go bishop c8 and at least challenge the knight on g4. The best thing to happen here for black would be a trade of bishop for knight. A couple of accurate moves are very much still required, I think, of Hikaru in order to drive home the point, nail the coffin here.
Yeah, well, also e5 is kind of tempting, but on the other hand, you don't want to close down this lovely long diagonal from the queen on b2. Yeah, let's just highlight bishop on b3, queen on b2. We are appreciating these pieces to the maximum.
Absolutely, I would keep the influence of both of those pieces. Yeah, I think rook f1 is a possibility. e5 definitely will be calculated. Hikaru's got 17 minutes on his clock to make 7 moves, so definitely plenty of time here. I'm still not doubting at all the result of this game, but it's going to drag on a little bit longer than it otherwise would have. There's rook f1. It's on the board. Hikaru is so good most of the time at converting positions cleanly, which is why I'm so surprised he didn't take on f7. He would do that in a blitz game on chess.com.
For sure. Yeah, no doubt about that. I have witnessed the match between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, the big final, the grand finale of the Speed Chess Championship. It was insane what these two players produced there.
one of my craziest experiences commentating. I think we had something like 100,000 or 75,000 viewers with Robert. I was terrified, but it was one of the most incredible experiences of my life, and I'm not exaggerating. That's how great that match was.
Yes, exactly. That stunning comeback by Magnus also, I mean, okay, it was insane. And then Hikaru sealing it, nevertheless.
Yeah, and he will probably seal this game as well with one of several moves, knight f6, bishop d5. And there we have a big result. Magnus Carlsen has put Ariantari out of his misery. And that game ended, I'm just trying to figure out what the result was. Was it a draw or did Magnus Carlsen win? It was a draw. It was a draw.
Okay. At least something for Tari, yeah, because it's of course very unpleasant to be knocked out by your friend, and we see also Magnus not feeling that happy, not really celebrating, knowing that it's about his friend.
Yeah, good point. Definitely, Carlsen will not gloat as you see them discussing the game there, and Ariantari had his chances today. It was not a wire-to-wire victory by Carlsen. As late as knight takes d5, he had serious chances to stir the pot, let alone that computer move g6. But were the circumstances different, Peter? I don't think Magnus Carlsen is going to be too happy with the chances that he gave to Ariantari in this game.
Yeah, in general not, but it all came down because of this daring g4 choice by Tari. I think that after that, both players were completely out of their comfort zone. It was a wild game. It was like a street fight, yeah, not like the usual classical chess that we are used to in classical format. And finally, it ended in a draw and Magnus advances.
Yep, and we warmly congratulate Magnus Carlsen. A couple of other results. Alexei Sarana, this was a while ago. He defeated Kirill Shevchenko and he moves on. Vidit and Bluebaum drew their game. And then we have a couple of results coming in right now. Ivanchik and Wei Yi will draw any second. It's a dead draw. Nothing to talk about there. Rajabov and Santos Latasa go 1-1. And Ralph Mamedov has drawn that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. You called it Jan's best move of the game. He was already in some danger, and Jan making a wise decision to offer that draw and take things into the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think that it's also, when you are not feeling so comfortable, it's very important, to make that draw if the rule allows it, just to understand what is the mindset of your opponent. If your opponent wants to continue, then at least you can remove all those thoughts, yeah, then you know that, okay, total focus on the game. But if you are non-stop thinking that should I offer draw or not, that keeps on your mind, it can distract you and it can cost you the game. It was a wise choice. Ralph probably was happy with the black pieces to make a draw and get it to the tiebreak. It's gonna be an epic battle tomorrow.
For sure, and I guess for the lower rated players, rating is a consideration. They know that they don't have realistic chances to win the tournament. So I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but every one of these draws is a couple of points. And I have forgotten about the Fabi game. We have to go right to the Fabi game. I was just going to point out that Radoslav Wojtaszek is going to win his game with black and tie the match against Ivan Shitko. But forget all of that. Let's go right to the Fabi game because there is a rook chilling on g6.
And the monster bishop on c4. I mean, if this is not checkmate, then nothing.
Oh my gosh. How did all of this happen? None of these pieces should have been where they are. Not a single one of them should have been on the square where it is.
Well, it all started with this terrible move, rook d8 to c8, yeah, and then bishop fall back to f1, and then Fabi pushed d5, d4, which was a good move one move before, but not then. And after that, White just played e4, bishop c4, what we were talking about, what we were afraid of, that all the natural moves are coming, and how will Fabi survive this incredible attack?
Okay, here's one proposal. What if you try queen h4? With the idea rook takes h6, knight g3.
Well, even that is terrible, yeah? I mean, even if I
that's
just...
the problem.
Yes.
Rook h6, and of course the discovered attack on the rook. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we just even trade the queens, and we are just super happy with white.
And if queen takes h6, you can take the queen first.
Yeah, well, also the computer was thinking after queen takes g3, white has rook h8, apparently extremely strong. I was just very happy of 8g and pushing, but rook h8 is apparently... Wow, and then 8g,
what an
rook
idea.
h2, check, knight g6.
G6. Let me just show this in light of a random move like bishop e7 or what. There is this beautiful mating construct. Oh, there goes my mouse. Rook h2, king g8. You're not alone here. Knight g6, and just look at the harmony. How white's pieces harmonize together, a symphony of threats, and rook h8 is the unstoppable one, with the bishop pinning the pawn on f7. And queen h4 has been played, just as we're talking about it.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, queen h4, practically speaking, was the only move. It had to be played. So does it mean that after rook takes h6, knight g3, queen g3, black has to take back on h6, which looks very dangerous because white gets all these attacking ideas there?
Yeah, that was losing. Let me just make the moves again. What we're talking about, folks, is rook takes h6, knight g3, discovered attack, queen g3, queen h6, and now I think the winning move is knight g4 with massive threats of a discovered attack. The queen gets tossed around like a small ship in a big storm, and white's bishop can also drop back to c1 when the moment is right in order to spring another potential attack against. Let's see a move from Mustafa. This is a big moment.
Yeah, and look at Fabi. I mean, you can feel and sense the nervousness. He just cannot believe how did this game slip out of control.
But 5 minutes for white, and he's
not going. Yes, he's not.
And apparently he's made a blunder. He's gone rook fg2, tripling on the g file.
But there is nothing on g7 because bishop on f8 and the knight on h5 protecting, so black can take queen takes f4.
Black can take queen takes f4. What is his idea?
I don't know, but look at Fabi. He cannot believe that he gets a chance. He gets another life.
This is almost as crazy as that moment yesterday. What on earth is Mustafa? Has he miscounted the number of times that he's attacking g7? Is that possible?
It's possible, yeah, because sometimes, I mean, how often do you triple? Yeah, normally you double and you win. You triple, you think like it's checkmate for sure, but it's protected.
Take. I mean, how many times do I have to attack that darn pawn? But you got to count the defenders and attackers. There's 3 defenders, there's 3 attackers. He's done it already, Fabi, with a gift from the heavens. This match is something else, man. And let's watch Mustafa's reaction as it dawns on him that he has just squandered an opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, look at his here. It seems to me like he's thinking like rook g7 is not mate. What is this? And it's not mate. And now he's holding his head.
Now, how bad is it?
Oh my God.
Oh, and it's even worse because knight d3, you drop f3, you're losing.
Yeah, and then e4 drops, the bishop on b7 awakes.
Oh my gosh. This is...
It's lost. It's resignable. Just unplayable.
And it's not even a tactical blunder. It's not like, oh, black moved his king and then you forgot that the rook was unpinned. It's literally a pawn that's 2 squares away from the queen. What on earth was he expecting Fabi to do?
Well, I think that he just thought because he played rook d2 to g2, like he was very satisfied with his position, with his choice that, okay, this is checkmate, it's finished. So can you imagine the horror that he's facing right now, that actually it's no checkmate on g7, the position is falling apart, and he will be exited out of the World Cup.
You're absolutely right, Peter. I think the only plausible explanation is that he just, nerves, they play tricks on you. They make you see the board differently. And he thought rook g7, knight g7, rook g7. This happens sometimes. He just loses track of how many pieces are attacking that pawn and how many pieces are defending it. If you had a third rook on the g file, yes, then you would finally be able to break the Gordian's knot on g7. Apparently, the last trick here is to play rook to e6 and try to stir the pot, but I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, and okay, also under this shock, I'm not even sure if he is able to understand that he still has this move. Look at the body language. Fabi is relieved. He is like freshly born. Just 2-3 minutes ago, we were looking at Fabi's incredible tense body language. He felt the danger. He thought like, oh my God, what I have done. I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm getting checkmated. And all of a sudden, just one pair of moves happened, and he's winning.
Yeah, this is just... I'm still wrapping my head around what we're seeing here. 3 minutes on the clock, nothing on the king side. That pawn on f4 was what the glue that kept all of white's pieces together. All he had to do. And he didn't even have to play rook takes h6, Peter. Even the relatively simple rook g4 on the previous move, and then withdraw the knight from e5 to d3 would have kept massive attacking chances on the king side. Couple that with Fabi's psychological state, and I think white would have had 80-90% chances of winning that game.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. I mean, basically, if rook takes h6 would have not been so strong, I would have just said, okay, we return with the rook to g4, knight d3, rook to g2, bishop c1, and it's game over because the position wins by itself. And then suddenly what we witness, f4 pawn falls, and not only the pawn falls, everything, the knight from e5 is dislocated. The whole construction, this pawn chain falls apart. Unbelievable. I cannot believe what I'm witnessing.
This is, and I always try not to exaggerate in these moments, but it really is one of the biggest blunders that we've seen so far in the World Cup. Is that fair to say?
Well, we had already some, and it's all because of the tension. Yeah, it's all because of the tension. And rook e6 on the board.
Found
okay.
It. Applause to Mustafa Yilmaz, who will not die without a fight. And apparently the critical line, if we could bring up an analysis board really quickly, don't worry, we won't miss any live action, ladies and gentlemen, but it's very important to show this line. What is Mustafa Yilmaz's ideal? Well, first of all, you can't go king h8 because of the fork. So you have to go to h7, and he is trying to deliver perpetual check with his bishop, but there is the relatively prosaic queen sacrifice, queen takes f5, and I think it's pretty easy to see that after rook e7 or rook e8, I'm not sure what the difference is, black's monster bishop on b7 affords potentially overwhelming compensation.
Yeah.
Apparently
exactly.
This is the move.
And look at this, Fab is about to move. I think he's calculating all these lines.
Again, this g7 pawn is so well protected.
Exactly, and the bishop on b7, that's the key bishop that comes to life. The bishop on b2 is completely dead, it's shut down by the c5, d4 pawns.
Well, you'd have to go knight g6 here.
And then rook e3. I mean, you just enter.
And
again, the knight on h5 protecting the g7. Yeah, so even after knight takes f8, rook f8, it's game over.
Great point. Neutralizing white's queen and rook. The one question I had is what the difference is. Why not start with rook e8? But the difference here is that there is this potential for queen g6 check, and the rook is undefended. If you compare this to the rook on e7, if white goes rook e2 here, then there is a check on g6 later on, but it doesn't come with a fork against the rook. So Fabi would have to notice this and preferably put the rook on e7 rather than e8. As we go back to the live board, are there other moves here? No, he has to find this. According to the engine, he has to find FE.
Because rook g4 is a threat, trapping the queen. I mean, or basically, touching the queen.
Hikaru Nakamura has won his game, by the way, as we expected, but you know what we're missing in this game is drama. I think some more drama. Maybe Fabi not playing f takes c6 is exactly what we needed in this game. We haven't had enough turnarounds. I think we need something interesting to happen.
No, but he will take, because first of all, after fe, bishop e6, king h7, bishop f5, white is trying to give perpetual, yeah? So basically, even if you are not yet sure about all this queen f5, e5, you might feel that this could be interesting. Of course, he is not backed by computer. He cannot think that this is winning, but it definitely looks promising.
Yeah, you definitely go for this, and you have the draw in your pocket, and it's so debilitating because it makes it much easier once you reach that position, as you're indicating, to find queen takes f5. But Fabi is taking his time. The clock situation is not inspiring for either side. Fabi down to 5.5 minutes. Of course, they make time control at move 40, at which time 30 more minutes are added to each player's clock. But there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moves to be made here until that time control is reached. And that is an eternity in a position that is this complex.
Yeah, luckily they have the 30 seconds bonus. I mean, imagine this situation without the bonus. It would be completely out of control.
Oh my gosh. And black actually has to make 7 moves, including this one. Man, now we've sunk time into this game. Let's wait to see if Fabi does play f takes c6. How shocked would you be if he refrains from taking the rook?
I mean, I will fall from the chair, honestly.
So will I.
I mean, yes, it's just impossible. I mean, the tension is also so big. Yeah, we are seeing all these upsets. It looked like 10 minutes ago that maybe Fabi will be the next victim. And now suddenly things are turning in his direction. But still, he needs to sacrifice his queen in order to win this game.
Another quick update. Vincent Keimer played a very smooth game to knock Amin Tabatabai out of the World Cup on the strength of that awesome endgame that we were watching yesterday. And Fabi has indeed taken the rook. That is the first moment of truth. But now the second one. Will he gather the resolve to take on f5? I think the answer is a very resounding yes.
Well, maybe even he can afford to repeat the moves King G8 played, exactly, very professional, getting the 30 extra seconds. In fact, it's 60 seconds if he plays King H7, King G8 quickly. And now it's the moment of truth. Now Fabi will be thinking.
No, he won't be.
Wow.
What? And they agree to draw.
Wow. Okay, that's the miracle you were hoping for.
I told you we didn't have enough drama in this game. They just agreed to draw. Fabi didn't even think about sacrificing the queen on f5.
And look at his smile. He's so happy that he survived. He understood that he was on the verge of collapse.
And the players discussing the game there. What on earth just happened?
Wow. Unbelievable. And what a tension. I mean, this type of positions, a couple of minutes and it's all at stake. One mistake or one bad judgment, you are knocked out of the World Cup. It's understandable that Fabi actually took the draw and he's relieved and he gets another chance tomorrow in the tiebreak.
I think it is understandable. I also think this is the third time you're repeating the position. So what is the downside of taking a 2-minute, 3-minute think? You're on move 38. Queen takes f5 obviously is a candidate move. I just don't think Fabi believed in his position. I think he was so relieved to have swindled white that you got to put yourself in his shoes, right? That draw is like a breath of fresh air. And he's okay. I can last another day. I'm not going to lose. And he really believes in his chances in the rapid. I mean, Fabi has greatly improved his rapid skill, but all of that is water under the bridge. The fact of the matter is that queen takes f5 would have won the game, and he should have spent longer in that critical position, just like yesterday in the position where he could have taken c6.
Yeah, that's true. However, we know exactly that how difficult it is. If the whole game would have been logical, yeah, and he thinks that, yeah, I played a perfect game so far, so it's the logical continuation that I kind of come up with this queen sacrifice and it should be winning. But the fact that it was a roller coaster ride and he felt like he might be eliminated, then Mustafa finding rook e6, yes, so maybe also Fabi felt like if my opponent does not play rook e6, I win. If he goes rook e6, okay, then it's a draw. And if already you have all these emotions inside you, then it's very difficult to, just refrain from all of it and take a look at the current position with a completely fresh eyes.
Very well said. And this match is going to tie breaks. So many matches are going into tie breaks. I'm kind of looking around the horn. A lot of results. I wanted to look at the Lenier Dominguez game really briefly. First, we see the bird's eye view there. A lot of draws. Nepomniachtchi Mamedov, Santos against Rajabov is going to tie breaks, as is Wesley So against Jules Moussard. But Gukesh will not go into tie breaks as he crushes his compatriot SL Narayanan with the white pieces. That game wasn't even close, and he will be moving on to the next round.
Wow, yeah, that's very important victory for Gukesh. Actually, yesterday he was under a lot of pressure. So, yeah, surviving that game and today making the most of his chances. And what do we see here? Dominguez
gonna win.
Only a... Wow. Wow,
Yeah.
but okay, it's far from obvious. Yeah, it's opposite colored bishops.
Opposite colored bishops. White needs to create a second passed pawn, which would reach trousers, which we talked about yesterday. 2 passed pawns on either side of the board. Black has insufficient resources to stop them. So you have to find b takes a5. And what is the follow-up to bishop takes a5? Is it c5?
I think so, yeah, c5, but then b5 will be played.
Let's make the moves. Takes, c5, b5.
c5, b5, and now the
let's
question...
say d5.
Yeah, and you get 2 pass pawns. Okay, 2 pass pawns like this should win. Yeah, they are just too far away from each other, so the black king is unable to defend both of them. But then how do we react after c5? Not b5, but what else?
Well, I would just
Because
point out before that b4 has to be met with a4. You have to keep this pawn alive, otherwise the h-pawn has the wrong color promotion square. But
yes,
go ahead,
exactly.
Peter. You're saying instead of b5...
Yeah, but I was very afraid that if white's next move is king d3 to c4, and then the white king might just march through king b5, then push d5, and then we'll be forced to take bc, and then white will have the a passer.
And once white has the a passer, black cannot give the bishop away for that pawn. Essentially, black is unable to get rid of 2 out of the 3 pawns on the queen side. That is the draw condition for black. If you can get rid of like the C and D pawns, then you'll be able to give your bishop away for the final queenside pawn. But amazingly, it's not possible to do that.
Yeah, it's completely crazy. Look at this. It's also move 36. Gusainov still has time. He's already thinking for quite some time. It's not an easy, psychologically, it's not an easy choice to take b takes a5, because usually b takes a5 in such positions is a mistake. This is a very special position that exactly this seemingly dubious choice is the right move.
Yeah, you really have to think outside the box. You have to think concretely, because the general consideration move is b5, and apparently that squanders the win because the bishop can park itself on f2, and you will just never be able to play c5 and create a second passed pawn. So I think process of elimination is what will really help Gusainov find the right move here. How crazy of a result this would be. Lenier Dominguez, just such a solid player, and Gusainov would win on demand to force yet another tiebreaker match. Is there a single match other than Hikaru's that has ended today? I feel like everything's going to tiebreaks.
And b5 on the board. What the relief for Lenier.
No way. But what does he want after bishop f2? What is even his idea?
Probably c5, bc, d5, but then bishop g3. Yeah, you're going to switch the bishop back to d6 and blockade from there. That's
and then
very
maybe
important.
You can try b6?
Yeah, probably. But okay, then black will get tons of pawns. Yeah, finally the c pawn will win the race. Actually, let's just show this line because it's very important. Bishop f2.
Bishop f2. I'll wait for Lenier to make the move. He's already made it. c5.
Yeah, he has made it.
This is all happening. Takes d5.
And bishop g3, the key move, stopping d5, d6.
King c4, and you are just
bishop
in
d6.
time. I'll try b6.
CB.
Let's say a4.
And okay, I'm just sitting with my king or bishop, whatever, because I have the c and the f pawn, so I can always sacrifice my bishop.
You should probably play f4. I think this is an important move because this opens up the possibility of c4 and black actually wins the game. So here black has a complete fortress. White literally cannot make progress.
Yes. Yeah, so, and c5 of course was tried. Yes, b5, bishop f2, c5 on the board, but luckily to Lenier he will have this bishop g3.
Okay, and it's the 39th move. He's got 2 more critical moves to make, bishop g3 and bishop d6, but he will find it. He will not allow b6 or d6.
Exactly, everything else loses on the spot. So this is a dream come true for a player, yeah, that you know that you have only move.
Man, will Gusainov be kicking himself. Another missed opportunity with b takes a5, winning the game on the spot. A move that he would have found if the circumstances were right, if he didn't feel that pressure of how close he is to winning on demand, and Lenier is going to go through to the next round.
But hang on, look at the clock situation, 31 seconds, which means that Lenier played bishop g3 with 1 second on the clock.
Wow.
Oh my god.
How many nerve-wracking moments have we had today?
Yes, and you know, I think I understood the reason why he was thinking, because instead of bishop g3 there was the human c5 c4 check, and then trying to set up a blockade like with bishop b6, and he was thinking between these 2 options, but there white has d6 cd, king d5, king c6. That was the
exactly. And again, white is able to keep one of his passed pawns alive for a rainy day. So this will be a draw. So many results coming in. I feel like we might not have any games left pretty soon. David Howell and Wang Hao have, in fact, drawn their game. One other crazy game is Navarra against Pragnananda. If we could go there, what
let's get
in
there.
the world is happening in this board?
Well, total chaos. I mean, it's time trouble. Few seconds. Okay, Prague has some time. This is very important for him because otherwise he would not be able to understand anything.
And he has to find queen g5. By the way, Jordan Van Forest has defeated Peter Svidler on demand in order to force yet another tiebreak.
Unbelievable. What a comeback.
Incredible. And queen g5. What is White's follow-up to queen g5?
Yeah,
yeah,
it's on the board. Yeah.
36 seconds now to make the last move before time control. But these 30 minutes are not going to help him. He's got no moves.
Yeah, the d7 pawn is falling. White's king on h1 is also not safe. That's a plan. No tricks with rook e8 check work.
2-0 is going to be the score of this match when Prague makes the very prosaic 40th move. There is no way to even pose a single problem here, I think.
Yeah, I don't see any because the knight from g3 can't move because of rook f1 check. Anyway, it has nowhere to move. Yeah, rook e5 was played, but okay. Queen h4 check, rook takes d7, and then queen d4 check. Yes. Ends the game.
Rook d1 also a threat in that position.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, Prague is amazing, really amazing. It's knocking out David Navarro like this 2-0. It's unbelievable.
David Navarro, of course, has dropped a little bit, but the guy is a former, 2750 player. Just an incredibly difficult match opponent, well prepared. Doesn't matter. Prague, he hasn't just hit 2700. He has blasted through the gates of 2700. His live rating must be something like 2720. I mean, when did that happen? I feel like Prague was just 2650 2 seconds ago, and here he is crushing everybody at the World Cup and coming pretty close to catching his compatriot Gukesh.
Yeah, he's incredible. I mean, I have witnessed. I have been the main commentator on this Champions Chess Tour in the 2022 season, and what he was producing there. I mean, he was basically almost playing on complete equal terms with Magnus in a rapid time control. I mean, who has done that? Almost nobody.
No, he is just a delightful player to watch. And if he plays rook takes d7, which he will, he's got 30 minutes actually to figure that move out. Then this game is coming to an end. A couple of other important moments and potential results. Bardia Daneshvar, who plays Salam Saleh, is coming close to winning his game on demand and forcing yet another tiebreak. Let's go first to that game where Bardia has the white pieces and move 40 has just been made. White's got what seems to be a technically winning position with an extra pass pawn on a3.
Yeah, it's a pass pawn, simple pass pawn. Yeah, black has some pressure on the d4 square, but the rook on b4 wonderfully protects the bishop on c2, guards the e4 square, so black is unable to create counterplay with rook e4. Wow, that would be already the third game on demand after twice coming back against Grishchuk when Daneshvar is bouncing back after a loss.
Yeah, this was a super complicated affair in a opening resembling the Van Forest-Svidler game, kind of a Tienketo-Grunfeld-Slav cross. But of course, you have to be very judicious about when you push that a-pawn, and just closing your eyes and playing a4, a5. Maybe that's the right approach. Maybe it's the case that black has no way to create counterplay on the other side of the board.
Well, there is an argument for some counterplay like queen e6 and then queen e1. If I try to trade the queens and try to force bishop takes f5, gf5, how bad is that rook endgame? I mean, we know that rook endgames sometimes can give some hope for the defending side.
But maybe that's even more of a reason to play a4. If we pull up an analysis board here, a4, queen e6, can I play... Oh! a5 knight takes h4.
Yes.
That's the idea. And if you take on h4, obviously, in fact, black wins the game. It's not just a perpetual. Black wins with a bit of a zigzag with a rook coming into to e2. So white has to be a lot more vigilant here and either eliminate the knight or get the king out of the purview of black's queen.
Yeah, but if you eliminate the knight, bishop f5, queen takes f5, then I get some squares. I feel like I'm getting some counterplay with black.
for sure. If you continue pushing,
Yeah,
there's
queen
like
f3.
queen f3.
Yeah.
Queen can swing over to a3, and rook e2 is a threat. Okay, with the engine, it's always very easy, because the engine sees this move.
Yes.
But try finding this when you're calculating a4. Like, okay, that's a lot harder.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, then basically you feel like you don't want to give your opponent any counterplay, because if you spot rook b2 and then rook a2 and just keep on pushing the a pawn, it's of course very effective.
It is indeed. As we refresh back to the live board. Okay, so this is move 40, which means we can continue going kind of around the horn. We also have some interesting results in games in the women's section. But first, quick update. Danchenko, also in a must-win situation against Parham Maksudlu. And, ooh.
What happened here? Yes.
Sorry, my bad. I'm just trying to...
Because there were all these technical issues at the beginning, yeah? So this game did not get corrected.
It somehow didn't encode properly. Let's move on from this game. Yes. I think Danchenko has a good position, but we will bring you that game when it updates properly. I flipped on Ray Robson against Abdullah Gadimbaili, which is a match that we haven't looked at thus far, but it's been a fascinating one, and we have this position.
Yeah, and the first game was a draw, so everything depends on this game. I believe maybe not everyone is familiar with Abdullah Gadimbaili. He won the Under-20 World Junior Championship last year, so he is also a very dangerous young player. I mean,
indeed he is.
I mean, I would definitely be black in this position. I feel like, okay, black is risking much less than white, but with this bishop on e5 and the cemented pawn d4, bishop e5 plus white getting access probably to the f5 with rook f2, there could be good drawing chances for white.
I'm honestly shocked that, okay, I guess the eval bar just hasn't updated yet, but I can totally see black winning this in, 6-7 moves. If you go g4, h5, you get this bishop maybe onto that envelope on g5. This monster sitting on d5 makes it so difficult for white to get any kind of coordination or counterplay, because all of the critical light squares are under black's control.
Yeah, and also when I go rook f2, rook f8, which would be kind of counterplay, but you go g4, bishop g5, then the bishop from d5 covers the g8 square, bishop from g5 covers the f6 square, and I can't even give a single check. I also have the feeling that black is clearly better here.
Agreed completely. Gadimbaili just kind of staring down the barrel of a very difficult position. I just want to rewind for a second and show everybody how crazy this game was. They had this position, and then things got even crazier. Bishop g4, rook takes f2. White throws in the check, and the rook covers on f7. Then there were some mutual mistakes and time pressure. Rook g5, bishop e4. And then finally, the smoke cleared with bishop f7 and queen h5. So this is how we reached that endgame. Of course, the rook was forced to leave. Bishop took d5. And Gadimbaili had the chance to trade bishops, and I think he should have taken that chance.
Yeah.
But instead, he got very fancy. He went bishop e5, and eventually, Robson said, listen, you don't want to trade bishops? Okay, I'm going to keep my bishop pair of bishop e4. A very mature decision. It also threatened bishop e1, and g5 shut down the rooks. Gadimbaili just kind of moving back and forth.
Yeah. And now with the hidden bishop on d8, and then getting ready for g4, bishop g5. Yeah, black just wins this.
Okay, so that would mean Ray Robson would advance to the next round. And I'm kind of looking around the horn. We don't have many games left. We have almost none. Okay, Wei Yi and Vasily Ivanchuk will have a rook, knight, and pawn versus rook and bishop. So that should be a draw. And that leaves us with like 3 or 4 games. Let's flip on Fedoseev against Erigaisi, which I also think is not going to last too long. But maybe it will.
But hang on. Yeah, black has the pair of bishops. I mean, white has good drawing. Yes, white has good drawing chances because this bishop on h6 construction is a little bit strange, and knight c3, for example, is a tempo move. But knight c3, knight d4. But okay, knight c3, bishop c6, b5, bishop b7. I mean, if we can somehow stabilize the position, it would be very good for black, I guess.
So let's make those moves. Bishop c6, you toss in b5,
bishop,
and bishop
b7.
b7.
Yes. And you have to go for this knight a4. Some counterplay with knight a4, knight c5 is the only chance.
And for that reason, it's probably better to go bishop a8 so that knight c5 doesn't come with tempo.
Yes.
Because now, if you try knight a4, black is a little bit faster and strikes with f3.
And then finally we open up that bishop from h6.
Which has waited so patiently for such a long time. I would be terrified of this position because black is threatening to move the bishop and start pushing f4.
Yeah, it all comes down to some move position, like knight c5, and then can you push the b pawn? Are you in time or not? Because of knight d7 check, yeah, so black is unable to play bishop f8.
Because anytime the knight is traded for the dark squared bishop, white has a permanent blockade on the dark squares. So, if we go back to the current position, there is also the move knight to d4 in order to try to keep the squares on the king side under better control, but it's not a tempo move, so it's a hard move. It's a bit of a hard move for a human to play, I think.
Yeah, on the other hand, the players have reached the time control, so it could be possible to spot knight d4 if this is so important, yeah, because this knight c3, bishop c6, b5, bishop a8, and then knight a4, it's not such a human way, yeah, you feel like something might happen on the king side, and knight d4 played by Fedoseev.
Yeah, and it occurred to me that knight to e2, I think, is the deciding factor for why he played it. Knight e2 would just pick up the pawn. This actually might force a draw immediately. Very, very lovely decision-making for Fedoseev. It was so tempting to automatically make the tempo move. Instead, he realizes that the goal is to win the f4 pawn at all costs. And bishop f8 is just basically tantamount to a draw offer after bishop takes f4. Or can black squeeze that position, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, if the pawn would not be on g4 but on g5 and it would be protected with the pawn on h6, then I think we know the answer. Yeah, you play as long as you don't win. But with this lovely blockade on f4, I believe that it should be an easy draw.
Yeah, and compared to what Fedoseev was trying to hold yesterday, this is going to be a piece of cake. That rook knight and 3-pawn position was held in excellent fashion by Vladimir Fedoseev. So this match very likely to go into tiebreaks as well. And on that note, folks, we are going to go on another break. Most of the games have already concluded. It's been a pretty short round, but we have a couple of fascinating battles still underway across both sections. We'll look at the women's section and the rest of the games in the Open. But first, the World Cup will return after this short break.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody. Hey.
I'll be White.
White.
Yeah, 'cause I need all the advantage I can get.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
You said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game, thanks for playing. Good game, thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
Where does that come from, that kind of even keel, like kind of level-headed I mean, a lot of people get really big-headed and very, very confident when they like get on a roll, and you're just like, I didn't play well, gotta be better next time.
I mean, you can never relax. I mean, I do that so I don't relax. I keep the same amount of energy and concentration during the tournament.
We are back at the 2023 FIDE World Cup. This is game 2 of the third round of matchups, and you can see that the playing hall is mostly empty. There are a couple of games still going, and we will be bringing you those games in just a moment. First, we wanted to spotlight Hikaru Nakamura's bracket, because Hikaru has taken the chess world by storm. Magnus Carlsen's bracket, that is. You can see Magnus Carlsen having defeated Levon Ponsalaya, now having defeated Aryan Tari and securing a draw in the second game. And Peter facing Vincent Keimer in round 4. What a matchup that's going to be. What a treat for Vincent to face Carlsen, and Vincent Keimer going 2-0 against similarly rated Amin Tabatabai.
Yeah, that's hopefully going to be a very big match. I mean, Magnus in a very good shape. Vincent is also showing in this tournament a lot of confidence. He has played a wonderful Bill tournament where he lost the last round. Otherwise, he would have, just with a draw, would have won that incredibly strong tournament. So it's going to be a very big fight. On the other hand, Magnus so far has been dominating Vincent. Yeah, Vincent has a very bad score. However, you never know. This is the World Cup. Anything can happen.
It's only 2 games, and all it takes is one inaccuracy for one of the players to be sent home. Speaking of sending a player home, Ju and June has been struggling for the majority of this game. First game ended in a draw. She's got the white pieces here, and she's got a miserable defensive task ahead of her against Ulvia Fadalieva. This is not what she had in mind when she played that English opening.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, knowing what the strategy she is, she probably hates her position, yeah, because she just knows that this is very unpleasant. The pawn structure, the A4, the C4, the E4 pawns are all potential weaknesses. Black has this incredible dominant knight on E5, guarded by the knight on G4. This pawn on D6, F6 construction is super lovely. The bishop on C6, eyeing both weaknesses. Wow, this is the only question, that how easy it is to break through White's defenses, but it's gonna be hell for White.
I'm trying to figure out whether it's worth taking on E5 here, or do you live with it? Do you kind of just try to bide your time? And it's not even that easy to find a waiting move. I guess something like rook D1 to D2 would be one candidate move, and the other is to play bishop takes E5. Which of those do you think White should carry out to maximize her defensive chances?
I think in order to understand this, we have to see the last 5 moves, for example, just to see that what was the narrative of this game, because that will already tell us that is White believing in slow passive defense, or does she think that she has to do something?
So I think it is probably the former. Bishop G3. So she kicked the knight away. I'm not sure the black had to move that knight back. Okay, she moved it back to E5. They repeated the position. King F8, knight F3. So it appears that White is implying that bishop takes C5 is a possibility, but she had the opportunity to do it on the previous move, and instead she made a semi-waiting move. So hard to make any hard and fast conclusions from the last couple of moves, but I feel like Ju and June is going to be adopting a waiting posture here.
Exactly. I mean, basically, if White can find a waiting move, the big question is how long you can wait, because Black's next move going to be rook E8 to G8, improving the position, and that's why, for example, just bishop G3, bishop F4 forever waiting strategy will never work in long run.
It's not a fortress. And there's also the idea of king D8, king C7 potentially to solidify the D6 pawn and get out of the way of the rook, but then later you can play rook G8 and then rook E to G7. Okay, that's thinking very far ahead, but the position is closed. This is how you have to think in these types of positions, because you do have, in most cases, all the time in the world to achieve the regrouping that you want to achieve. And I think Black has her eyes on an ideal setup.
And I think when we first started talking about this position at the beginning of our broadcast, you already mentioned that the move F4, F5 might be tempting to kick that knight from G6, but it will give this eternal square for the black knight on E5. So don't do it. Finally here White probably was forced to. We don't know exactly how it happened, but now Black sits on the knight, on the E5 square with the knight, and enjoys the situation.
Yeah, this is a torturous positional struggle, and Ju and June is used to being on the winning side of these types of struggles, not on the side that has to deal with a ruined pawn structure and really, really poor squares for her pieces. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game. Just kind of going around the horn, Humpy Canero is going to defeat Olga Bedelka in their second game and therefore win the match. Alexandra Kostenyuk drawing both of her games. And maybe we can look quickly at the match between Vaishali, Pragnananda's sister, who's still in the tournament, and Maria Muzichuk. Vaishali losing the first game. And unfortunately for her, I think her World Cup might be coming to an end with this game.
Yeah, it doesn't look realistic that you can swindle your opponent. Also, time trouble has just finished. She's burning now a lot of time for move 42, which means that she doesn't know what to do. And it's not looking good. Also, Maria is a big expert of all these World Cups. I think she handles the nerves and all these crazy tensions extremely well. It's hard to see a big turnaround here. The match that I would love to jump into also is Bibisara Asabayeva against Elizabeth Petz, because I think the first game was a draw and the second game is still in progress.
Let's have a look.
Wow, and Elizabeth is winning.
Huh. She's winning. She's up on pawn. She's winning a second one. Are there any off chances here for white to hold? I don't think so, right? King takes a4.
Yeah, I mean, also after knight c8, black has knight d5. Yeah, knight f6 to d5 protects the b6 pawn, attacks the e3. It basically curtains.
Just king takes a4. Maybe Bibisara is relying on king c3, but then you just start pushing b5, b4, and white is, too slow by like 16 tempi.
Yeah, no, this is hopeless. Basically, we can move on. It was just very important to understand where this match stands.
For sure. And we do congratulate Polina Shuvalova, who did manage to win that game against Irina Krush. So she moves on, and still a couple of games remaining, but I think,
I mean, what about Goryachkina? Because she won her first game, but the second game is still in progress against Desmuk, I believe.
Let's take a look. Goryachkina has the black pieces here.
Okay, she has everything under control. I mean, it's super solid position. She's definitely not gonna lose. She will make a draw.
She's just so solid. Very hard player to beat on demand. And I think Deshmuk's last move is essentially a draw for we're gonna have a trade, and black's gonna centralize her queen, and there are no winning chances here whatsoever.
Exactly. Basically, if someone, then black could be the one who could start jumping around with the knight, but of course she doesn't want. Draw is equal to victory.
Indeed. Okay, so a lot of the favorites still in the tournament, but definitely Ju and Jun's game is, I think, the biggest potential upset. And on that note, I think we can switch back to the open section and see how our few remaining games are proceeding. So let's go ahead on out. And we have the bird's eye view there. All of the results on the screen. And Gusenov, the Minga is still playing, but Gusenov's winning chances have evaporated with his missed opportunity. Wei Yi still trying to torture Ivanchuk with an extra A-pawn, Peter, but I think unless Vasily blunders a piece, that game is unlikely to end in a decisive result. And that's basically it. We might as well go to the Salem Daneshvar game, which seems to be the most combative of the games still going.
Yeah, so black did manage to give a check on e1, but it does not seem to bring too much relief. What happened? So white actually, you remember we were talking that should you push a4 or not? I think white finally opted on queen f4, rook e1 check, king g2.
Mm-hmm.
And then h6 happened. Black is, yeah, this was the position, king g7 and king g2, h6. Indicating somewhere some g5, but for the moment the knight on f5 is hanging, so I'm not really seeing this.
And there's no hurry with bishop takes f5. I suppose white should just start pushing, and black probably wants to put the rook on a1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's because whenever bishop f5 happens, then I'm not sure this queen takes f5 position is completely lost, or there are some chances. You never know exactly.
Intuitively, there should be some chances, but so let's test out a4. Let's
Yes.
say rook a1, bishop f5, and first of all, black should test queen takes f5. Okay, the engine believes it's completely winning, but the eval can be very misleading.
Ah, but
king
okay,
f3
it's a
apparently.
simple, yeah, king f3, king f4, then you play f3, and then rook b6, rook takes a4, rook takes c6 check, and king gets to e5. That's the problem.
Beautiful. King f4. Let me make some random moves for black. Black waits because there's nothing else black can do. And now the key idea, rook b6. Great call. Rook takes c6.
And
the
king
king
e5.
slides into the center
Yeah.
with a completely winning position.
Yeah, so that's why black has to capture with the pawn after bishop takes f5, and maybe hope for some queen e6, queen e4 check, trying to get a rook endgame with a completely different structure. No, take with the pawn on f5.
Take
Yes.
with the pawn, yeah.
And then queen e6, queen e4 check. It could be a different situation.
Also not easy for white to make any kind of progress here. White, of course, can force his own version of the trade with queen e5. And this is like a 50-50 position. Obviously, a much better version for black with this passed pawn, but maybe still winning because of the damage that black has done on the king side.
Yeah, but I mean, still, such positions over the board that you feel that some rook a3 cutting the king. And okay, how is white really making progress? If the king starts moving towards the queen side and rook a2 check, rook takes f2 might happen. It's not easy to evaluate.
Very, very difficult. I agree. So big moment for Dinesh where he's taking his time and he's down to 8.5 minutes for the rest of the game. Could he be getting a little bit nervous, sensing that he might score another comeback victory? And what else might he be thinking about here? Oh, I guess the immediate bishop takes f5.
Yeah, but it does not really change anything. Yeah, in fact, it changes that black has then some g takes f5, rook e4 idea, and eventually f5, f4 breaking on the king side. You don't want to do that, especially not against Salem.
That's exactly right. Other than that, I think you basically have to go a4. That's your only asset. You have to push the pawn. And he goes h5.
H5.
That's what he
wow.
was thinking about.
Yeah, he's trying to loosen up the pawn structure on the king side. Of course, if he gets ag, fg in, then suddenly black's king will be very vulnerable after the rook b7 check. Oh, interesting move.
The issue is that there might be knight back to e7, and one could make the argument that with the c6 pawn securely defended, the knight versus bishop imbalance doesn't necessarily favor white.
Yeah, especially thanks to this rook on e1, yeah, which can go to a1, to e2, I mean, can start harassing the bishop on c2.
Yep, knight e7 is what we're talking about. And in the event of the trade, okay, white can start pushing, but probably black should put the rook behind the pawn. And who knows? I mean, there are definitely drawing chances here.
Yeah, this knight on e7 is a very nice stabilizer. And there is also this potential AG-FG, and if the king walks all the way to b2, then black can generate counterplay with h5, g5, h4.
And that pawn promotes very, very quickly with the bishop totally unable and restricted as it is by black's pawns and pieces. Very true. So probably it's better to leave the pawn on h5, because if black plays g takes h5, it's much harder to create a passer, almost impossible.
Yeah, but still, it's also because white is pawn up, but after g takes h5, you will lose that argument, yeah, that you are pawn up, and that's why you should be winning.
Yeah.
So it's not such an easy psychological situation.
Very true, not at all. But this plan of walking the king around to b2, it's more effective when black's pawn structure is disjointed. Although, again, like rook f1 in the end, but the moment the rook moves away, white's pawn rumbles forward toward promotion, and it's virtually unstoppable. So, okay, so h5 on the board. Black is pondering his next move. I still think that white is likely to win this game.
Yes, that's true. However, if Bardia goes on to show this technique that after knight e7 takes, and he leaves the pawn on h5 and walks with the king to the queen side, that's truly impressive.
Yeah, that would be brilliant technique. But what haven't we seen from Bardia Daneshvar thus far this tournament? Okay, Fedoseev and Erigaisi are going to draw their game momentarily, as will Gusenov and Dominguez, which I think will leave us with only 2 games or so Robson Gedimbile is still going on, but Ray Robson is converting pretty smoothly. Let's go for a second to the Ragnananda game, which is still winning for black.
Yeah, I mean, basically the question was, why is this game lasting so long? Yeah, but it's not changing anything on the result.
Knight takes e4, you will play rook e takes e4. And black's queen is the hero.
Yeah.
Because it's holding down both of white's heavy pieces. It's incredible.
Everything. It holds everything. So basically, white's last chance is maybe to play knight f5, but then knight f2 check should be checkmate. No, I mean, we start giving checks. We can sacrifice on f5 whenever we want. The knight after king h2, knight g4 check. If that's not checkmate, then nothing.
Yeah, king h3. You
And
give
okay.
another check. I have to cover.
Check.
But suddenly, black might have to make a quiet move here.
Wow, to be honest, I
Crazily
thought
enough.
like I just gonna go rook e3 check and it should be checkmate. It wasn't, yeah? Instead of queen d3, just if rook e3 check, you're gonna go g3 or you take. Yeah, you take
first.
and then g3. Yes.
Huh. And of course, black has a draw, but not more than that in this version.
Unbelievable. I mean,
So you
okay,
have to keep repeating.
three pieces attacking, the queen, the rook, and the knight, and only one single pawn is defending. I mean, what is this?
Yeah. And none of white's pieces are even anywhere near the king. You're
Yes.
right. So it's not satisfying that you have to like play a quiet move, but you do. You have to go here. Oh, sorry. No, g3 queen f1 is made, so white plays knight g3. And black is, still in need of some hard work. So like something like knight f6. But this is not an easy move.
Yeah, well, all this is not so simple because you want to calculate check, and mate. Yeah, game over. And then whenever you feel like the game continues, you think like, what's wrong with me? Yeah, why am I not finding the killer blow? And then you start looking from the beginning.
I hate that feeling.
Yes, and knight f5 on the board. It's played.
Knight f5 is played. I'm going to refresh so we get the live position. Yep, it's knight f5. And it's a reassuring feeling that black has the draw in his pocket, but it's crazy to talk about a draw here. It's so winning. And yet that feeling when you're looking for mate and you don't find it, over the years I've come to realize that that's often because there is no mate. And sometimes you just have to say, I'm going to expand my frame of search and I'm going to start looking for calm defensive moves, whereas earlier I would just be stubborn and spend the rest of my time only looking for mate. Knight f2 check is on the board. Let's see if you can navigate the complexities here.
Yeah, king h2. We talked about knight g4.
He's going to play it.
I mean, this queen d3 check, knight f6, that's not so natural. But on the other hand, queen d3 check forces the knight back from f5 to g3, which is good news. Yeah, then all kinds of whites attacking chances, attacking potential is definitely reduced.
Well, because white is threatening queen d8 and rook h8.
Yes, beautiful checkmating pattern.
So moving the knight away from f5 just takes the sting out of any back rank check, including rook h8.
And let's not forget, all Prague needs is draw to advance to the next round. It's interesting also psychological, yeah, that how such a young prodigy will handle the situation. Has 10 minutes left. Will he calculate a win till the end, or will he not calculate till the end, but just believe that, okay, come on, but I don't have to calculate till the end, I'm just winning? Or will he go for, I think he will go for a win. I don't believe that. It would be much more old school. Like, okay, I'm leading. I don't see a checkmate. Let's repeat, but no. I mean, I don't see Prague repeating.
You're absolutely right. And especially because a couple of moves ago, he had a flat out repetition. He literally had boom, 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 boom. And he didn't go for it. He went for the win. To suddenly turn back now is like the old joke about, the three men on an island. And, two of them are smart and one of them is dumb. And, first smart one swims 30% and drowns. Next smart one swims 50% to shore and drowns. And then the dumb one swims 99% of the way and says, I'm tired. And he swims back to the island. So, so he's already at the shore. You might as well find the last winning move.
Yeah,
So-
but already we have seen in this World Cup, how much nerfs are in play. This is not the normal chess tool, and knight f2 check played. Let's see. Maybe Plug is also old school.
Fabiano Caruana would probably repeat moves here, but okay, that was low.
No, I think that because here Prague had control right from the beginning. I believe that under such circumstances, Fabi would never repeat actually.
You would play queen d3 and
Or
yeah,
something.
You're right,
I
of
mean,
course. I'm
yes.
just giving him some trouble. But I remember this incident with Vasily Ivanchuk declining a draw against Anish Giri in a much more double-edged position. And Anish was stunned. Like, he could not believe that Ivanchuk was prizing his objective assessment over the need to qualify for the next round. The game ended up in a draw anyway, but that moment really stuck with me as an example of someone who really is just a servant of the game and really just trying to do what the position demands of him, regardless of the tournament situation.
Yeah, probably if you ask Chucky what happened, he said, yeah, what? Why not? I mean, should I have done something different? It's, he just loves chess so much. He's so passionate.
Indeed. Chess and checkers.
And there you go, Queen DC. That's what I wanted to say, that Prague, if he wanted to repeat, he would have repeated immediately. No, he doesn't want. This is our boy. We are a big fan of Prague.
I think it's hard to appreciate how impressive that is when you're looking from the side and you're looking at the eval bar. But he doesn't know for a fact that this is totally winning. He can sense it, of course. But with 10 minutes left and a lot of money on the table, like, this takes some guts, honestly. Yes, it's totally winning. Yes, he probably sees knight f6, but still, at his age and experience level, this is the sign of a true fighter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, he's famous for it. And I don't think that money really is important for Prague. I mean, he's so much into chess. Also in India, the players are like national celebrities. Yeah, they are like big heroes, national heroes. The prestige, the pride to achieve something, I think that's the main driving force for all of them.
Which is amazing, because that's the way it should be. And, money is important to chess players, professional players, but it should never be the only deciding factor, particularly when a player is in the first stage of their chess development. There should be different considerations that drive them forward. And, money as top priority can definitely stunt their otherwise very fast growth. So great to see that happening in India. Okay.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, the development. Yeah, and the knight is forced back to g3. And okay, now black has all the freedom. Yeah, basically there is no lead threat. Okay, rook h8 check, but it's just a check. It's not a checkmate.
Yeah, so there are no threats. That's the thing. But the point of knight f6 is to dislodge the rook from the h-file. Rook g5, there's this beautiful geometry with queen dropping back to h7. And essentially that is checkmate.
Yes, exactly. And also the line like knight f6, rook h8 check, king g7, queen g5 check can be simply answered by king takes h8. And then queen h7 will be a devilish check anyway.
Bang. And this is not mate, but it forces the queens off the board. And this is obviously resigned time for David Navarro. And if he finds that f6, that would be just complete the exquisite technique in this game.
Well, I mean, what he has shown yesterday, mastering that very complex strategical battle, squeezing out that victory against the weak central e6, e5 pawns, compared to that. And actually, both games were Italians, so here Prague might be winning the duel 2-0 in the Italian against David Navarro.
Incredible. Yeah, this is the final gasps here for David. He is praying for a miracle, and he is not going to get one. But I still can't believe what we saw this round with Fabiano. And Prague's matches have been some of the least dramatic. They have just been wire to wire. He has given almost zero chances to his first two opponents.
Exactly. I mean, like smooth riding, smooth sailing. I mean, just enjoying the tournament. Somehow one feels like he's not at the World Cup. Yeah, he's like at home, just playing some friendly games, not showing any nerves at all, handling every situation to perfection. Very impressive stuff.
Indeed. And impressive stuff also shown by Parha Maksudlu, who we haven't spotlighted as much. His matches have been a little bit less enterprising, I think. But he did defeat Danchenko yesterday, and he is, I think, about to save a draw from a worse endgame to carry himself forward to the next round. Looks like Danchenko's winning chances are rapidly evaporating. So that will leave us then with, again, just a handful of other games, which are themselves rapidly moving toward their conclusion. Gadir Gusenov is still playing against Dominguez. He is sort of in denial about his winning chances, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of understandable, especially if after the time control he realized that he was winning. Yeah, and we reached this position that we talked about, that there is no way through. Whenever the king enters to c6, black pushes the c-pawn, so white has to kind of wait. Black is very happy to do the same. And basically, Lanier will progress. And in fact, nothing really happened, but Lanier did spend a lot of... Look at this. After move 40, it looked like all black had to do is just sit and wait, and Lanier nevertheless spent like 25 minutes.
Oh, because bishop e2, that's what I was about to ask. I completely forgot about this move. And what is the defensive approach here for black?
Okay, I go bishop c7.
Bishop c7, I'll go king c6.
Yes. Okay, I go bishop d8.
Let's say I push.
And then I push c4.
You push c4, I have to take.
And then I take on h5.
And black is
what is this?
In time, yeah.
Probably. I mean, for us, it's very easy to say black is probably in time. Lanier had to calculate, and that's why he spent 25 minutes. Probably the lines are still crazy.
I don't get it. Yeah, because, okay, king d7, bishop g5. I play king c8, and I go d7, d8. King g4,
yeah, king
d7.
G4, king f3.
Oh,
I'm walking.
You actually run all the way around.
And I have king d4 tempo hitting the bishop.
Wow. King
that
c7,
might be
king d4.
And then king c3, king b4, and pushing the f pawn and eliminating the a4 pawn. Wow, okay. Now it's understandable why Lanier had to spend so much time.
This was the line he had to calculate, and it's all forced. Bishop d8, d6, d4. Can white save a tempo anywhere? No. I can't not take this pawn, or black wins on the spot. Takes. Can I start with d7? It probably doesn't matter. It's all the same number of tempi anyway.
Yeah, and then this idea that black is actually not pushing his f-pawn, but walks with the king towards the queen side from h5. How can you believe that the king from h5 would be in time?
It's an illusion, Peter, because it looks like white is like 2 moves away, right? I'm going to go king b7, c8, promote, and then I'm already there. Like, I'm right there. I'm taking all your pawns. But no, it just takes so long for white to do all of that, that in this version as well, it's the same exact position. King d4 comes with tempo. Incredible. Wait. I made a mistake. Or did I? I thought the eval bar was playing tricks on me. Sorry. It is always equal.
Yeah, it looked logical. But by the way, actually, Lanier played the move bishop e7. It might be just transposition of moves, because white will anyway have to... but maybe even more clever. Maybe even more clever.
Oh.
Maybe more clever. Because now after king c6, we are not even losing a tempo. We push c4 immediately.
Okay, king c6, we push c4. Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, and after d6, we put the bishop... Yeah, and then we put the bishop on f6, so whenever... Okay, but this case, you can go king c7 and d8, so you will win the tempo back. It will lead to the same position.
Okay. So this way and that way, it's essentially a transposition. As we see Ju and Jun there on camera, obviously this is not the position she has. This is Gusenov against Dominguez. Apparently, we're getting notified in the chat that there was a blunder in the Aragaisi game.
Wow.
But, okay. We were
this is a draw.
Yeah, this is a draw between Divya and Goryachkina, which means Sasha Goryachkina qualifies. I guess we should look at the Ju and Jun game real fast.
Yes, definitely.
And then we can maybe go back and see what happened in the Fedoseev game.
Yeah, she finally captured on e5, but her position with, look at this, e4, c4, a4, and the black knight going to d6 or g5. Oh my god, this is as bad as it gets.
Is this now firmly in losing territory for Ju and Jun? I think it is. She's
Yes,
losing
king
both of
e3.
these pawns potentially.
Yeah, king e3, knight g5. This knight stops the g file, and it stops any counterplay with rook h3 as well. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. White has to play some king e3, bishop c2, and hope for a miracle, but how long you can hang on to it.
But how do you win? Like knight g5, bishop c2. Do you induce Zugzwang with a wait? Can you make a waiting move? What a position!
Unbelievable. So, why you can't go rook g1? That's my only question after king d6.
Yeah, maybe it has to do with rook h4.
But then I go back to g3, rook g3.
And then somehow I go around, maybe?
Yes, probably. Or you go rook h2.
Rook h2. Rook g1, rook takes d2.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes, okay.
Even rook h3.
Also rook h3, yes. Yeah, no, this is... Wow, hopeless position then.
Look at White's pawns. And this is a structure Ju and Jun probably hasn't had since she was a beginner. Like, she just does not have pawn structures like this. And she's just not comfortable. You called it at the very start of the game. This was never a position that she feels too comfortable with.
Yeah, it was playing against her nature. Yeah, I mean, just any moment of the day, right from the start when these double pawns appeared and d3, e takes d3, bishop d3 happened, ask her, okay, she would have picked the black color. I mean, definitely, and she would have been so happy.
For sure. And I think a mistake here for black would be to go knight d6. You want to keep the knight on g5, and that's obvious. I don't think black is ever going to give white the g file for free.
Yeah. Of course.
Wow.
Knight on g5, such a monster.
Women's world champion on the cusp of getting eliminated. She also doesn't have time. She doesn't have anything here in this position.
Yeah, only she can pray for some big miracle. But knight g5 on the board, there are no real miracles in such structures. Yeah, I mean, usually you save some positions where there is some dynamic, there is some calculation going on. Here, black just improves the position, and it looks so hopeless for white.
But the last hurdle, right? I think it would be over eager to play rook h4 and allow knight f3. Why would you allow the trade of knights? You have to play this cold-blooded move, king d6, and recognize that white is literally in Zugzwang. I think king d6 ends the game.
Yeah, okay, but this is the last difficult moment to understand that actually you are probably looking for why I'm not finding a win, white has protected everything, what is my idea? And in fact, the idea is just to use the Zugzwang. Yeah, it's not such an easy psychological situation.
I think less experienced endgame players always struggle with this concept of a waiting move, right? Because you feel like you always have to do something, and it doesn't look like white's in Zugzwang, because it appears that white has many waiting moves, rook g2, rook g1, but you also have to keep an eye on that h file and combine the threats on e4 with the threat of infiltration with a waiting move at the right moment. And that moment is now.
Yeah. No, if king d6 happens, then basically white is forced to play rook g1, which basically forces black to play rook h4 because on the board.
And that must have come as a knife to Ju and Jun, who was praying that black would rush with the rook h4, give her some semblance of a chance. She's going to go rook g1 because there are no other moves.
Yeah, I mean basically no other move, and then rook h4 comes, threatening rook h3 check, then rook g3 is kind of again an only move, and then black activates the rook to h1 or h2, whatever, and yeah, running out of squares.
Yeah, that's almost it. And perhaps we could leave Ulvia Fadalieva to convert this endgame. I mean, she's probably going to take her time converting this with black. And maybe we could go back to the open section and check up on the last remaining couple of games as the round starts to wrap up here in game 2 of the third round of matches. You can see Guseynov squeezing the rest of his clock, hoping against hope that a win will materialize, but tempo for tempo, Lenier Dominguez will hold. And Dineshvar with the most meat on the bone still, in terms of the positions that we have remaining.
And he's only down to 2 minutes on the clock, and he gives black the chance to go rook e4 or rook e4, queen e4. I mean, something has to land on e4 now.
And it's your old idea, Peter. I think queen e4 check to force the best version possible of the rook endgame.
Yeah, I guess white wants to play rook f3 because any queen takes e4, fe4 should be, on the board. Queen e4 check, rook f3. But now this rook on f4 is a little bit strange. First of all, does black need to take this? I'm not even 100% sure because the d4 pawn is vulnerable as well. The rook is pinned. Can black? No. Okay, I can't.
Black can't
take. But yeah, exactly. Take and rook d2 just to make sure that the rook is forced, and then I'm threatening rook d3.
Oh, and your rook is in a box. Rook is in a box. This is a draw, actually. There's nothing white can do. Because if you go king f3, king e3, then immediately rook a2. And black starts picking up the pawns laterally.
Yes. And I mean, okay. Eventually you can, but hang on. King f3, I can maybe, because if I lose the f5 pawn and you come back rook f4, then you can torture me forever.
That's true. So maybe I should defend. But now, of course, g4.
You run into g4, yeah. Okay, but this is a stunning defense. Yeah, king e6, unbelievable. And gf5 coming back. Rook takes f5 is not possible to rook takes d4.
Incredible. And black just keeps white dominated here. Rook takes d4, rook d3 is a threat. And all of a sudden, black is playing for the win here.
Yes. Wow. Unbelievable. So a lot of tension here in this incredible matchup. I mean, what Daneshvar has done so far in this championship was amazing. Bouncing back twice against Sasha Grishuk. Now also today, creating chances for himself. But it's so difficult to convert, especially in this FIDE time control. I mean, I personally hate this time control. I mean, my nerves and my heart is not able to handle this situation. I'm old school, I want to have, after move 40, my 1 hour. After I make my 20 moves, I want to have 15 more additional minutes.
Oh.
Exactly.
And look what happened to Fedoseev. He did blunder. And let me rewind a couple of moves. This was a draw. That was it. He had a fortress. Watch.
No, hang on. Sorry. After knight d4, you have to mention move 45, the f3 move, because this was super smart play by Erigaisi, not allowing the blockade. f3 was played,
f3.
Sacrificing the pawn.
And he got this position. Now here, I thought that white should have played maybe f takes g4, and maybe that's a cleaner fortress, but Vladimir instead keeps his options open. Here, he didn't play b5, which is fine. They repeated once. And at this point, I think Vladimir already thought this was over. Bishop d2. Bishop d6 is a sloppy move. And he blundered bishop c3. And here's the problem. After bishop c3, if the knight moves, there's this check on e1, and black takes on h4. Whereas, if after bishop d6 he had gone bishop e1 immediately, then there's king g2, bishop h4, and bishop b7 check, which is what Fedoseev had been banking on. You need this knight on d4, and there was total panic. Bishop c3, and he panicked. Apparently, bishop c5 is still a draw, and he panicked in this position. He had to give f4 check. Instead, he gave up the knight, and it turns out that in this position, black can just grab the bishop on c5 and win that endgame.
And then you put the bishop back to c6, blockading, covering the long diagonal so that that's it.
He's done it. And Arjun Erigaisi, at the last second, defeats Vladimir Fedoseev. What a match, what a game, and what a frustrating sequence for Vladimir.
Yes, definitely. But I mean, look at this. It will mean that Erigaisi continues knocking out Fedoseev. Pragnananda knocks out David Navara. Gukesh continues. Unbelievable. And we don't know. Nihal is probably in for a tiebreak tomorrow.
Yep.
Unbelievable what these Indian youngsters are doing in this World Cup.
I mean, and Prague is about to win the game as well. Navara will resign literally any second. I don't know why he's... There's not much left. Oh! There's some beautiful mating patterns in Navara's game. We can leave Arjun because this is obviously over. Fedoseev will resign in this position. You can go back for a second to the
Wow, just to treasure this position already.
Now, wait a second.
Yes.
Maybe not. Maybe this is not so easy. I was wrong.
King H4.
Oh my gosh. And the rook is hanging. Oh
King
my gosh.
H3 to H4. I mean, what a position, what a call. Yeah, of course we had to come back to this. I have never seen something like this.
He went rook e3, which was an inaccuracy because there's a check, another check. He blocked and he thought, okay, the game is over. But bang. And suddenly, if black trades queens, the knight on g4 drops. Oh my gosh. David Navarro is coming back from the dead here.
Yeah, but the good news for Prague is that, okay, draw is also good enough for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, incredible tenacity. And what?
Sorry. That was a mouse slip.
Yes. Yeah, those are my type of mouse slips. Yeah.
Rook e4, yeah. What's funny is it is still equal. Actually, you can play rook e4. But,
yes, but not rook fe4 because then knight f5 check comes. Yeah, that's why the rook e4 is good. Yes.
Oh, not good.
Oh, crazy.
So you have to take the queen. This is what we're going to see. Takes, king f6. No, sorry, king f6, knight h5. Oh my gosh.
No, king f8. King f8.
King f8. King f6 blunders the fork. Trade and rook a3.
And rook a3. And okay, black should still be winning this. Yeah, this is a win. Yeah.
But there's a no pressure situation. He knows he's qualified. It's not like he's going to be sitting there super nervous. It's painful if you don't win this game at this point, but not too painful.
Exactly. I mean, especially now that he can grind for free, he will be going for this position.
But he's taking the rest of his time. Is there any chance that he panics here? No, I don't think so.
It's not the characteristic of Prague to panic.
Absolutely not. Especially... Oh!
He went knight f6, check.
Okay, so he's just making a draw.
No, okay, he will be pawn up, but yeah, white will probably escape. Yeah, queen takes f4, rook g3, or queen g3. It's the same.
But wait a second.
Yeah, it looks fine for white.
Yes. White has this idea of a5 to fix the pawn on a light square. Yeah. Just wait a second. Prague is down to 2 minutes. Black has to go a5 there, I think. Very important.
Yes. Yeah, because knight takes h5 is a check. Yeah, you have to move with the king to f3. And then a5.
Aren't you shocked that Prague didn't take the queen?
Well, I'm a little bit shocked, but okay, I understand. Yeah, it's... I mean, when the clock is ticking and all these kind of things, then you sometimes lose your mind.
King g3, knight h5. Now, wait a second. King f3, a5. King e4.
King e4. Yes.
The king gets
But
over
you have
b6.
knight f6, knight d7. You are in time to cover the c5 square.
Aha. King knight d7. Okay, and then white runs out of ideas. Let's make the moves on the board. Takes. Here, you have to go a5 so that white doesn't go a5. No, but yes. I go king e4. And I go through e5.
Yes, okay, but I can go anyway, knight d7, knight b6.
Bishop b3?
But then, yes, exactly. No, then it's losing, yeah. Then it's losing. Don't do this.
I'm stunned that Prague didn't trade queens. That was 0 chances to lose. And suddenly, we're constructing scenarios not that many moves away where black can blunder into a lost position. Highly unlikely, but with 2 minutes, everything is possible. My gosh. What haven't we seen today?
Yeah, and there is the other construction like king f3, knight f6, a5, knight d7. And then I'm trying to go knight c5, knight b7, eliminating that pawn. Is that an idea? I mean, not to go a5 at all, not to lose this tempo.
I think it's a lovely idea because it's based on concrete calculation. The pawn is in a dark square, which hurts white tremendously. Oh, but there is a position.
Yes?
I'm trying to construct a scenario where you take on a5 and then I go like bishop d5 and trap your knight.
Okay, but that will be a little too much if you can do that.
So and king f3, then f6. 5, 7. Yeah, I think actually it might be possible. Let's say I go king f3, knight f6, a5.
Yes.
Okay.
Knight d7.
Bishop b1. No. Okay, no, it's unrealistic. It's unattainable.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it would be too unfair, no? I mean, okay, it should be fine for black.
Yeah, the chess gods saved the craziest sequence for last. And David is thinking.
Yeah, think about king g4, knight f6, king f5, but then knight d7 comes anyway. It blocks the king from e5.
Yeah, it sets up a little bit of a force field with the pawn on f7 and the knight on d7. So I think David should play fast here.
But you know, the computer is teasing us. Yeah, like after king f3, he says, why are you guys afraid of a5? Why are you afraid of the king running? Just play king f6, knight g7, knight e6. But that's not how the human brain works.
Absolutely not. Oh, king g4. I think he's overlooked this knight d7 idea, or he's just running out of hope anyway.
Yeah, probably he does not believe. Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be a draw. Still a great save for David Navarra, but sadly, it's a day late and $1 short.
But you know, it's very tricky because at this moment of time, of course, he's disappointed that he will be knocked out. But when he travels home and then he sees, but hang on, I saved 5 rating points. Yeah, after like 1 week of time, it will suddenly be quite a nice feeling.
It absolutely will. And man, I just cannot believe that this game turned out as close as it is. But Praga's going to hold it. He's got plenty of time, and he is going to move on, as will quite a few of his compatriots. And we are going to go on a short break. We're approaching the 5th hour of play here at the 2023 World Cup. There are just a couple of games still remaining. So when we come back, we will watch the Women's World Champion likely get taken down, as well as these last few games in the open section. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more World Cup action in just a couple of short minutes.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup. We are watching the conclusion of the second match game of the third round, as quite a few of the favorites across both sections have made a departure, and one of the most stunning departures is likely about to be made by the current Women's World Champion, fresh off her victory over Ting Jilei. She is staring down the barrel of a dead loss position against her much lower rated Azerbaijani opponent. Ju Wenjun needs a miracle in order to stay in this match. Peter, this has been an exquisite positional display, and at this point, white is 2 pawns down. This is borderline resignable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, it's unbelievable. Black plays like a super GM. Every single move in this game felt like, with a very special, delicate purpose. And Ju Wenjun in a terrible situation. I mean, I don't see, knight b1 was the only move. Knight c3 is the last chance. I was a little bit surprised. I was expecting black to put the rook on b4 just to make sure that the knight will never move from d2. But I guess this is good enough.
But now black has to find a response to knight c3, which is a threat. Because if you answer to knight c3, rook a3, then the king will drop back to d2, and suddenly, you're potentially losing the a-pawn, and the king isn't exactly safe when the knight lands on c3. There are certain tactical ideas of knight to b5 or sometimes knight to d5. So what does black need to find here in order to put white's resistance to bed?
Well, exactly. It's the reason why I like the move rook b4, that I don't want to calculate anything already in such a position. Yeah, because black has such a dominating position. It feels like, okay, you just make a couple of moves and that's it. And after rook a2, knight b1, suddenly there is something to calculate. Yeah, white has this hope of knight c3, so black might be considering to push b6, b5, whether you do it immediately but probably if you want to do it, you should do it immediately. But where does this lead? b5, c takes b5, bishop takes b5, knight c3 is still there.
And it's a very annoying move. It hits a4. It doesn't win a piece, obviously. You can move the rook to a3 or to b2, but this is exactly how these types of games are saved. It usually doesn't happen in one move. It usually starts with an inaccuracy. You start getting nervous because all of a sudden your opponent creates a threat, whereas 2 moves ago you were just completely dominating. Then you start spending your time, you panic, and you allow, a transformation of the position. So this is a huge moment for black, and I'm not seeing anything tempting off the top of my head for Fadalieva.
Yeah, it's one question that, for example, some knight g2 at some point, I don't know, also after b5, cb5, bishop b5, knight c3, there is knight g2 check, king f3, then, for example, after rook a3, you lost the defense on the knight on c3. Might be a safe way, but then white takes on g2, rook takes c3, and some rook f7 targets the f6 pawn, but then the a pawn seems to be queening. Okay, it should be winning, but there is something to calculate.
And I'll make the moves on the board. We have a moment here as Fadalieva considers her next move. The engine move is, in fact, to deliver this check on g2. And the idea is twofold. If white plays king f3, and this is not happening in the game, just to clarify, I am making these moves, and we're analyzing. Black plays bishop to e8, suddenly swinging the bishop over to h5. And if the king continues to run, then black gets this fatal, no pun intended, square on e3 for her knight. If instead the king runs the other way, knight g2, king d3, now it is a better time to play the move b5, because after cb, bishop b5, again, black gets this devastating e3 square for her knight, and if the bishop moves away, a very fitting conclusion to this game. No, not be rook b2, it would be rook c2 checkmate. But that has to be found.
Yeah, this knight g2 check, the knight is such a beautiful piece on f4, yeah, you don't have a heart to move that, but knight g2 seems to be very effective.
Okay, 8.5 minutes for Ulvia Fadalieva from Azerbaijan, who drew the first game with white and has played with filigree precision on the black side here of an English opening to outplay her world champion opponent. But how many times have we seen this situation? Top players just don't die. They just do not die. You have to keep putting them down again and again and again. And so often we see the lower rated player trip up just right at the finish line.
Yeah, and she probably also feels the nerves. Yeah, she knows exactly that she's just a couple of moves away of this sensation, and at home, imagine, she knows that the likes of Shakhriyar Mamedyarov had been knocked out. Yeah, so the Azerbaijani crowd hopes for some big miracle of the other players, and then if she is about to knock out the world champion, then that's the sensation that the local crowd wants to see.
Most certainly it does. 7.5 minutes now on the clock. And the last thing you want to do is get yourself to, just mere seconds, because at that point it starts becoming a time scramble. And b5. b5 is her choice. And Jun probably is going to capture on b5. She can also throw in the check on a6, but I don't see her doing that for some reason.
Yeah, because then after bishop takes b5, it will be a big tempo on the rook on a6. Somehow c takes b5 is the much more human move, and cv bishop b5, that was exactly the line that I was also considering the first. Yeah, I mentioned it. This knight g2 check is a little bit mystical. You don't know exactly where it leads to. When the computer does it, it works beautifully. It's fantastic. If a human player tries to do it, then somehow it will be misplaced.
Yeah, exactly. You always find the wrong time to do it, and the computer always finds the right time to do it. Okay, so after cb, bishop b5, white is likely to play knight c3. And I think the point of knight g2 there is to drag the king away so that you can then pin the knight with rook a3. But that's exactly the line that you pointed out, Peter, where white goes rook f7 and black goes a3. And black is probably faster and fast enough to promote.
Yeah, that one looked like a very human way. And I believe that after she has been spending 3 minutes on b6, b5, I believe she had calculated exactly the same lines, because she knows exactly that the only threat in the position is knight c3, rook a3, king d2. Yeah, so it's so natural to look at options. How do I stop that? And the cb bishop b5, knight c3, knight g2 check. The bishop from b5 covers the d3 square, and then the king has to move to f3, and then finally you get access to the a3 square.
Yeah, forcing lines are the easiest to calculate, particularly when you don't have all that much time on your clock. And Jun, I think, should move a little bit faster here. Use all of the resources at her disposal, her limited resources, to generate saving chances. But this is looking virtually hopeless at this point for the women's world champion. Not how she expected to enter tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, not, of course. But we see that this is such an incredible tough format. Yeah, you need to be fresh. And after coming right from the World Championship match, yeah, she has just defeated Lighting Jie with an incredible comeback at the end. Yeah, she won 2 games from the last 6 games, winning the last game on demand to end the match right away. Otherwise, it would have ended in a tiebreak. So how much nervous mental energy she had been burned on that match. Yeah, that's why whenever someone achieves something like this, and then probably she's also very relieved, I kept the crown and everything, to start the World Cup, this is not an ideal scenario.
Yeah, that's a great point. And of course, it's also important to clarify that, yeah, her opponent, Lighting Jie, was much higher rated, but that doesn't mean that this match is somehow easier. The lower rated player knows the opportunity that they have to make their name with a win like this. And Jun, much like Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, and others in the open section, has an X on her back. Everybody knows that if they are the ones to beat her, that's a lifetime achievement. You've beaten the world champion. So, the gusto and inspiration with which a lot of their opponents play makes them a pretty formidable force.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I also feel like many of the players, the female players, especially the younger ones, are still underrated. Yeah, you don't really get the real strengths when you look at their rating. Yeah, because they just haven't played enough. And this is a wonderful opportunity for them to play games against very strong players. And judging by this game, I don't know what's her rate. I mean, she's under 2400. I mean, okay, if someone shows you this game, you will tell that, okay, this was a fantastic player who played with the black pieces.
This was not just a Grandmaster level game, but a game on the level of, I think, a seasoned 2650 plus Grandmaster.
Exactly. Yeah, super clean, very delicate, very fine player. It's extremely precise, but we shouldn't praise before she wins because, of course, we know the commentator's curse. Ju and Jun opted for knight c3, trying to mix things up, but this also gives black the chance to go rook a3, king d2, b4. She's hoping then to take on a4. Looks pretty hopeless, but okay, you have to try something.
Yeah, she's hoping to play knight takes a4, and black needs to find the killer blow there. And the killer blow is not b3. That's the trap she's going for, because if bishop b3... Oh, we got to pull up an analysis board. This is a devilish trap, if I've understood it correctly. Obviously, black was not born yesterday. So this is the critical position. The winning move is bishop c6. You just go after the pawn. The move that squanders the whole advantage is b3. Bishop takes b3. Rook takes d7, and suddenly everything liquidates, and white recaptures on c5 with a fork. So never too late to blunder.
And hang on, white is almost winning that position.
Yeah.
No? It's like pawn up. Yeah.
Suddenly white is pushing, and Ju and Jun would decline a draw here. Black can draw, but imagine the psychological effect of blundering something like this and then having to defend, much like Wojciech did yesterday in that rook endgame. Okay.
Yeah, and knight g2 check played.
Repeating once, I would imagine.
No, not necessarily. I mean, if she already... Okay, if she wants to collect those important seconds, she can, but I don't think that she wants to repeat. Her body language does not indicate that she wants to repeat.
So, in that case, where is she going? No, repeat, I don't mean 3 times. I mean just
yes.
Once.
Yeah, of course. No, I also meant like this, that I don't feel in her body language that she wants to collect those seconds, because then you are doing it immediately. Otherwise, it's pointless.
Yeah. Why are you spending longer repeating than you did? Defeats the whole purpose. You're exactly right. But is there a purpose toward playing knight e1 check, or does that go barking up the wrong tree?
Well, it's definitely also tempting, because when you can give a check like this in a game, but also something like b takes c4, king takes c4, and then try to get some knight e3 fork at some point is attractive. I don't know exactly how to get it right, but I can understand that she might be considering something like this.
Wow, it's annoying that bc king c4 knight e3. Not only is that not checkmate, but somehow white keeps all of her pieces and pawns intact. Well, other than the 2 ones that you're down, but maybe just knight takes d1 there.
But then the rook on a2 is hanging. Yeah, you have to play.
My apologies.
Yeah, you have to play rook a3 in that line. But okay, then probably it's not worth it.
Yeah, rook a3. Maybe you're already rook. Wait, already there.
You give a check, yeah, or something.
Or white can even take on a4 potentially.
Yeah.
So it suddenly gets a little bit messy.
Yeah, it feels like it's not necessary to do this.
Under 5 minutes is Olivia Fadolieva. Are these the first signs of just a little bit of, of panic in the critical moment?
And this is what we are talking about, yeah, when we speak about this time control. Yeah, imagine that the players would have the old classical time control, then they would have now half an hour on the clock, total chilling mode. You have all the time in the world to slowly convert the position, but here the time trouble comes again, and this is the final time trouble. And this feeling that, oh my God, the time will finish, can actually lead to some mistake, some blunder.
And it's a completely different feeling than the one you get on move 37, where you're nervous, but you know that you've got this light at the end of the tunnel, and you've got the sweet nectar of another 30 minutes waiting for you. Here, you know that if you don't get it right the first time, you're going to get some complicated position with 30 seconds on the clock, and you're never going to build that time back up. So, I mean, of course you can, but for that to happen, you have to make 5 or 6 moves instantly, and that's always very hard to do.
Yeah, and then there are some players who are very experienced with playing with those last 30 seconds, and there are some players who are just panicking. Yeah, I was also one of them. Yeah, I just never felt comfortable. I felt like, okay, give me my classical time control and I will be super enjoying myself like this. You also cannot go to the bathroom for quite a long time. Yeah, it's already the final time trouble is like a crazy mess.
I think almost all chess players have had a story like this. I mean, it's funny, but it's not funny during the game where you need to go to the bathroom and you're in time pressure, so you can never find the right time. And it impacts your play because that's at some point all you can think about. And she's repeated once.
Yes. Yeah, she repeated one more time. Yeah, because okay, and then finally she will play. She checks the score sheet just to understand that, to make sure that threefold repetition is not coming into play.
And of course, yeah, it does not, because this is 2-time repetition. But were black to play knight f4 check, then that would be 3-time repetition.
And look at Jun. She's looking at the score sheet now. Knight f4, king e3 will end the game instantly because of the threefold repetition.
Do not give this check.
No.
But what do you do? Because BC I don't like. I don't like BC at all. I think this gives white serious chances, actually, at this point.
But she goes for it.
She does. It's easy to forget that the rook is hanging, by the way. Like, I blundered like that, and sometimes you just, like, put it out of your mind. You're like, oh, you know, knight e3, knight takes d1, I'm fine. Dang, you're losing.
Yeah, and now suddenly, for the first time in the game, white gets a construction which, for example, you can understand Jun liking. Of course, now she's 2 pawns done. It's not an ideal scenario, but the harmony of the pieces, yeah. Knight on c3, bishop d1, king c4, rook a7. There is some hope now.
And whenever there's a knight, playing against a knight in time pressure, it sounds like a very general statement, but it's hard because there's all sorts of threats. Knight d5, knight b5. If you lose the f6 pawn, at this point in the World Cup, we've seen absolutely everything. So I'm not going to guarantee any result here. You can miss a fork. You can blunder a rook. Everything is possible and has happened before in chess history. And if it happens, it usually happens in a tournament like this, where the impact of nerves is that much higher than it is in, let's say, just a regular open tournament. 3 minutes on the clock now for Fadolieva.
Yeah, I mean, okay, she has to give this knight is the checking this, she has to play rook a3, otherwise everything is pointless. But then the question, what to do after your bishop takes a4 move? c4 check would be kind of tempting.
King d2.
Yes, and then the big question appears.
And maybe that knight endgame is winning after bishop takes a4, rook takes a4, but that has to be properly evaluated. And it's not a given that that's winning.
Yes, with little time on the clock, it's and also quite a long line to calculate.
And what's concerning is that she's probably thinking about what to do after knight e3, but you might as well play the move, because there are no other moves. Everything else squanders the advantage entirely, and actually in some cases gives white winning chances.
Yeah, if white collects the pawn on a4 with bishop takes a4 and gets active with rook a6 check, that would be very dangerous.
Less than 2 minutes for Olivia Fadolieva. Oh my gosh, this is starting to get very, very interesting, and she's about to make a move.
Yeah, she will play knight e3 check.
It is knight e3, of course. King d3 and rook a3 is forced. And good stuff there to keep her composure. Bishop takes a4 is what we're expecting.
Yeah, bishop takes a4 will happen. And after c4 check, king d2. I mean, this is the only practical way of... can you include knight f1 check? But knight f1 check, king c2. I'm not seeing the very big... but no, then the knight goes to g3. This is lovely. So basically...
Oh, wow.
Then bishop... Yes, this is a nice route.
I'll show this on the board. We might actually see this, especially if Fadolieva, this is what she knows. So bishop takes a4, c4 check. Now, king takes e3 has to be examined, because that is not a trivial win. But what we were earlier looking at is king d2. And, knight f1 check, there's king e1. So black should actually start with bishop takes a4.
Wow, yes.
And now deliver this intermezzo.
Yes.
And the point that you're making is that after the trade, the knight circles around to g3, and black will collect the pawn with king c5, king d4. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That was the picture I had in my mind. But okay, she has played the move rook a3. All eyes on Jun, how she will And will she take the pawn or will she play bishop e2? She also has this other move trying to trap that knight on e3. Yeah, bishop e2, c4 check, king d2, and where is this knight moving?
How has this gotten so complicated all of a sudden?
And you remember we talked about this, that black will play knight g2 check, black will play b5. This is the human way, but we will never do it as precisely as the computer.
Yeah, nothing black did is objectionable in the sort of intuitive sense. But suddenly white is more active than she's been, I want to say all game long, but definitely not all game long, but definitely in the last 40 moves or so. Okay. 5 minutes for Ju and Jun. We are going to likely get a time scramble here, as both sides' clocks dwindle down to 0.
Actually, after bishop e2, can I make the more natural human move bishop b5? But no. Bishop b5 is dangerous. Then king takes e3, rook takes e3 check, king d2, rook b3, you take on b5 and you give rook a6 check. And it will be very unpleasant to deal with that. Okay, she plays rook a6 check.
Mm-hmm. Is she trying to go... Okay, king c7, what is her idea? Is it to continue checking? But no, that doesn't work because the king can zigzag. And knight takes d1 is a huge threat.
I think she wants to take on a4 with the bishop and hoping that in the night endgame black's king will be one step away with king on c7.
But there's a crazy tactic, isn't there? King c7, bishop takes a4. Is there knight to d1?
There is, but you still have to spot it with the nerves in play.
Unbelievable move. Let's wait for Fadalieva to decide where she's putting her king. King e7 is also a possible move, just ducking away from all possible checks.
Yeah, but somehow my intuition says that I want to get closer to that rook, yeah, with king c7. This king on e7 is a very strange piece.
The tactic that we were talking about, I'll show this quickly and then I'll refresh the moment she moves. King e7, bishop a4. The winning idea is knight d1. Beautiful move. If you take with the bishop, you drop the rook. You can't take with the knight. And if you try to counterattack the bishop, then there is this fork.
Oh,
and it's an only move, because if instead you take on c3, all of your pieces are hanging, and black does win with rook d3 check, but king e2 draws the game. Anyways, she's done it, and we're going to have the moment of truth momentarily.
Yeah, king e7, bishop a4, all eyes on
knight.
Fadalieva.
She sees it. I think she does.
Yes, she's about to move the knight, and the knight can only move to d1.
And it helps that black just doesn't have that many moves. I think it really helps that, okay, you know that there's a pin on the knight, you know that there's a pin on the bishop. It's a logical move. It's a beautiful move, but it's a logical move. And there she goes with a minute on her clock. Knight d1 resigns. No, she's missed it!
Wow!
She's missed it! And she's given away the win. King d2.
King d2. And look at how nervous Ju and Jun became, because she feels like, wow, she got a chance. She knew that knight, she has seen knight d1. That's clear.
Wow, after doing all of that, the puzzle rush tactic is missed. And now it's objectively a draw. Knight f1 check, king c2. Oh my gosh. Now, why is this not winning in the same method that you had prescribed earlier of bishop a4 and then knight g3 with this king d6, c5, d4? Is black too slow? Is that the point?
Good question. Good question. I mean, because it looks like black should be in time, so white needs some special measures.
Oh, I think the white king maybe gets to e3 in time.
And it's enough, yeah? Because king b4 you have, but king b4, knight d5 check, king b3 will be tricky.
Takes c3. Yeah. Well, we're going to get there momentarily, bishop a4. Ju and Jun is... It's also not a given that she takes with the rook if she thinks that knight endgame is lost, but I don't think that she will.
Well, with little time on the clock, there are some arguments to keep the rook, yeah, with knight takes a4.
There definitely are.
Because, I mean, this rook a4 takes knight g3. The problem is she also sees the clock of her opponent, and she knows that she would love to pose some questions. And in that knight endgame, somehow black's moves are so trivial. She will get like 1-2 minutes extra, and she is not sure that this is a draw. Yeah, I mean it doesn't look like it's a draw.
I think I've calculated to a draw, but I agree. So after the trade, knight g3, knight c3, king d6, king d2, king c5, king e3, king b4, right? I go knight d5, king b3, take f6, c3, and then knight d7, c5, d3.
Wow, okay, that's impressive.
But, I mean, this is just move for move, and Zhu Wenjun has to see that if she's taking on a4 with the rook.
And besides, also, black can maybe try to just bring the knight back to h5, protecting that f6 pawn, and then try to advance on the... But then, king e3, knight d5, and I can't make progress. It's like a Zugzwangish position.
Oh, wow. King c5 there?
No, that's the point, that exactly when the king is on
my
c5
king is
and...
on c5, yes, and if king b5, you have king d2.
Then king d2, yeah.
Oh, lovely. King c6, and you just don't step on the mined square.
Well, I mean, one has the feeling that that should be already draw.
Yeah, king c2, and when black's king steps on c5, you go king c3. So, one more big decision here for Zhu Wenjun.
I mean,
her sweet time.
I wouldn't be surprised if she takes with the knight. I mean, it would be a very natural human reaction. Knight takes safe. What happens? Knight takes king b2. You will have always some chances with rook e6 check or rook a7 check. Knight comes to c5. It doesn't look losing, and if it's not losing, okay, I have chance there.
For sure. And the fact that she's thinking as long as she is obviously a clear sign that she is taking knight takes a4 seriously. But rook takes a4 is a draw. We have confirmed with the engine, rook takes a4 objectively is a draw. And that would mean another day for Zhu Wenjun in Baku. Crazy. I honestly can't believe that knight d1 was missed. I mean, the nerve-wracking situation, the lack of time, all of that is a contributing factor, but I thought she was reaching for the knight. I was sure of it. But no.
Well, I told you that my feeling was that if black needs to start calculating after this fantastically played game, it will be bad news. That's why I wanted to put that rook on b4 right from the start, not to let that knight from d2 move at all. Then black could have won the game just by hand. However, after this knight b1, knight c3 idea appeared. Yes, it was winning for black, but white suddenly got practical chances.
Indeed. 3 minutes on the clock now for Zhu Wenjun. She is burning almost all the rest of her clock here on this final important decision. Wow. And the fact that she's even in this position to begin with is crazy.
But to make a move.
Yeah, looks that way. My vote is rook takes a4. I think she spent that time ensuring that rook takes a4 is a draw. If she has calculated the line that I asked earlier, then I think she will go for rook takes a4. What's your vote?
I'm actually expecting knight takes a4.
Okay. Moment of truth is upon us.
I mean, to calculate this rook takes a4 to perfection, that's unbelievable. I mean, that's really super stuff, because with all the nerves and all this pressure and everything.
You're right.
And she takes knight a4.
Great call. And maybe she's even flirting in some situations if black gets ultra nervous with a fork or losing the pawn on f6. Hey, we've seen everything this round. Why not a white victory from this position?
Well, anything is possible. Yeah, it's... I mean, basically with knight takes a4, you also put the pressure on black. Because the other one, okay, you know exactly that black will make all the moves, and if, for example, it turns out to be losing, you just lose without a fight. And nobody can, without really, consulting with the computer, and guarantee you that that knight endgame is so delicate that everywhere it's Zugzwang or move per move, it's working by magic. So practically you try knight a4.
Yep. I think that logic makes a lot of sense. Under a minute is FIDE. A knight e3 check is pretty much the automatic move in a blitz game, I think. Are there any appetizing alternatives? I guess c3, but that walks into rook e6 check. moving the rook away from the pin, and then white recaptures c3 with an immediate draw.
Yeah, it feels like knight e3 check has to be given.
She's burning a lot of time on each of these moves, and she's got rook d3.
Rook d3, okay, but now white gets a lot of time. I don't know. For example, rook a7 check. Where are we hiding our king?
h6. What if I go king f8?
Well, but after king f8, I won't check you anymore. Then I start activating my knight. I don't know.
Hey, we had a deal. Just getting knight c5, yeah?
Yes, it's crazy.
Oh, I think I got it. Knight c5, knight e3, king b1, rook d1, king b2. And wait a second, knight d7 is threatened, and white will start playing for the win there.
Yeah. Well, also knight e3 check, king c1 is possible.
Yes, different
I mean,
order,
with the
but
same
type
idea.
of idea. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. No, the nerves. Yeah, it's white is down to a minute.
Okay.
Well, rook a7 check played.
Probably Fedaleva might consider repeating with king d6, rook a6, king e7, buy herself another minute. But a minute's not going to help her here. She's squandered the win.
Yeah, she's also very nervous. One can feel the way how and she moves king e8. Okay.
Zhu Wenjun should continue checking with rook a8.
Exactly.
Whatever you do, don't go king d7.
Yeah, just giving this check. Is there a way that black could play rook d8, try to trade? Is that possible?
Yeah, rook d8 takes king c3.
Knight g3 and knight c5, protecting the pawn. Thank you very much.
And there's no Zugzwang because white has the b4 square, b4 and c4 for his king, for her king.
Yes.
Check on a8. Black might repeat moves. I mean, at this point, the winning chances have evaporated entirely.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Black played such an incredible game, and then finally just one mistake. I mean, not even mistake. I mean, just getting disbalanced, yeah, with the nerves, and that's it. It caused the game.
The pain of chess just cannot be put into words until you are sitting there viscerally experiencing that pain of a 6-hour game into the wastebasket over 4 minutes, 3 minutes, over 2 decisions. It's just indescribable. But the game isn't over. Obviously, anything is possible. Knight c5. Is it time to involve the knight? I think it is. I think this is the best moment.
Yeah, and it comes with a tempo. Yeah, that's why it's so lovely.
But it's easy to get scared of knight e3 because you calculate like king b2, c3. Of course, king b2 is the cooperative move that you want to avoid. There she goes. And
she will play knight c5.
And she does. That's what world champions do. Knight e3 check instantly, the response.
Actually, even king b2 is possible because c3 check king b3. Nothing happens there.
Wow. And she might play it for that reason. She's gone king c1.
Yes. Okay. The more human.
What if rook d4? Like, what is white's next move? Is it rook a6? Are you going after f6?
Well, you were promising knight d7.
Oh, yeah. But then c3 again.
Ah, yes. But okay, rook d4, maybe we just play king b2. Can we just activate? No, then, yes, no, I can play king b2 also.
c3, king c3.
Yes.
Rook c4, king d3, and you counterattack the knight. Rook d4 played. I mean, apparently rook a3 is a draw as well.
Yeah, it's a very nice move because the knight on c5 protects the e4 pawn. And,
oh my gosh.
Nothing is really threatening. Yeah.
Rook a3 almost traps the knight.
Yeah, only c3 is the threat, which is checkmate with rook d1. So that helps you to find rook a3.
Yeah, you just ask yourself, well, what's the most straightforward defense against c3? And you find rook a3. And black has to go to this incredibly awkward square. She plays it. And then White starts checking again, I think.
Of course she plays it. I mean, she's an incredible player, just that her structure was against her nature. Yeah, she just cannot play this type of structures. But when she gets a chance to play a chess game, she's already fantastic.
She's an amazing endgame player. She had so many good moments against Leiting J. Just a complete boa constrictor in the endgame and a very good blitz player. So this is getting scary for Fadolieva, who should probably start thinking about how to bail out and make sure she makes the tiebreaks tomorrow.
Yeah, for example, knight g4, rook g3 would be game over. That would be a way to lose the game.
Yep. As would knight g2, rook g3, which is even worse. Or just as bad. Are we going to get a repetition now with rook d2 check?
I mean, she accumulated a little bit of time, so she might be able to spend some time right now to understand what to do. But it's so difficult to understand, and this knight on c5 is a monster.
And that time, when you're playing on increment, it sounds like a lot of time. Oh, I built up 90 seconds. When you're sitting there, that time evaporates instantly. You calculate one line, and again you have 30 seconds, and then again you have 15 seconds. So sometimes by the time you get your bearings, it's time to make another move again. And
yeah, and then suddenly you are down to 5 seconds, and then you panic and so on. Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, check on d2. And
but now White can play king c3.
And start playing.
Well, not necessarily playing, but I mean, okay, king c3, rook c2, king b4, and I kind of feel like I'm provoking the repetition with rook b2, check king c3, because I'm too active.
And Jun could consider playing it fast, just to put additional pressure on Black's clock. You can tell how nervous Black is, and there it is. Oh gosh.
Yeah, she is just thinking like, how did this happen? I was so winning. I was playing such a good game. But this is chess.
That is true. Rook is hanging under a minute. Where does she go? Hesitating. She will move her rook. She can go rook c2 check. She could go back to d4. And a check on c2 it is. And king b4 is the only legal move.
I very much feel like that it will be a repetition.
Yeah. Rook b2. Now Jun should not do anything crazy, and she will not do anything crazy. King a4.
Yeah, no.
Of course, would be
yes,
nasty.
Never. Yeah, king a4, never.
King c3 back. And how many times have we seen, the player squandering a win and then over-pressing, right? Refusing to accept the draw. I don't think Fadolieva is going to refuse to accept the draw because it's obvious that there are no more winning chances. That's it.
Yeah, the king on g8 is also in some kind of a mating pattern. Yeah, if Black tries to run out to h6, then somewhere some rook a8, knight e6, rook h8 checkmate can happen, for example. I mean, that's also one horror that you notice, and then you feel like, oh my god, no. Enough is enough.
And Black can spend the rest of her time, which is only 50 seconds. No alternatives. There's nothing to attack here. The pawn isn't moving. The white rook is ideally placed. The knight is hanging. Like, too many things are working against Black here. You have to repeat. 40 seconds now.
Yeah, you can feel that she's terrified. She does not want to repeat because she knows that she was winning, but actually she has to.
And it's just the way that works, right? If somebody had approached her before the round and said, listen, you're going to have a tiebreaker against the Women's World Champion, she would be more than happy to do it. And she goes for it with rook e2. We live to fight another day.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not really a winning attempt, yeah, because if White starts checking, then okay, there is no way you can escape with the king.
To h6 maybe?
Yeah, but I mean, after rook a8 check, if king g7, then knight e6 check happens, yeah, and then please don't go to h6.
Oh my gosh. What if you try rook a8 check king h7?
Yeah, but somewhere your idea, yeah, you were also hoping for some knight d7 counter. I mean, there are so many things already happening. I just don't feel like black should be playing for a win.
Well, knight d7, and then somehow I have to go back to c2, and then swing around to g4 with my knight. But yes, your point is well taken. It starts becoming completely messy. Like knight f8 and knight e6, your idea. And even with the king on h5, it can be a mate.
Yeah, and also this knight on g4 does absolutely nothing. Yeah, it's basically white can also just play rook c8 attacking the c4 pawn. I mean, okay, the millions of ideas. Black is not planning anything.
Yeah, it's telling that even rook a7 here is a draw because black cannot make progress, and this is what I don't understand about Fadaliyeva's move. It doesn't... What is her next move?
I think rook e2 is still this typical move that you are so disappointed that you let the game slip and you are not ready to yet force a draw. And this is the danger. This is exactly the danger because, of course, it's great that she has the fighting spirit, but I don't think that it's really the fighting spirit. It's more like she doesn't want let it go. And rook a7 played super professional move.
Rook a7. Jun is just monster in the last half of this game. Monster defense. And you combine nerves with anger, tilt, and low time, and that is exactly how these games take a turn that you could not have imagined in your worst nightmare. Again, black can repeat moves, and probably should.
Yes, because all this knight g4, which is the only way to protect the f6 pawn, they don't look tempting at all. You lose coordination, you lose the control of the game. Yeah, she goes rook b2 check.
King c3 back. Okay, next decision for black. Maybe she'll get attracted to rook b5, but again, then already knight d7 is begging to be played.
Yeah, and it's... but also rook b5, rook c7, just holding everything together, yeah, making sure that your c-pawn... Because if knight d7, then there is something to calculate. Rook b3 check, and who knows, maybe eventually this c-pawn can be tricky. Knight g4 anyway always protects the f6 pawn. She goes rook c2. It's good.
And a professional decision by Fadzalieva. Again, yes, terrible thing happened, but you haven't lost the match. And you don't want to lose the match just because you're disappointed. It doesn't make rational sense. I think we're going to see rook b2 check, and Jun will claim a 3-time repetition with king c3.
Yeah, she's constantly looking at her score sheet to see when she can call the arbiter.
Watch black play pawn c3 just out of anger.
And what happens after c3?
Yeah, I guess king b3.
Yes, probably just king b3, yeah, but then rook c1, and so it's not a blunder.
Knight d3 even. Well, if white wins the c-pawn, then I'm making some moves because I'm up on time. 20 seconds now. And she will probably spend the rest of her time and play rook b2 check.
Yeah.
No,
she goes c3.
I was right.
Wow. But this is not a winning. This is on the. She's playing on tilt. I'm not liking this because king b3, rook c1, knight d3 will win the c3 pawn, and just as you mentioned, then you can play suddenly from the white side.
But I know exactly how, because I've been there. I know exactly how she's thinking. She's like, by no means am I repeating. I'm doing whatever it takes. I'm going to keep going. And your rational mind isn't functioning because you have no winning chances at this point. So all you're doing is putting yourself in a situation where you can lose. She's down to 25 seconds. Jun has plenty of time to exploit a mistake. This is getting very alarming. Rook c1, knight d3. Can you go rook c2 there? Yes, you can. I think that's the last chance to repeat cleanly, is to play rook c2.
And okay, we very much hope that that's how it's gonna end, because
yeah.
But yeah, it's time to call it. Yeah, just rook c2 and go for the repetition.
Rook c2, knight b4, for instance. Or knight back to c5. Black has no way to untangle other than to go back to c1.
Yes, wait. I mean, I was expecting knight before, rook c1, knight d3, and we go on forever.
Can white go knight a2?
Wow.
And play?
She plays rook f1.
F1.
And she will take knight takes f5. No, I mean, come on.
Oh my gosh, we'll be here for another 30 minutes. Will she take knight f5 though? I don't know if she will.
But otherwise, why did she put the rook on f1 exactly?
Yeah, why not on g1 so that you could play rook g4, for instance? Yeah, I think you're right.
But okay, rook f3. Yeah, rook f3 would be logical. I mean, okay, let's find the repetition. Come on. I mean, I don't believe that Ju Wenjun is playing for the win. She's very happy that she survived.
Yep. Rook f3 is an instant draw. Rook f3, and then you're threatening knight takes f5 and e4, and she's found it. That's it. Ju Wenjun not writing the move down just yet. King d2, I think, is the easiest way to hold the fort.
Yeah, king d2, knight c4 check. Because king e2, rook e3 trick exists. So you have to go back to c3, and then I go knight d6. If I'm trying to play for a win, then knight d6, rook a4, rook e3. And I'm collecting the e4 pawn.
Okay, so still you're saying some care must be exercised by white. I wouldn't move the king, and I would allow knight takes f5 and e4. On the other hand, then...
Or you can also... Okay, I mean, basically, if white wants to make a draw, I guess by this point it's just possible. You can also play rook a4, making sure that no more tricks are possible, and then you do this king d2, king e2 walk.
Yeah, or you could just... I wonder if white offers a draw right now. Probably Fadalieva will decline, just out of inertia. Okay. They have found every way to keep this game going possible. I would have bet a silver dollar that this was over 15 moves ago, but no. Fadalieva keeps going for it, and her position keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And this is like the last moment at which it's equal. Got to get off the train before it heads off the tracks.
Let's see, Ju Wenjun is about to make a move. She's reaching out for the rook. I mean, she will play the rook, that's guaranteed.
Just don't go rook d1, rook a4, knight d1, king d2.
Yes, that would be unfortunate. She plays rook a4. Yeah.
Okay.
So just to highlight your trick, yeah, that knight d1 check, king c2 is the move, because then after rook takes this, we have rook a8 intermediate check.
That is such an important resource. 20 seconds for Fadalieva. White has this idea of walking the king over to e2. So you could envision circumstances, if black doesn't do anything, under which then white will reactivate her knight, and, 10 seconds left. Black is playing on increment. Is it time to take on f5? No. Knight g4.
Okay, now after knight g4, she has an idea. King h7, king h6, king g5, and then black will be also perfectly safe. However, hang on. When the king goes to g5, rook a8, rook g8 check, the king still cannot reach to the f4 square.
You have to go to the h file, and that's more double-edged than it appears, because white could tie herself with rook g6 to the f6 pawn. There's king d2. No more repetition, though, Peter. There is no more obvious draw by repetition at this point. If they make a draw, it's a positional draw.
Well, or if they agree to draw, yeah. I did see from Fadalieva, like she little looked at her opponent that are we playing? Who is playing for a win now? What is going on?
I don't think Ju Wenjun would accept it, though. At this point, with knight c5 coming in, I would be playing this, given all of the baggage that Fadalieva is dealing with from earlier in this game.
Of course. I mean, okay, white is now perfectly safe. The pawns e4, f5 against f6, e5. The real weakness is now on f6. The king got closer to d2. Knight from c5 is... You remember the knight on c5 was very strong when the black pawn was on c4. Now the black pawn is eliminated. The knight is still as strong on c5 as before.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to go back to babysit, and eliminate that little devil on c4. That demon has been exercised, and the question though is how do you even hypothetically construct a scenario where white wins? With the f6 pawn safely protected, I think it has to do with black's king, like the mating construction that you indicated.
Yeah, okay, basically you combine, keep on playing the position. Yeah, something like rook a1, rook g1 also targeting this knight. Yeah, rook a1 played.
Huh.
How do you deal with this knight on g4?
First of all, don't miss rook g1, rook h4, and then obviously knight f2 picks up the knight. So king g7 here would be a rather tragic move. King f8 is what I would play.
Yeah, rook h2 check, and then let's go knight f2. Somehow let's trade these knights, but knight f2 can be met by knight c5.
No end in sight. Just don't go rook h3 by inertia. Again, rook g1 is obviously the threat, but anything can happen this far into a game. We're 101 moves in.
She might go rook g2 just to make sure that nothing comes to g1. That would be kind of a logical follow-up because she wants to keep... No, she goes king f7.
Okay, wait, but check and knight c5 now.
Yeah, I'm not liking this king f7 at all.
It's bit by bit by bit. Black's position keeps getting a little bit worse, a little bit worse. There's that check. And the knight coming to c5 now.
And then imagine if white gets king c4, king d5, king e6 in, white will win the game. So there are now serious dangers.
Oh my god. Knight c5. And Junjun should play it instantly. She should keep the pressure, when possible, on black's clock. Knight c5 is a low-risk move. God, imagine if she wins this game. How absolutely insane that would be.
Yeah, and what a heartbreak it would be. I mean, for Fatalieva, this is... I even don't want to imagine that.
But what a strange, well, not a strange decision emotionally, but rationally, you can't allow yourself and, that part of your brain to dictate the decision-making when you squander a win. You have to just say, listen, I'm going to be furious in my hotel room, but clear the draw so that this doesn't happen. And nothing has happened yet. It's still a dead draw. But I'm starting to get butterflies in my stomach.
Yes, I'm not sure that it's a dead draw. I mean, because this king c4, king d5 is there. If the king reaches e6, almost it wins by itself. I don't know. I'm really worried.
Knight e3, king d3 to chase the knight away. Oh, knight d7 also if you leave the f6 pawn. Fatalieva getting more and more nervous. She's adjusting her sitting position every time. And rook h3, sending the king forward to c4.
Yeah, she's very nervous. I mean, hopefully she might get to this knight e3 check, king b5, rook f3, and then take on f5. I mean, okay, that's the safest bet at this point.
Now it's a dream. Like, oh, this is the best we can do. But I'll tell you what, with the king, let's say on e6, even with the rook and knight, all of a sudden, even that becomes hard to defend.
Yeah, and those f6, e5 pawns are almost hinderness. Yes.
Yes.
But I mean, the good thing is that after king c4, knight e3 check, you are forced to go to b5, and it's a little far journey.
Unbelievable. King c4 played. Oh my gosh. Can you believe what is going on here? Knight e3 check, king b5. And we go around to c6.
Yeah, this is not very tough. I mean, okay, rook f3, knight takes f5, but yeah, as you indicated, that position, also, you have to start giving those pawns as quickly as possible, otherwise you are running into some terrible mating net. King on e6, knight d7, knight takes f6 check is already a mating construction.
Exactly. You can even start with knight takes f5 and then play rook f3, but she had an opportunity to do this in a much better version. She didn't. So to suddenly realize that now and to accept that you're going to suffer for another 30 moves, no, I don't think she's going to do it. I think White's got winning chances now.
Yes, absolutely.
Serious winning chances.
And down to 15 seconds.
my gosh. King c6 is coming next. King c6, d6, e6. And she's gone rook f3. But she has to also realize, Peter, that she has to give those pawns away to open up the ENF file so that the rook can defend from behind. That's not the easiest to realize in time pressure.
And look at her body language. It indicates that I cannot believe what happened, but I have to survive somehow. However, she had also trouble breathing. I know this feeling, yeah, when you are so completely exhausted and so disappointed suddenly, it's very difficult to stay calm. I mean, it's impossible to stay calm, but trying to stay focused.
Yeah, no words. Now, knight d7 here would force knight g4, but I would not commit to the placement of my knight because of the potential of this knight sitting on e6 if you can get your king and inch it closer to black's pawn chain and to the tip on f6. Ju and Jun, I'm sure she can't believe it.
But I mean, can't I take on f5 anyway, even in that position?
Knight d7, knight f5.
Yes. Knight f6,
knight
king
f6,
f8,
king
knight
f8.
d7 check. It's scary. Of course, king g8, knight takes e5, hitting
Rook
the rook,
e3.
but it should be draw, yeah.
Kodolieva looking off to the side. We have another camera angle there, but disgusted with how this is all unfolding. Ju and Jun trying to find a way to maybe avoid knight takes f5, but she doesn't need to. Just allow it and enjoy yourself.
Well, and can you remember just a couple of minutes ago, she was looking at her score sheet that when she can claim the 3-4 repetition, king c6 on the board.
Yeah, threefold repetition was the nectar of the gods that, that would descend down from the heavens. And now black is the one, begging for a draw. Oh my God, 20 seconds again. You see, this is what we're talking about. That time just always evaporating before you're even finished writing her move down. She does take on f5.
Yeah, she's reaching out. She takes.
Okay, rook f5.
And king d6.
And e4. You have to give those pawns away. If you go rook f1, which I think is what she's going to do, I think she's going to go rook f1 here. Ju and Jun is going to go king e6, and she will already have the threat of the decisive knight e4.
Yes,
this is why you need to give the e-pawn up.
Yeah, you have to give those pawns. But the king on g8, yeah, this is a very scary situation. Down to a couple of seconds. I'm not sure what will happen here.
The eval bar is gone. Eval bar is gone, folks, because the table-based draw. It says TB. It's not tuberculosis, it's table bases. And that means that this is a known theoretical draw, but that does not mean black will make it.
Yeah, and it's not the exact theoretical draw, yeah, because if we would remove all those pawns, then it's a theoretical draw. With these pawns, I don't think that this ever happened in any chess game, this f6, e5 construction with the king on g8. It's a very special one, and exactly thanks to this, white has practical chances with this king e6 and all these knight d7 ideas.
Yeah. Okay, 2 minutes for Ju and Jun. Good call by black to, at least take the last opportunity to take on f5. Had white's king reached d6, the game would have ended.
Yeah, it's kind of the last exit, but it's still not over yet.
Yeah, it's not the greatest exit in the world. Ju and Jun trying to find the ideal construction. The last thing you want to do with white is to release the king from the 8th rank. This is your biggest bargaining chip. The fact that the king is stuck, cut off by the lateral motion of the rook. Man, what a marathon round this has turned into.
Yeah, this game is completely insane.
Okay, 90 seconds for Ju and Jun. She will have to start moving soon.
I mean, king e6 looks like the most natural move.
And e4 loses, doesn't it?
Well, why does it? Because knight d7, you have king g7.
Knight. Oh, no fork. I apologize. Yeah.
On the board.
Okay. So
yes,
e4,
I mean,
even e4 draws. Okay.
Yeah, but practically speaking, of course, king e6 is the most unpleasant move, yeah, because you feel like your opponent is coming to mate you, yeah. These are the feelings that you hate the most.
Rook f2 loses, I think, because, okay, she goes e4. Oh, she has to find king g7, by the way. I mean, if you're so dejected that you think the game is over, you're not going to always find the drawing move. But it's an only move. I mean, there's literally nothing else.
Exactly, that helps. That's the saving situation, that it's the only move. Otherwise, we have to design.
You should try it. Yeah. Once you see king g7, it's obvious. And I think she sees it.
Yeah. She's about to make it.
Nice. Oh, man. So white's going to win both pawns, and then we will... another 50 moves.
Could easily be.
Have you ever or seen somebody lose, or have you ever won rook and knight versus rook? Is that ever possible? Because I feel like it's a much easier defense than rook and bishop versus rook, obviously.
Yes, well, I actually had it a couple of times. I believe first against Larry Christiansen in 96 Olympiad in Yerevan. I was trying to torture. I was playing with the rook and knight, but had zero chances. Larry was just enjoying himself. I mean, using exactly always the right pins. So I had not the slightest hopes. Then in 2019, I had it against Nico Georgiadis in Biel. Also, I went on to play like, I don't know, 45 moves. I tried something. And I believe that somewhere Kasparov won it against Judith when she got checkmated with some devilish knight f1, king e1 or something. That comes to my mind like Dos Hermanas at some point. It's I think also in the Dvoretsky book.
Yes, I've heard of that endgame. I think it's the most famous example of a strong player losing rook and knight versus rook. Yeah, I've had it twice, once on each side. Rook and bishop is definitely much more torturous, but you can lose anything. And remember, like 113 moves of baggage is what you have to push away from your mind. You have to not hallucinate, not blunder a fork. Everyone's human.
However, here the good point is practically that you always get the 30 seconds and you will never end up in a big time trouble. Yeah, because all the moves are, there is not so much danger. And if you have like 2-3 minutes on your clock, then I think it should be rather easy.
I think that Ju and Jun should just not dilly-dally and just eliminate the pawn and get on with, the torture. There it is. I cannot believe that what we are looking at is a rook and knight for white and a rook for black. Would you have believed that if someone told you after move 60 or whatever, like at the apex of black's position, that white would have rook and knight versus rook? I mean, how?
No,
how did this happen?
It's impossible. Yes. I mean, basically you can bet the house, everything on it that it can never ever happen. Yeah, but this is chess. It's so unpredictable. Crazy things do happen.
That's why I'm in a hotel. I lost my house. I bet that this would never happen. Oh, this is just unbelievable. Knight takes e3. There it is. And the move counter begins 115. We might potentially have 165 moves. Not potentially. Unless black loses, we will.
Yes, and okay, be careful not to go rook f4 check. I mean, rook f4, rook e5 check, king h1, knight g2. Don't blunder a fork.
Okay, so white will push the king to the final rank with rook g4. For those who are seeing this for the first time, the drawing technique, I think, is to keep the rook well, in this case, to keep the rook laterally. It's been a long day. To keep the rook laterally and to keep attacking the knight at the right moment. As you said, all the right pins.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, this rook f6 check was slightly careless, yeah, because it gives white the chance to force that king to the side. I mean, rook f4, rook e5 check, king g6 would have been more natural.
Oh. Okay, that's a nice move, though. Rook g4, king h5.
Wow. Yes.
It's a very nice move.
This is good.
That's like the best move that Fadalieva has played in the last 50 moves.
Yeah, because I remember my game against Nico, and there I was trying like for 45 moves to try to squeeze that king to the H file or back to the 8th rank, and I never managed. And then I just said, okay, yeah, that's it. I mean, nothing gonna help me.
Some of the longest games in chess history involve this endgame because it's, you know, sometimes if you have one side has a pawn, like Fadalieva just did, and you know, the pawn, you try to win the pawn for another 50 moves. That's when you get into the 200 plus move territory. Yeah, knight e5 only move actually. That makes any sense.
Yes, okay. Now rook f5 check. Just kick this king away. Or rook f8 also. I mean, okay, anything is possible, but yeah, it will go on forever because I think that here there are two scenarios. Whether the players are looking at each other and with a big smile they shake hands like, okay, yes, okay, thank you very much, we had enough adventures. Or if somebody starts to play, then it makes simply zero sense to stop it afterwards. Yeah, then you just keep on at least making 40 moves, see how it goes.
But I think also Ju and Jun is enjoying herself way too much to admit to a draw. Even if she's making no progress, it's that the fact that she even has this, I think, brings her pleasure every waking moment. Like the fact that, yes, I'm the one pushing for a win in this game.
Yeah, and it's a match situation. Yeah, it's very important to force her opponent to have so much regret and so much anger with herself, yeah, defending this position. That can also be later meaningful in the tiebreak, yeah, because you need every single energy.
Absolutely. And with increment, that's what really causes these games to go on for a very long time. It's because they build up a lot of time and then they spend it. Ju and Jun probably should go knight e3 here, I would guess. Okay, rook e1, trying to go rook g1 and push the king. Now, it should be clarified that even if the king is pushed to the final rank, whether it's, you know, the H file or the 8th rank, it's not winning. It's still a draw. But this is the precursor to the various devilish constructions that do result in the occasional victory for the pressing side.
Exactly. Yeah. Just don't go there after 6 hours of battle. Yeah. It's.
Yeah. There is no real drawing technique here, I think, right? It's just you just make reasonable moves. This is not the same, nor is it even comparable to rook and bishop versus rook, where you actually have to know a prescribed method, and if you don't know it, you lose. Here, there's so many different moves on every turn, unless the king is pushed to the back rank. Then, you know, then there are some situations where you have to be accurate.
Yeah, correct. I mean, unless your king is pushed to the wall, it's fairly standard. I mean, you can just make any move. Of course, it's typical to go like rook a2 and start checking from the side or pinning the knight or whatever. Now, king g4 would be natural.
Knight f6.
Ah, but then knight f6. No, then this king f3. I wanted to move that rook as far as possible because now king g2, knight f4 check. We are forced to something where we did not want to go.
The worst scenario would be king g2, knight f4, like king h2, and then the king is, you know, if your king is in the corner, then you're asking for it.
And now the king will be cornered.
Oh no. King g4 I would play, knight f6, king h4. This is the quote-unquote best corner.
Yeah, exactly. Which we did not want from the start, but this is already not the best.
Well, nor did we want, you know, to have a rook against a rook and a knight. Okay, Fadalieva, king g4. Yes, good stuff. Knight f6, king h4. Only move. Otherwise, you get forked. Okay, good.
Yes.
I was holding my breath there for a second.
Yeah, king h4, and then move that rook to a2 and start checking the king.
Yeah. Well, they've made how many moves? They've made less than 10 moves.
Rook e1. Now, rook h1 check is a winning threat. So move that rook as quickly as possible, as far as possible from the knight's range.
You can move it to d2 if you have a death wish, but I would not recommend that.
And she was king g2. She's somehow holding on to this rook on the f file, but this is absolutely not necessary.
Nope. It's acrobatics with the rook. Just get it out of there. 94. And this is why, because there's a lot of forks on the f file. Rook f7, knight g5. I feel like she's going to go rook f8. She wants to keep the rook on that file. And I guess it's fine, but then already rook g1, and you get the quote-unquote ideal construction for white. Or as ideal as it gets.
Yeah, I mean... Well, that king should have never reached the h file.
Yep. If I'd leave on more hesitation.
I mean, now at least one can imagine that black could end up losing this position. Yeah, once you have the situation like she has been, I mean, completely losing her winning advantage, and then suddenly getting some practical problems in this rook knight endgame, it might be a horror.
And her psychological state is so fragile that I think, given the slightest need to solve problems, that might be the final straw. That might be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
And look at this. She was about to move the rook to f8, and then she was not happy, and she put it back on f2.
I thought that was
and
my
she
internet,
puts
but
it
no.
back. Wow.
Puts it back on f8. Rook g1. Rook g1, cut off the king.
Of course. Of course, rook g1. And actually, we hardly have made moves ever since this pawn was taken. Yeah, it's unbelievable that white, within like 10 moves, reached the absolute maximum and has now 40 moves to ask questions.
Yeah, that is a lot of questions. That's 40 questions. You know, we're used to 20 questions, but 40 questions with 48 seconds on the clock. I mean, oh my gosh. Okay, and it's so easy to miss. Now there's a million forks. You know, rook f3, knight g5. What is black's correct method? Just go rook e8, rook f8, I think, right?
Yeah, she has played it. Okay, check. King f4, but white will simply walk back with the king to e3.
And then still
no
rook
big deal.
e8, I think.
And then still rook e8, yes.
Oh, man.
Pinning that knight.
King e3 played. King e3 played.
Rook e8. Come on.
Little hesitation. You can also go rook a8. Rook e8 played. And now rook g6 I would try.
Yeah.
That is one of the best winning attempts.
But did you see? I mean, she played rook e8 and stared at her opponent, like signaling that, okay, I know I made some mistakes, but now I know my stuff. I'm gonna hold it. Yeah, rook g6 on the board.
Juinjin says, take a walk, rook g6. Not yet. And now rook... Wait, what's the right move here? Is it king
Yeah,
h4?
Your idea is king f4, knight f6, yeah? Or, I mean, to intercept the check after rook f8.
Or even king f3, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, gosh. This is question number 1 of 35.
And with 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, the increment really makes the defensive effort so much easier. King h4. King f4. Oh. King f4.
Yeah.
Oh, she brought it back again.
Yes, yeah, brought it back. I mean, she's not sure at all. She feels the tension.
She did bring it back, didn't she? Yeah, it's still her move. Maybe she'll go king h2, but... Oh, she lost! King f2!
King f2 and it's finished. Rook f8, knight f6, king h3, rook h6, check, mate.
King f2, king h3. What's the win there? Oh, it's knight f6? It's knight f6 and rook g1.
Yes, and look at Ju and June, like as she feels that, hang on, what happened here? This is very shaky. This cannot be
Let me tell
true.
you, the win is king f2, king h3. I think I calculated it to the end. It's knight f6, rook h8, and rook g3 check, rook g2 check, rook g3 check, and king g2. That's the mating construction with rook g4.
Wow. And no stalemate tricks.
Nope.
With rook g8 because you take with the knight. And
She's
she
got
plays
it.
king f2.
White is going to win.
Oh my god. Oh my, and now after rook h8, simply rook g2 check wins the rook.
Yeah, you have to go king h3. That's the most resilient move. But then white should resist the temptation to give the check on h6. Because the black king goes back to g5 and attacks the rook. But instead, after king h3, you go knight f6, you force the rook to h8, and then you give this check on g3. And it's over. She has to find one move, knight f6, and then it's over.
Well, she will. She's about to make the move.
She's already played it. Oh my god. It's over. Rook g3 check next, and it's mate. Rook g3 and king g2.
Yeah, and king h2, knight g4 check, king h1, rook g1. That's another mate.
She's gone rook g1. Yep. That's it. Resigns.
She cannot believe. She cannot
Nope,
believe.
this is heartbreak. Is not even does not even come close to describing this feeling.
No, not at all. I mean, nothing can describe this feeling. This is just unbelievable.
This was, when was the first time that we had an inkling of this starting to happen? This very long process was when she wouldn't take those repetitions.
Exactly.
Because at that point, she was acting irrationally. She was not even better. And we kept talking about it. This is what can sometimes happen. Ju In-jun, the women's world champion, wins in the most improbable fashion we have ever seen and advances to the next round without even the need for a tiebreak.
Unbelievable.
Well, what a way that is to end this marathon round. 6+ hours. We congratulate Ju In-jun and sympathize with her opponent. It was an amazing game, but that is the game that we all choose to play and watch. That is how brutal it is. And Peter, what the crazy thing is that this was not even the end of the action. Tomorrow is the day of tiebreaks, and we will have plenty of tiebreaks. So, in conclusion, I think both of us need to rest, but I will pass the mic to you one more time for your thoughts on this crazy day that we had today.
Yeah, basically I'm completely speechless. Everything what happened before today I forgot. I mean, I was so emotionally involved with this game, and what we have just witnessed, this is the most shocking turn of events. I don't know how she will handle it. She's still very young. I hope that she will recover, but this will be an incredible blow to her.
Yeah, this was an absolutely improbable sequence of events that we witnessed really this last hour, and it was one insane thing after another, and it all culminated in the movement of the king in the wrong direction. Ju In-jun wins, and many players have not won today. They drew. Wesley So will have to make his way through the tiebreaks, as well as a lot of other top GMs. Folks, it's been a very long day, and we hope to see you tomorrow. The tiebreaks begin at the same time, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 a.m. Pacific, and it's a little bit later for those in Europe. But for now, we'd like to thank everybody for watching on Twitch and on YouTube. We had many thousands of you. Peter, a real pleasure covering the games with you, even though we're both kind of speechless right now. But really a big honor and super, super fun. All right, everybody, we will see you tomorrow for the tiebreaks of round 3. And for now, Grandmaster Peter Leko, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, wishing you a great rest of your Sunday. Bye.
Bye-bye.